Gentlemen, what's good? Hope you're all having a fantastic day today. We are here with our COD Mobile Sniper Showdown. We got $10,000 on the line and a whole lot of talent ready to be represented here today. So, hope you guys are having a good day. We're going to be jumping into the action very shortly. For those of you who didn't know, we got an interesting format to get things started. We're actually going to be starting with a free-for-all today, so that should be a fun way to get things kicked off just for seeding purposes. Verdict, how you feeling?
Oh man, we got the chosen guns of the West ready to rock and roll. I mean, we're here early. We got pretty much representation from all across the globe. I don't think we could ask for anything more on a. I mean, this is one of the most unique formats and tournaments that I've seen. I know we've seen 1v1 snipe offs, but now it's 5v5, and that just brings just a huge different element to the game. And I'm super excited to go ahead and jump on into it.
All right. Well, yeah, we're just waiting on our admins to get everything sent over as far as the room code, and then we should be good for that. I believe that is the invite that we were looking for. Each team, for those of you unaware with the format, obviously the tournament itself is 5v5, but because one of the teams had to drop out last second, that leaves us with an open spot, which leaves us with some complications. So effectively what we're going to be doing is throwing each team's best player into a sniper free-for-all on Nuketown, and that will determine seeding for all the players top to bottom. The first place team will automatically get a bye in the first round. And then whichever team is seeded highest that moves down to the lower bracket, they will get a bye in the first round of the lower bracket as well. So it's definitely going to be fun for everybody on the main channel asking for a horizontal stream. That is over on the stream channel. You guys can check it out over there. We do have, I believe, all the players listed for the free-for-all verdict. Do you have that for us?
I sure do. Are we going by teams? Because I got the graphic right here, and it does start with Dazzy. And I gotta say that team's pretty stacked. It's Dazzy's team representing with Aerith, the Bees, Veer, and Skull Guy. Skull Guy being that last pickup. That might have been one of the probably most budget picks of the tournament, if you ask me. I don't know how that guy got so far down, but Cisco's team is gonna be Marvel FDX, Neo, Viking, Little B coming through with Tyrese, 7, Envy, and Jokos. Pretty cracked team right there for the man himself. Enzy coming through with Narcs, SR8, or is that, what is that, S8?
S8R, yeah.
S8R. God, I can't read, man. It's just, they both look like R's to me. I'm getting old, Bobby. Kairu, Viper, and then for Space, we've got Shakal, EOA, Turnies, and OG Rider. Lucasin, Whoopi, Washi, and Faints for Ganith. And then we've got Zeke rounding it out for Pabzera, Jabin, Lucky, and Yato. That's actually probably one of the most like cracked rosters that I see on this list.
Yeah, no question about it. It's we did our best to get the best snipers in the world. I think we invited all the best snipers in the world. It was just kind of a question of who was actually going to be able to make it, and I think they absolutely delivered. One substitution that I do note for the first day of competition, I believe FDX actually had a flight that he had to catch today. So Cisco's team is going to have a replacement that I had not heard of before, but they are sending that replacement as actually their representative in the 1v1. Name is Sky. So based on the fact that Cisco, like looking at Cisco's team, they've got some of the best snipers in this competition, and they're sending their sub in. I feel like they probably have to be feeling pretty confident about the way that things are looking for them. But we will go ahead and run through the rules for those of you who didn't get to see the first part. The majority of these rules, I would say,
We might not have any audio. Yeah, I just checked chat. They're going crazy right now. They can't hear anything. Unless chat's trolling me, in which that case, you got me, guys. Okay. All right.
Need to.
Refresh it. Yeah. I think you hit it right on the head. I mean, it's pretty self-explanatory. It's a sniper tournament. You use a sniper. There's, there's no way you can mess this up, right? I think the
Sniper
Tundra
tournament.
being banned was one of the things that threw me for a loop. But obviously, we didn't want it to be a 5v5 Tundra off. In that case, we would have named the tournament that. So yeah, I think everything looks pretty locked and loaded. Are we doing competitive rules for all of the map pools? So 250, 2-7 in Search or Destroy, and then very nice. I like it. This is exactly where I want to see it at. I see that now on the rule set pool. So we're looking pretty solid, Bobby.
Yeah, we are. We do also have the prizing, which we'll have shown over here. It is going to be similar to the last event. One thing that we will be changing, since we do only have 7 teams, obviously it's not going to be 4th through 8th. It's coming away with $500. That $500 is actually going to go to the MVP of the championship. So, whichever of the 2 teams does end up, or whichever of the players, more than likely from the winning team, ends up coming away with the best numbers is likely going to be who we see there. We do also have the maps. I do need to update this real quick because we did have one last second change. But the maps are going to be pretty familiar for anybody who's watched competitive Call of Duty Mobile. Obviously, the one change out of all of this, especially from the traditional prize pool, is going to be the fact that we have Combine added in place of Arsenal. Actually, Arsenal was recently removed from the competitive map pool and replaced with Combine, so that is the one notable change there.
Awesome. So Hardpoint maps are absolutely locked in. It's Summit, Apocalypse, Hacienda, Slums, and Combine. And then for Search or Destroy, we've got Tunisia, Firing Range, Metropolis, Standoff Coastal, and then control maps are Raid, Takeoff, Crossfire. That's right.
Yes, that should be correct. So
there we go. W.
We're
W's in chat.
Currently waiting for our players to get loaded into the free-for-all lobby. They're a little bit behind the ball, so for everybody wondering why we haven't started yet, that would be the reason. I think we do still have to run down the actual players that are getting sent in for each of the teams. Looking at the run a show right here. So we do have, once again, Chakal representing for Team Space, Abiz representing for Team Dazi, Sky representing for Team Cisco, 7 for Team Little B, S8R for Team Enzy, Ganeth for Team Ganeth, and Pabzera for Team Zeke. Interesting that Ganeth is the only player that is going to be playing in the sniper free-for-all for his team. Like,
I was thinking the same thing. I was like, that ego, or what you said, confident. I was like, God dang, man, son wants to put on. He's ready to freaking ball. He wants to come and show everybody what he's made of. I absolutely love it. I mean, that's something that I would never do because I'm awful. But if I were good, I would absolutely be the one who would I want to place my name as the champion. If I'm going to go down, it's going to be because of me, right?
Yeah, 100%. Are you, so especially for the free-for-all, are you thinking that we're going to see, are we going to see overkill snipers, or are we going to see melee movement weapon swapping?
Yeah, it's going to be a melee movement weapon swapping. If you're running dual snipers, you're going to be dying so much. There's no reason to even swap. As soon as you're spawning in with that many sweats in Nuketown, I mean, when it's just a 1v1, that map is pretty hard to to trick. I mean, come on, let's be real. If you've got 6 players on the map, or 7 players in this case, yeah, this is a no-brainer. You're running whatever you're moving quickly in. Is that wrong?
No, I would agree with that. I think some players might try the double snipers off the start just because, like, the one thing that you can achieve with overkill snipers is a faster rate of fire.
Okay.
So you don't necessarily have to deal with the bolt delay that most weapons have, and especially because the Tundra isn't in play, that could be that much bigger of a factor with the fact that the Tundra has by far the fastest rate of fire of any of the bolt action snipers. That's one reason. I wouldn't be surprised, especially because it's Nuketown, I wouldn't be surprised to see like the Outlaws coming into play, just because it's not a huge map, and this is going to be one where reaction time is everything.
Oh man, Bobby, imagine we get in the free-for-all that Wild West themed outlaw. That thing was, I mean, when it first came out, probably one of my first favorite blueprints. Obviously, that gun was never, worth anything if you were able to put some clips up on the board. What you were referred to as a pea shooter back in my time, but I say that like it's been a couple years. But yeah, I'm so desperate to see some outlaw gunplay here early.
All right. Well, we're once again just waiting for the players to get loaded into the lobby, and then we should be good to go. It will be first to 30. Everybody, feel free to get your predictions for that opening free-for-all sent into chat. We do finally have somebody getting loaded in. Yes, once again, Tundra is restricted. Wanted to make sure that we had as much variety as possible. I feel like we could have some interesting strats. Other people were noting the fact that the M21 was also restricted, primarily just because of rate of fire. We didn't want to have any guns that were in the weapon pool that could function similarly to a marksman. We wanted it to be that quick scopes and aggression. So we'll hopefully get that. But once again, working on getting everybody loaded in. Thank you guys for your patience. Verdict, looking at the teams, any predictions for what your top four to move into the upper bracket are today?
Okay, so I immediately have to go with Zeke as being in that top four category, as well as Gannon's team, which is completely correct. My next two have to probably be Enzy and Cisco. I think that's where I have to put I think Space's team is very vibey. I just don't know how it's going to pan out. I checked their team chat, a little bit last week and a little bit coming up to this point, and they're just a bunch of like great guys that you just want. Look, I want to grind with you guys. Let's go ahead and get some work in. Let's go ahead and make sure we're on top of our game. Like these guys really want to make this work, but I don't know too much about some of the players that are on his team. They seem, like I said, like a good vibes team, but how is that going to pan out in a competitive format?
Which team were you saying that for?
For Space's team.
I think Space has got the best team. I'm not gonna lie.
Really?
No.
Okay. Well, I clearly know nothing.
Space just has the freaking twisted iPad warriors just across the board. I think that's one that's gonna be scary. I was looking at the team chats as well. I'm not too high on Zeke's team just because their team chat was dead the entire time leading up. Like we couldn't even get them to send in their free-for-all nomination, so we like had to nominate for them. That was when I was like, I don't know. But Cisco's team was one. They were like, they're talking strats. They're talking like movement technique, everything possible to get an advantage. Cisco's team had it covered in their team chat. So that's one that I've got a feeling both in the free-for-all and in the competition, I think they're ones that could potentially surprise a lot of people. And then once again, like Sky getting subbed in due to FDX having a flight on day one, that could be something else that changes the game for them too. So I know probably the fan favorites are going to be Dazi's squad. Like he picked up the ultimate view farming squad. Like you got Godlike, who is always drawing the most views in COD Mobile Competitive. He got their 2 snipers. You got Aerith, who's not able to stream, so he's going to pull all of her viewers as well, and then he's got a little EU sprinkled in there with Veer as well. So Dazi's team is absolutely no question going to be a fan favorite. We got 7 people loaded in the lobby. S8, 7, Pabzera, Lucky? I believe Pabzera and Lucky are on the same team, are they not? I don't think that's right.
I think that's, yeah. That sounds right. Pabzera and Lucky are on the same team, so we need to kick Lucky out because he wasn't the player that was selected as their champion.
All right, that does mean that we're waiting on one more player, but after that, we should be good to go for the free-for-all. Thank you guys for your patience. And
I mean, come on now. You got to agree with me, though. Like, Zeke's team is literally, like, 4 professional snipers at one point or another, or already still at this particular point, too. I mean, that team, even though they represented different regions, what, Yato and Jabin are Garena, right? And there's Lucky, who's an EU. So I mean, there's probably that working against them.
No, 100%. I think ping's gonna be a factor, and that's why I think, like, to a degree, you had to be somewhat strategic as far as regions go when drafting your team, just trying to make sure, like, all your players are somewhat close to each other geographically as well. Because I think if you have people that are like, you got one Garena, one NA, one EU, one India, somebody's going to be on 100 MS at any given point in time.
Oh, yeah.
So I think that's part of the reason that some of the drafting techniques, I think, once again, going back to, I'm trying to remember who it was. I think it was Enzy's team. They have everybody either, like, Europe, everybody in between Europe and India, which is, like, not a very big window as far as servers go, which could be a huge advantage to them, especially if they're pulling EU and India servers.
Well, it's 2025, and we are talking about what servers are going to be pulled. You know, it's going to be a great tournament, but I'm just going to go ahead and tell you, man, that's going to be brutal. If you are the recipient of those, said triple-digit ping numbers, that's got to be ridiculous. But at the end of the day, most of these players are pro players, and you've got to perform. So F it, we ball. We got to figure it out. Who's going to be coming out on top here? It looks like everybody's popped up into the lobby now. It looks like, yeah, we got S8R, 7, Pabzera, Shakal, Sky, Abiz, and Ganeth.
I believe that's our
alrighty,
our 7 champions. So, admins, we are good to go whenever you are.
Whoa.
And then Zeke just joins for no reason at the last second, even though he's not playing.
Bruh, come on.
Maybe he's spectating yourself. I don't know.
Okay.
All right.
I'm not a judge.
Gonna get my last dose of coffee in before the madness begins.
The high quality H2O. I'm at coffee. Poor Zeke. Later, homie.
All right. Why not? I mean, I can show. I guess we got a password on the lobby, so for people that are wanting to see everybody that we got in right here, we got Ganeth, we got Sky, who once again is a little bit of an unknown. I believe plays in the Japan sniper tournaments that they run on a regular basis. We got a Bees, obviously, from the one and only Godlike Esports, Chakal. Arguably, I think most people would say he is the number 1v1 sniper in the world right now. Has taken down Doggo a number of times, as far as I'm aware, and probably, like, for anybody that knows what's happening, probably the most feared player in this event. Pabzera, professional sniper for Galoris, 7, professional player for OUG, who's been playing over in CDM, and S8R, who is a cracked out content creator, iPad warrior, ranked leaderboard, everything. It's going to be crazy.
All right, we're about to find out. I was about to say crown a new sheriff, but we're going to badge up a new sheriff. I don't know. These Wild West puns have got to start coming to me a little bit quicker. Obviously, we're about to be thinking on the fly, though, because we're about to jump in the action. Everybody's ready up. Bam, the start button. Who is the admin that is holding us back? I haven't seen a single one. We know it's ready when you hear that. There it is, right there. We didn't even get a misclick on the lobby. We're ready to go, Bobby. It's the 1v1v1v1v1, however many that is to 7, to figure out who's going to get that first round bye.
All right. I literally downloaded the emulator. Chat, I promise. I downloaded the emulator an hour before and hit download everything, but apparently I do not have everything downloaded. No, wait! He has actually running a locust right there. So I do have everything downloaded. A B's first kill, and this is about to be a bloodbath. Oh my god, Chicago going crazy.
Bro, what did I say? It's like literally, as soon as you spawn in, there's like 12 people right in front of you, and there's not even 12 people on the map. Right now, lobby leaderboard, Shakal and Abyss tied 7, and Sky getting involved. Shakal going to be able to find another. Oh my God, he's cracked. Does miss that next shot though. And unfortunately for the lobby, he's starting to run away with it.
Ooh, S8 bounces back. Big kill right there. Trying to get a read on spawns. Not going to be able to find anything as the quick scope does not connect. Movement definitely been a factor so far. And Shakal's showing it off right there as he gets up to 6 kills on the board. Pabzera still looking for his first, but 7
oh my God.
Starting to heat up. He's got 7 for himself and has now made his way to the top of the scoreboard.
Oh yeah, finally get on this side. Wow, good trade there. This side of the lobby, we've been stuck in the other yellow-blue backyard, or yellow backyard. Finally back on the blue side. 7 going to be able to find another before he goes. That's 9 on board for him. He's got a 2-life advantage in favor of himself. And he's putting on for his squad right now. As things starting to slow down a bit. Persistent Gannett persists for the 2-piece. And this lead that we saw Shakal start off with is starting to very much so dwindle.
I just don't even know who to spectate. As soon as I switch, they're instantly dead. This is the most chaotic thing that I have ever seen. 7 dead, S8 dead. As far as the scoreboard, S8 actually leading the way right now. He was, I know, a fan favorite heading into this one. Sky makes his way up to 10, make it 11 right there. Same for Shakal, and it is going to be neck and neck going down to that 30 kill mark.
Might be one of those games where you just have to get the aerial view of the map because Jesus Christ, they're dying left and right. And Sky trying to find something in the back lines. We got him on board for 13, which is going to be the lobby leader as of right now. Persist right behind him. They're going to be tied, actually. Persist going to be able to find another 2-piece. Make it 3. Bag him up, baby. He's got 4 in a row. Holy hell. Shot hot here early, Robbie.
I mean, he's just on demon time right now, not missing a shot. And definitely a little bit of breathing room for him as he starts to build. Shakal has kind of maintained his position inside that top 2, top 3 the entire time. He's now up to 15 right here, but S8 gets the better of him once again. Now 19 kills on the board. That Locust doing absolute work. Gannett trying to crawl his way back up the scoreboard. He's right there next to 7, who's definitely slowed down substantially as well. He's sticking right there with them. Not too far behind at 12 kills.
Somebody shut this man down. S8 is a freaking demon. This has got to be the largest lead we've seen so far. He is going to go on a 2-life death spree, though. Sky and Shakal trying to creak on through, but S8 is not letting off the gas pedal. Able to find his 22nd. Only needed 8 to shut this one down, as he does go down to Sky. Lead only by 3, but that is plenty if you're looking at it from this perspective. He's going to go on another 2 spree death-wise, and all of a sudden, Sky trying to close that gap might be possible. Well, never mind.
Abyss is slowly creeping up into one of those top spots, even though he might not be able to win this. Trying to get into those top spots for seeding purposes to get a bye in the lower round could be huge for these teams. So he's making his way up. S8, that lead starting to get a little bit smaller. Big 1v1 versus Shakal. He's going to win it. One player spawns in behind him, putting on the moves, but can't quite connect for the shot. A little bit of patience right here. Another big 1v1 versus Abyss. He's going to get taken down by Kenneth.
Big kills. Pabzera starting to heat things up. A little too late, though, as he's sitting on 11. Shakal only down by 1. S8's gone on a little bit of a spree death-wise again. And, well, right now, Gannett's going to be able to tie it up from nowhere. Where did this horse come from? Saddle up, pony boy. Shakal going to die again. S8 trying to find anything, and he has died 4 times in a row so far, Bobby. He is stuck on 24.
Oh my gosh, he's stalled out right here. Sometimes the flow state runs out at a bad time, and unfortunately, that's right now. Sky's made his way up to tie at that first place spot. There are 3 people with 25 as Gannett now takes the lead. One of the few Koshkas in the lobby. He's going to go big. Shakal responds. It's going to be down to the wire, but Sky holds on to the lead for the time being. Connects onto Abyss. One more for the win. Pabzera below, but he's got to reload. He takes the win!
Oh boy, photo finish for the man. Wow. Bobby, we just went 0 to 1,000. Like, how long did that match last? 6 minutes? Good God. I'm tapping out. We got ourselves, we got our work cut out for us.
And I mean, Sky showing out right there. What was not super high on the leaderboard for the majority of the time, but just absolutely blasted through at the end right there. 30 kills, 19 deaths, the only player below 20 deaths right there as well. And that is a big time win as the seeding will go. I believe that's Team Cisco in first, so they will get a first round bye. Next up, we've got S8, who is on Team Enzy, I believe. Team Enzy will take that second place spot. Team Ganeth in third. Chakal on Space's team in fourth with 25 kills, 7 on Team Little B taking fifth place. Abiz representing from Godlike and Team Dazi in sixth, and Pabzera from Team Zeke will be in that last place spot. So if it comes down to a lower bracket matchup, there is no scenario where they will be able to get a bye. But bye automatically for Team Cisco. They will be sitting pretty, automatically advancing to the next round.
Whose burner account is that? Like seriously.
Apparently, Sky is a Garena content creator.
That doesn't play rank.
No, he plays Garena rank.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
So this is like his alt account, and he's probably playing on 100 MS, and he just smoked everybody.
Imagine. Wow.
Oh man. All right,
Bobby, I'm too old for this, man. I'm gonna have to pace myself. By the time we get midway through the day, I'm gonna have, take like a little dip in the pool or something. I don't know, man. I'm starting to sweat already. It's like 8:30 my time, and it's not even 70 degrees yet.
I guess that also gives us our matchups to start. So I think that should be Team Zeke versus Team Enzy to start things. If I'm getting things right. Yeah, we do have space loading into the lobby, so looks like it likely won't be too long until we're all started and ready to go. Looking at how those two teams match up against each other, who do you give the edge? Obviously, winning a free-for-all is one thing. Winning a whole search and destroy, a whole series with search and destroy hardpoint control is completely another.
Okay, so we got Team Space, and who was it that they're playing against?
Zeke, I believe.
Team Zeke. Oh, yeah, this is your team versus my team that I picked. I listed Zeke as one of my favorites for this top four at the very least. I did leave Space out of top four if I'm being real, but that's just because of ignorance. But I can't really blame it on that. You informed me, and I feel a little better about it. But I still gotta favor Zeke just based off of what we just saw there. I know Pabzera was a little slow, but maybe I'm just putting my foot in my mouth by picking them. But I gotta stick to my guns, man. I just can't back down because you informed me and tell me that you're such a great team. I'm doubling down, babe. I'm going Zeke.
All right, just confirming that is indeed our matchup before we move forward. We will have preset map rotations. We just went ahead and set those ahead of time, so I don't have to worry about bans and everything else. For those of you unfamiliar with the format that we ran last time around, it is going to be best of 3 all the way up to grand finals. We do have a grand finals bracket reset if it comes down to it, meaning that if you come out of the lower bracket, you got to win the grand finals twice. But a true double elimination format right there. And chat's saying Sky's actually a Facebook streamer, so that's probably part of the reason why I'm not familiar as well. Fun fact, my main Facebook account is actually, I'm locked out of it. I can't even get into it.
W Facebook. Come on now, get your acts right. I was about to say, for a little bit, you were pumping content on Facebook.
Yeah,
how long have you been locked out?
Yeah, we were partnered with Facebook for a little bit.
Oh, it's tough.
They cut the cord, so we did as well.
Jesus,
womp womp.
That's okay. Womp womp.
Sky's on phone as well. Wow, so there's literally anybody that wanted to make an excuse on 100 MS playing on phone can't claim iPad advantage, can't claim ping advantage, just absolute pure skill. Wish I had known about Sky prior to this event, but next time we run a sniper event, they will definitely be first to get an invite, no question.
Well, hell yeah, I love it. Love to see it. He's cracked, dude. Came out of nowhere. We were favoring Chakal for that last 1v1v1, whatever, the 7-man free for all. Jesus Christ. I think we got our money's worth just there. And if that's gonna set the precedent for what we got in store moving forward, dude, I I did not come prepared for that. I should have ate a lot more carbs this morning to burn off. I'm kind of slacking on that end, but just to confirm, 100%, we are going to be seeing in our first matchup Zeke versus Enzy, you
Nope.
said, or
Space versus
okay.
Little B is actually who it's
Oh,
going to
well,
be.
okay.
I'm
All right.
assuming Zeke versus Enzy is the last one.
All right, that works. So Little B and Space.
I gotta go Team Space on that one. I'm like, for me, Team Space is already my favorite in the event, so they're gonna be absolutely twisted.
I mentioned Team Space as being like an outlier in my top 4, but I never mentioned Little B's team, so I don't feel bad. I felt like there were better teams out there. Now who's to say that Little B doesn't come in here and absolutely mollywop? Who knows who's going to show up? Is he even awake yet? I know he's in the Discord, but this is like awfully early for him. Like
Little B?
Yeah.
He was actually live an hour before the event, which was
really?
shocking to me.
Huh, that's shocking to me. All right, Little B getting his act together. Love to see it. Doesn't mean anything though. I'm still rolling with Team Space.
Fair, understandable choice, no question. All right, we will throw the player screen back up just for those of you who need a refresher. Team Little B, Space, 7, Envy, and Jokos. 7 was popping off for a good bit there in the free-for-all, but lagged off a little bit toward the end. Little B's team is interesting because he has 2 players in Envy and Tyrese, who I would say aren't really known as sniper mains. Like, we've seen Envy on sniper occasionally in competitive, but it's not really a role that he's maintained constantly throughout his competitive career. Tyrese, no question, is a great player and a solid sniper, but I don't really think of him as like a sniper warrior 1v1 warrior. So he's kind of the biggest question mark for me. I know he's been putting in a lot of hours. I think it's a question of whether or not that translates, especially in a setting like this.
No, I think you're completely right. I believe we've talked about Tyrese in tournaments past too. He's a utility player. We talked about it in the draft too. I haven't really seen him be that main forefront for sniping. So it was very bold for Little B to take him in the first round, to say the least. If he has a lot of faith in him, though, that's good for him. But I don't know how that's going to translate. We're just going to have to find out as soon as they get into the lobby and get ready to gear up. It's best of 3s here for the first day. We got, 5 matches? Technically 6 with that bye coming through. So, I mean, we're going to play pretty much everything that's in that upper bracket today. Is that right?
I believe so.
So we'll have like winners finals ready for tomorrow as well. So we're going to get to see a lot of sniping, and we're going to be able to determine who's going to be, that upper echelon for talent in that regard. But yeah, I think Little B's team is going to have to figure something out here early on. That is probably one of the best teams that they're going up against off the bat. So it's going to be a true testament to see how Little B fared in that draft, to say the least.
Yeah, I think it's also going to be interesting just to see how some of these cracked out snipers, yes, but players who haven't really had a ton of experience competitive. It'll be interesting to see how they do. I mean, that's really a lot of Space's squad. We got Ryder, who is basically an up-and-coming content creator, which, like, obviously is nothing to scoff at, but I don't know how much experience he has. And then Turney's, I know, is once again kind of a cracked out sniper player who plays a lot of ranked, but I don't know how much competitive experience he has. EOA should give them a little bit of an advantage just because of how many sniper tournaments he's played in, and obviously Chakal's played against just about everybody. But that's probably the biggest question marks for them. I don't think it's going to be a ton of an issue, and we do officially have our bracket out as well.
Nice.
So for those of you who are wondering what that was going to look like, we will get that thrown up on the screen momentarily, and it should be right there. Verdict, looking at that, anything that sticks out?
Ganeth and Dazi is going to be a banger, that matchup. And then obviously, wow, that kind of sucks here. The winner of this matchup moves on to play against Team Cisco. And that will be played on stream today. We will have the defeated round or the losers bracket off stream. So we won't be able to see anything that goes on there, but we'll be able to give you all updates in real time. Enzy and Zeke's matchup's going to be pretty solid too. If I had to rank all of these, I'd have to say, just based off of this first matchup is going to be a banger. That last matchup of the round, or the round one, is going to be a banger, and then right behind it, really close, going to be Enzy and Zeke. So I'm looking forward most to this matchup ahead, though.
All right. Well, looks like we're finally getting everybody in for our 2 squads. It's yeah, should be a good one. I think Jokos is another big question mark for Little B squad. We know obviously he's been sniping competitively for a while, but don't know how much ranked / like 1v1 type stuff that he does. I think seven is likely going to be the carry for this team if they've got a chance at winning it. Just with the way that he's been playing recently, I think it's got to be on his shoulders. Obviously, Little B has been sniping for a long time, but he's kind of like, movement-wise, he's like the last person that I think of as like a movement sniper. He's just like a run forward, quick scope, pray that it hits.
Yeah, you can tell brother doesn't prepare for it. He's just like, hey, let me just go ahead and line this puppy up and go ahead and knock it down. He's definitely not one of those guys that we're going to be looking at for movement. That's exactly why he didn't participate in the 1v1, the free-for-all. Obviously, he had faith in 7. 7 popped off. But at the end of the day, he's just got to play to his strengths. And his strength is, like you said, holding lanes. Not necessarily predicting where people are going to be at, but holding lanes as well as getting that up close. Oh, last minute reaction. Let me go ahead and pop your head off.
Yep. All right. Well, I know he's been putting in some hours to practice for this as well. So hopefully we see that payoff and we see a competitive one. I think
Chat doesn't think it's going to be competitive. I'll just go ahead and tell you they're pretty lopsided right now. I was looking at the percentages. Good God, you guys have no faith in Little B.
It's just it's a tough spot to be. Like, I think Space is just way more familiar with the sniper talent that's out there. So to me, he just drafted the better team. Like, kind of what it comes down to.
Did his homework. Good for him. Poor Little B. It's about to get yoinked. Let's get it, baby. Everybody's in the lobby. We're ready to rock and roll.
Everybody's saying that we're lagging. We've not dropped any frames, so I would just recommend restarting. It's probably a YouTube issue.
Or you issue. Come on, chat. Get your act together.
Exactly. Lock it in, guys. All right. All started. Ready to go. We got Combine Hardpoint. Newest edition. Into the map pool for competitive Call of Duty Mobile. Let's see. I guess I's got to be on Chakal to get things started right here. See what he can do.
Okay, let's go.
I am interested to see the perk combos as well, especially because I think we will have perk greed. So maybe Agile is one that a lot of players are going to be using. Is look to get some outer control right here. Very strong start for Team Little.
Wow. Okay. SA coming out very hot, swinging very, or not SA. Yeah, SA. That's Joko. Sorry, I'm looking at the Soul tagline there. He's frying Envy as well. He's getting involved, playing the objective along with it. Multiple kills on the right-hand side of your screen, just a handful on the left-hand side. And the hometown team is getting absolutely wrecked off the bat. Finally, a few kills going to go in the favor of Team Space. Trying to get some players on the point, but unfortunately for the time being, they're in a little bit of a drought, Bobby.
I was questioning what Tyrese was going to be able to do coming into this, but he is on a 4 spree, make it 5 already. He has earned that Hunter Killer. And maybe some of those questions going by the wayside. Is Team Space, maybe I had a little bit of misplaced faith. Little B I may have as well. He's got 7 to his name. Going crazy. That is 39 points on the opening hard point for them. My, oh my, what a start here.
Gotta pick it up if you're Team Space. We got a lot of faith in you right now. You're getting put in a blender. 39-3. We rotate over to P number 2. 2 seconds for this point opens up, and look who's here. It's 7 in squad. Envy gonna be looking for the little bit of a bump out. Is gonna get too aggressive, and he's gonna be a part of the 2-piece there from Chakal. But 7 gonna be able to shut him down. No harm, no foul. Break comes through, but the back lines of the spawn, well, they're in favor of Team Little B in squad, but they are gonna get absolutely dumpstered upon entry. And that's just going to be a little bit of breathing room here for Team Space now as we're starting to finally get the guns clicking.
All right. Looks like they're going to be able to close that gap a little bit. Entry right there is a lot of it going to come down to, like you said, holding those sniper angles. So when we think about snipers, most of the time you're thinking about quick scopes, you're thinking about movement, but a lot of this is going to be on the players just finding those opening kills. Little B is going to find entry right here, takes another one onto Chakal. And once again, leading the way for his squad. Ryder was one of the question marks coming into this tournament. Obviously, some experience sniping as a content creator, but a very different environment here. He's having a tough time getting going. Only 2 kills on the board for him.
Ooh, that's tough. That is tough. That is tough. That is tough. Ryder, hopefully you get his act right now as we rotate over to P3. 57-36 now as the point does open up for business. Envy and squad are there. Envy's going to get taken down. Chakal made a call. Point blank, can't get it to hit. The follow-up shot, he's crispy. Tyree's going to be able to finally take him down. The break is going to be stuck for the time being. Backline spawn's going to be in favor of Team Space as they are chipping away at this deficit, Bobby.
Chat, I apologize for whatever lag is happening. It's got to be on YouTube's end because I'm literally watching the stream myself and it is not having any issues. So don't know what the reason could be. Hopefully YouTube fixes it as soon as possible. These two teams keeping it pretty close. One thing I forgot to mention, as far as operators go, it is Annihilator only. We didn't want anything else mixing it up, and Little B, a nice feed to start. Whiffs 3 in a row on the back end of that. But regardless, we'll find clearance onto the point right there. Space in the top side looking to break on through. Now 11 kills on the board for him. Rocking the Koshka. I don't think that we've seen anybody running overkill snipers. Kind of expected that heading into this melee swap combo with the movement reigning supreme so far as Little B. Their team holding the lead, but both teams having a rough time getting any chunks of hardpoint time so far.
Yeah, no, Space right now trying to get something going here as he's got the Annie. Looking to break the point here onto this rotation. Gonna be able to get somebody throwing a shoulder. Bites off a little more than he can chew, and Little B and Tyrese combined for a 4-piece in the feed. EOA gonna be able to end that one. Nonetheless, it is gonna be a break that comes through for them. 3 now trying to push on through. Little B and squad trying to make it happen yet again, and Little B gonna be leading the pack. He's the tip of the spear, but Space. Oh, what's a foot down for 2 himself? We got ourselves a banger.
Okay. Big one-man break right there for his squad. It'll buy him some hard point time, and if they can reinforce the point right here, might be able to hold things down. He continues to farm. Hit marker on Jokos will finally end his spree. He and Chakal leading the way for their squad. Chakal swing and miss on the first Annie shot. Second one will go. They're able to push on through, and like we expected, Envy, Jokos, maybe not the strongest performance off the start right here. Little B, Tyrese, 7, carrying the bulk of the load. Right now, Team Space is finding their way back into this one. Chakal's on a spree, and he's working on an EMP. That pred has been earned. He's got the read on spawns. Gets another one onto Little B right there. Making another. Jokos finally shuts him down. But an absolute rampage for him. That'll earn him some valuable streaks.
Bro's going carnage right now. Absolutely lethal with it. Predator on board as well as a paper plane to throw up as well. The squad's finally starting to get locked and loaded. Ryder's starting to pick up the slack too. Turney's not necessarily having the best game right now, but his squad absolutely is, as they do finally take the lead. 5-point advantage rolling into the setup for that P number 2. And the backside spawn's going to be in favor of Team Space and Crew. Chakal going to try to lay down and stay alive, but it is going to be Team Little B able to annihilate the threats and take the lead again. However, they're going to be on the back foot now as they've got a long trek to get set up here for this P2 rotation.
Yeah, Chakal's holding on to those streaks as well. Just notice he actually has a UAV equipped. Assuming he doesn't use it, we're probably just going to issue a warning on that one. But obviously not having the 100 killer in his inventory is going to be something he wishes he could have back. Chakal's going to be able to find another right there on the no-scope. Envy finally shutting him down. Space is going to find the one-man break once again. I think he was probably one of the players coming into this event that got slept on, but especially since switching back to iPad, he's been all in on the sniper gameplay. He's going to be able to find one with the Annihilator before getting shut down right there. Tyrese trying to see what he can do on the flip side, and he's going to be able to push out spawns right here. And they actually flip back, but maybe not the worst time for that to happen, especially with next hardpoint getting ready to pop, and Tyrese going to be able to find 2 more.
Oh, is it going to be late? Oh, baby, make it 4 in the feed. Tyrese, you can call on him as the break does come through, and it does lock in the last little bit of scrap time as well. They've dumped the spawns, and here comes the Freddy. Looking for 2 there on the rotation.
What?
have to burn it. That's tough. I don't know. Maybe he thought he couldn't kill anybody.
Maybe there was a trophy system that we couldn't see or something. That would be my guess.
Yeah. I mean, he's the pro player, right?
Yeah. Looks like they're actually saving the Annies for rotation right here as well. So they're going to use that to flip out the spawns. They get info off the pred from Jokos as well. And obviously we talked about him having a slow start, but he has certainly picked things up as he's made his way up to 21 kills, earned some streaks right here. He's going to go ahead and reinforce the hard point. Can't find the opening, but takes down Ryder right there. Another onto Space, and it looks like he's starting to hit the flow state for his squad.
Yeah, those backline spawns go in favor of Space and Squad, but they just can't get onto the hill. This leads to mountain. It is a mountain now that they're going to have to climb to get out.
That is an EMP and a 9 spree for Jokos. Oh my gosh.
What a freak.
He just keeps going.
He just can't die.
They
no time, baby. Oh,
dude.
Damn, the timing.
Cursing him in real time. Oh, just
curse me, chat. Curse me. Let me hear it. I'll be here all week.
I was thinking it, but I wasn't going to say it. Man, oh, man. Joko is really bouncing back right there. I would say he has been the difference in this lead that's been able to build for Team Littleby, as he's now up to 30 kills. Was it just a second ago? Was it only 9? So getting hot at the right time. Team Space just having a tough time getting going. Turney's was one player that I think a lot of people had high expectations for in this one. Not having his best performance. The same could be said for EOA, as it has been Shakal and Space leading the way for his squad. Shakal is going to be able to find 2 with the Annihilator right there.
Oh, baby.
Is going to take some crazy feeds, but that's certainly a good start.
Oh, it is a great start. Littleby going to be able to find the equalizer on him. They only need 51 points to shut this one out here in game number 1. Envy and Squad looking for a lane to go ahead and break on through. It's not over until it's over. If you're Team Space, hold the line. Team Littleby, get that break. Major assist coming through. They clear the backlines. Turney's evaporated. Space team trying to get back onto the objective. They're down by about 70 as we get geared up for P1 reset a 3rd time around.
Shakal doing everything he can to keep his squad in that. Still going to find another. He in Space with 36 apiece. But that 70-point lead, especially in a setup like this, is just so daunting. It's not easy to get full holds just because of how tradable you are whenever you are going up against an opposing sniper. So we'll see what they can do to close this gap. But you're in this setting especially, you're not going to see a lot of full 60s. It's really about getting those slight edges, getting those small amounts of scrap time to try to build a lead. Unfortunately for Jokos, flow state maybe evaporating a little bit. Not going to be able to connect. Tyrese has earned himself full streaks. EMP right here, and he's still got an Annihilator ready to go. Has absolutely been a difference maker, and I take back anything that I said about whether or not he was going to be able to hold his own in this environment.
Yeah, I do too. All right, we'll just go ahead and delete that from the record right now. 80-point advantage rolling into this P2 setup. Looks like Tyrese and Squad are going to go ahead and chalk the scrap, and it looks like they're going to try to get the setup. Littleby going to be able to find one on through. Space going to be able to shut them down. The back lines now being held by 7 in Squad. Team Littleby looking to shut this one down. Ryder trying to get Mixie and involved. Oh my god, you're a no man's land, buddy. They are going to be able to shut him down. And it is Littleby's Squad now barking on the door, knocking rather. And it does look like they're going to be able to find the first initial points, but going to be struggling to get back onto it, Bobby.
Yep. And very quietly, 7 has made his way up to 40 kills as well. So it's just been sprees on sprees for Team Littleby. Man, definitely did not give them the credit that they deserve coming into this one. A lot of players showing out. Really, nobody having a subpar performance outside maybe Envy, and even he not putting up the worst numbers, only -5 right there, and he's picked up the bulk of the hard point time for that squad. They could potentially win it right here, and with the way things are going, it looks like that will likely happen. Call doing his best, but 49 kills not going to be enough. Team Space comes up short in the first one.
Yo, Tyrese ending that one with a 6 spree. Woo! Don't touch it, baby. It's hot. That is an absolute just shut your pie holes verdict. And Bobby, hold my cup. Let me show you what I'm made of. He led the lobby in kills. And the hill time there to go along with it. Jesus Christ, we've got our work cut out for us, Bobby. 53 and 31 for Tyrese. Littleby, we are sorry. We didn't recognize the talent that you had hand selected, and maybe he knew a little bit more than we did.
Yeah, I mean,
One time. There's a one time for everything, right? First time.
No question about it. I'm trying to figure out, everybody in chat is talking about the stream lagging, and we're not dropping any frames, so I don't know what the issue is. It might be particular YouTube servers that are having issues right now. On my end, everything's running perfectly, so once again, hopefully YouTube can get things situated. But as you can see, Tyrese going ham. Joko's slow start did not last very long. 39 and 30 right there. 7 going crazy as well, and Enzy doing his job, picking up the bulk of the hard point time with 1 minute and 48 seconds. Just a really well-rounded roster, and we said that the biggest question was going to be around competitive experience for players like Ryder and Turney's. That definitely ended up being a factor right there. Both of them going pretty negative, and definitely got some work to do heading here into the Search and Destroy.
Yeah, but the good thing is, we all know that Little B is brain dead when it comes to Search and Destroy. So Space has got an easy W coming up. This is one of the maps that they can bounce back on. This is something you don't have to worry. Put Combine behind you. Let's be real. It's a new map, dude. Come on. Nobody's practicing that right now. Nobody's got that one locked down. Oh, I mean, we didn't account for Tyrese dropping a 50 bomb. And, you know, it's not about how you get slapped in the first round. It's about how you get up in the second to make sure that you put on for your team. And we're banking on Team Space and crew taking that one on the chin and standing right back up.
All right. Well, it does look like, and everybody's talking about Turney's was lagging or whatever. I mean, Turney's is playing on the same servers as Shakal in Space, so like you can blame Ping or whatever, but there's a lot of NA players. Tyrese is on the same servers as Turney, so I don't think you can really blame the servers right there. It was you had people from every single region all over the world dominating. Maybe just a bad day or whatever it is, but we'll see if they can bounce back here in the Search and Destroy. S&D is going to be on standoff. Admins, we are ready whenever you're ready. So once again, maybe competitive experience going to come into play a little bit more, especially with tacticals, utility, everything else. Could see a little bit more of a factor whenever it comes to how these rounds are played, and especially with Space, EOA, Chakal having, once again, tons of sniper experience that could come into play. Although, if you're looking at pro players, there's probably more competitive experience on Team Little B.
Destroy the objective.
Oh, completely agreed. Yeah, 100%. And then again, it's just like map preferential too. Like, is this one of your maps that you can actually snipe? Shakal's got a little bit of something going on. First blood's gonna come through. It's in the form of Space. Hello, Shakal. Catches somebody outside the bodega. Gonna give him a quick serve, and that's 2 down in favor of 1. Space does fall victim yet again here in this first round. And, well, right now, Bobby, 1 minute and 30 on the clock. Bomb is in the hands of EOA, and they're trying to make it way on towards this A site.
He's gonna drop right there, but Chakal's actually able to dodge it. I don't think he saw Space on the entry right there, but lands the quick scope regardless. That does give Team Space the man advantage right here. Ryder on the top side of Grandma's. I don't know if he spotted Chakal running all the way up through mid, but he's just going to ego everything all down to Tyrese right here. He needs to make it a 1v3 to clutch up in the round. Spots out Turney's, not going to be able to connect. And Team Space with a big-time bounce back in the opening round.
There we go. This is what we were talking about. Obviously, maybe a little bit of antsiness out of, you know, Little B and team out of this first initial, but I mean, you can't drop 2-3 off the initial rip and expect to take a Search or Destroy round. Obviously, they got it lined up now. Tyrese trying to get something lined up with a nade. Is going to be chucked on through. Nobody home for there. No harm, no foul, no kills in sight, and everyone's playing very respective as of right now. And so far, so good here for the defending team. Right now, it's Space and crew who have got to make an entrance on through. Not as aggressive as we saw in round number 1, too. So there is that going for a Little B. Let's see if they can learn from their mistakes.
Tyrese looking for an opener. Nobody able to find anything yet. EOA actually rocking the DLQ, one of the guns that I didn't really think was going to come into play, just because numbers-wise doesn't really have any type of advantage over the Locust or the Kashka, but maybe a little bit more of a comfort weapon for some of these players. I see Ryder rocking with it as well. Yet to see any type of opening for either of these squads. And at least for the defense, that's typically going to give you the advantage. Standoff has been Seven's playground in CDM, so no surprise to see him finding first blood right there. Does end up getting traded out, but still looking for some more breathing room, as it does look like a big wrap toward the backside. Jokos makes his way on through, and man advantage goes to Team Little B.
Oh, they got him surrounded right now. Come out with your hands up. If you are inside that marketplace, Jokos and crew about to wrap your rear. Is Tyrese able to find one space, be able to get the refrag, but it's EOA going to be able to equal things up. There's nothing equal about that one, though. Yeah, it is actually. We are tied at 1. It's 2 players left standing there for Team Little B. So patient is the name of the game here for the side of Little B. They got a little antsy in that first round just to see what they can get away with. That last round, though, was a much better representation of what they should be doing here on the defending side.
Yep. Jokos doing what he can for his squad once again. The CDM reps, no doubt, going to pay off. Not going to be able to find that cross initially. Call leading the way for Team Space. 4 kills on the board, and they're going to go for a quick plant right here. Haven't really seen the util come into play a ton. And we do see players traded out for both sides. Chakal's going to be able to find another. That's now 5 kills on the board for him. Joko slipping through the broken wall, but Chakal makes him pay. Another one on Tyrese. And that's going to be EOA cleaning things up, showing why heading into this event, there is no question he was one of the most feared snipers in the world. He's now got 7 kills to his name.
Boy can snipe, and the movement crispy. Tyrese had him, man, but he got put on a t-shirt. Mans is missing. Put him on a milk carton. I just absolutely deleted. How do you get the drop on somebody and to get absolutely turned on? That's a tough way to go. See if he can redeem himself, though. Here's the advantage going to go right back in favor of the attacking team. EOA going to be able to open it up with the first blood. They're going to be looking for another push on through to the A site. And while the calls are there are several people involved, Tyrese being one. Here comes the nade shot. Not going to land as his trophy system is going to protect. And with 1 player down, they still have the advantage of keeping him at bay for the time being.
I think 7 spotted a couple players over the top side, but ends up getting hit markered right here. He's going to be forced back. 2 kills on the board. Space going to be able to find 1 onto Tyrese. That'll give them the man advantage again. Trades go the opposite direction.
Enemy has dropped the bomb.
Which Call's still alive, which means for Team Space, anything's possible right here. He's gonna make Envy pay off the start of that one. And now looking to punish Little B as well. Looked like he had the shot lined up, but the second one goes. And he is absolutely running the lobby right now. 9 kills for him, more than his entire team combined. Now all down to 7 is an opportunity for a 1v3 for him. We'll see what type of play he's going to be able to make. Bomb has not yet gone down.
They have the bomb.
Yeah, he caught turn. He's trying to get the plant down. Bomb's going to be collected. 7. Can he do the unthinkable? Does get the call out. It's Shakal. Not going to be able to land the shot. Shakal going to be able to follow it up in what could have been an absolutely lovely Twitter clip. Does come down to Shakal doing what he does best, and that is finding himself in double digits. We're 4 rounds in, Bobby, and he's got 10. What a freak.
Yeah. It's very much looking like if Team Space is going to do something in this competition, it is going to largely be on his back. My gosh, what a performance out of him so far. It is going to be 7 finding first blood. He's definitely had a lot of success doing that for them so far. Just hasn't really converted into rounds. Space is going to be able to find 1 to once again give his team the advantage. And once again, they're not giving anything unnecessarily, but Chakal didn't have any hope in winning that one. 7 puts him down, and that gives the man advantage back to the opposite side. That is going to be Team Little B. Now with an opportunity to take a round.
Desperately needed. They've pretty much been slapped around for the past 2 rounds. Well, I say that in 7. Almost. I say almost. Clutch to 1v3. Space in EOA now starting to slow it down. We got a minute left to go on the clock. Bomb is in the hands of EOA as he's trying to blister somebody off, and it's Little B is going to be his next victim. Tyrese and 7 looking to clutch it up as they both have 10 kills on board on the opposite end, the same exactly. So it's about as even of a matchup if you can look at it from that perspective. But the rap side is coming through, and it's 7 who's going to be able to take the advantage. You said this was his stomping grounds. Well, top side of that market was absolutely all his. EOA now left all to his own, and, well, 7's done the deed, and he's gone absolutely nowhere in sight. 20 seconds left to go. He's going to be forced to plant this bomb.
All right. Looks like Tyrese and Seven ready for the retake. Nades do go over top. Not going to connect right here. Now EOA going to look to outplay, but staying inside Cubby right here has got to be a risky move. Feeling really confident on the read, and it looks like they're just going to force their way in, clearing all those angles. Box is going to be the last spot, and they do send Nades over top, so might give them an indication that he's playing right there, but EOA is actually going to wrap to the back side of Cubby and needs to hit this quick scope. Takes down EOA. Chance for the 1v2 onto Seven. Shots don't connect. The battle ensues.
Oh boy.
Oh, the no-scope goes.
Lost that round, but it's not over
Round of
yet.
applause.
Ready up.
What a round. Got a little dramatic towards the end. EOA gets the job done. Seven, I thought he had the advantage. And surely enough,
Objective.
bit the dust. 4-1 now. It's 3 rounds locked and loaded. Team Space coming out the gates hot. That should have been a round in favor of Team Little B to end the drought, but Jesus. What a clutch from the boy over at EOA.
All right. Chakal seeing what he can do right here to open things up. Has been the point of entry for the most part for the squad. And once again, Turney's and Ryder just having a really rough go of it. 1 and 0 kills respectively. The bomb goes down early. Now the play for the retake for Team Little B. He's only got 1 kill to his name. What would have thought in the search and destroy he would have had a stronger performance, but it's certainly not been the case. He gets shut down right there. Now the kills start to come through. Trades for both sides. Advantage goes Team Space. Seven looking for the hop-up angle. Should have an audio cue right here. Turney's hit marker. Unfortunate is once again just not able to convert onto those shots, but only 11 seconds. They got to find these kills, and this have not been able to execute. EOA is watching the long
Envy.
angle, but Envy gets taken down. Turney's hits the shot, and that is going to be the round. Going the way, once again, of Team Space.
That round, but it's not over
What a
yet.
way to start these first 6 rounds off. You bite the bullet in the hard point. You are bouncing back here in the search or destroy. We won't talk too soon because I'm going to flip and do it again. Only 2 rounds CD here for Team Space to solidify game 3 in our first opening series of the day. And it is just as dramatic as it can be. Little B going to be able to open up the first blood as the bang does come through. Space going to get taken down. And it's a little bit of slower progressions now. You do have the player advantage, but Little B and team starting to, you know, creep on through to the A site. They want to cover all odds and ends first.
I mean, Turney's just having a rough time hitting these shots. A lot of whips right there. They lined up, though. Nearly hits the quick scope, but Seven's going to put him down. Man advantage for Team Little B is they're finally starting to try to get things going. Little B's going to be able to find one EOA back of spawn right there, and he's going to be able to shut things down. So now it's going to be Chakal. 1v3 for him. Definitely not out of reach, but has slowed down things a little bit. Little B's going to be able to shut him down. And with Chakal losing steam, that could be an opening for Team Little B to get back into this one.
Yep, absolutely. This is the round they needed. This is exactly how you want to start. You don't want to get steamrolled 5 in a row, 6 in a row. Obviously, they end that drought of not be able to put a point on the board, and they do it very, very confidently here in their opening offensive strats coming through now as we see things slowly progressing here for them yet again. 5-2. Trying to whittle something down. Shots coming through from everybody. No hits, no fouls, no bodies dropped as of yet. Tyrese trying to line it up on the backside. Space looking to be the recipient of this bullet. Oh, this one's tough. Look at the shots there as he's just creeping right through, trying to find anybody. And I don't think he saw Tyrese, who's just kind of like straddling that head glitch. Oh, and this might not be good for either player. Let's see if the wall bangs can land. Little B, or Tyrese rather, actually going to be able to put him down. And Space had the lineup, just couldn't pull the trigger.
Seven had the easiest shot of his lifetime on the Ryder, missed it, and Ryder still didn't hear the audio cue. That's going to be the opening kill. Very odd engagement, but into a 3v3 we go. Tyrese not going to have eyes on to Turney's, who's definitely starting to get hot right here. 6 kills to his name. Once again, an opportunity for Team Space to get closer and closer to closing this one out. Little B finds one right there. Opportunity at a 1v2, and he shuts down Chakal as well. Much needed win.
Yeah, it was. Chakal stalling out. Little B heating up, baby. On fire. Go ahead and call it. Heat check. He's absolutely lining them up right now. picked up the slack there for his squad. He's got 7 on board. Nobody in double-digit territory. We got 2 players on the right-hand side very easily over that. They had pretty much needed to, though. Turney's has picked up the slack for himself, though. Ryder not necessarily showing up for the occasion. Choco's going to be able to open up with the first blood. A space does fall victim to the shots. And while a clear line of sight on towards this A point, but Turney's going to be able to find the equalizers. Definitely going to slow down the push.
Envy's going to be able to find one as well right here. Chakal playing inside of Delhi. Hits one for the wallbang, but can't quite connect for the kill. And EOA takes down Tyrese. So that brings us into a 3v3. Once again, Chakal not having nearly as much success as we saw toward the opening of this game. And EOA is going to find one onto Envy. Nearly hits the wallbang onto Little B, but can't quite connect. 2v2 we go as Little B starting to heat up as well.
He's cooking them. He's been absolutely what this team needed here. The back end, but Chakal going to be able to find this shot, and that might do it here. Chakal, Jokos at a 1v1. Bomb plant looking like it might be going down. Jokos going to be hesitant. Oh! Catches him lacking right in the middle of the street. And Chakal just a little late on the movement. Unfortunate for him, but fortunate enough for Team Little B, as they might be able to take the 2-0 sweep if they continue this reign of terror. They've been on the defense, or the attack now, what, for 3 rounds? And it has not been very close regardless of that last round.
All right. Finding their way back in 1 round at a time. You got to think Team Space maybe starting to second guess things a little bit. Space not able to connect for the shot right there. EOA very quickly making his way to the top of the leaderboard. We saw him with that 1v2 clutch. Once again, the difference really being the consistency across the board, as Ryder's only been able to contribute 1 kill so far for his squad. He's just sitting back at spawn, praying that he finds somebody over-aggressing right here. Jokos, maybe not his strongest performance so far, but we've seen how quickly he can get hot. We go 1 for 1 on the trades to start things off, and Turney's going to be there to shut him down. He's starting to heat up as well, but Little B and 7 respond. Man advantage back to Team Little B, and they have an opportunity now to tie things up.
Smoke going through the middle of the map. Bombs looking like it might go down. Ryder going to be able to find one opening. That's going to ease the push on through. Envy going to go ahead and stick it. Little B looking to clutch it up. This will tie us up. Chakal going to be able to find it. And that does neutralize that bomb threat. And they're all going to be lined up. Little B can't hit the shot, though. And we are on map point.
Ready up.
All right. Chakal, 14 kills on the board. Opportunity to close this one out.
Defend the objective.
EOA's made some big contributions for their squad as well. See what they can do right here, and he's going to get aggressive through the mid-map. Envy, top of sight, or top of Grandma's right there. Chakal's going to be able to shut down one. Looking for more. He's just running it up the middle of the map. Hit marker by Tyrese right there. But it's actually going to be Tyrese getting shut down by Ryder.
A Little B.
Oh, Little B. Chakal has to have heard him right there. Running through inside a barn. Not looking pretty. Little B comes out on top.
Little B! What a dog. He's got 13 on board. Clears the back lines. 3v2 now as a player advantage in there. Turney's going to be able to get a hit marker. Little B just ego challenging the hell out of it. Fortunate for him. It's going to be Turney's, easily predicted. Little B's in his flow state right now, Bobby. Space, the last man alive.
Oh, and Little B's going to come out on top right there. Keeps his team alive. 5 rounds to 6. They're looking so strong right now. This one very well could go down to OT. We talked about Little B not having a strong start in the search, but now up to 15 kills. Seeing how quickly he can heat up. Looking for entry right here. Praying for a wallbang maybe. Not going to happen. Big time round. If your team Space, you want to avoid OT at any means possible.
And by any means possible. It doesn't matter how you do it. Just make sure you get it done.
Got the bomb.
Little B not going to be able to collect a bomb. And maybe he heard me in the pregame lobby. He said he was brain dead. I said he's brain dead. And he took that personally. Right now, he's taking it personal. With the exception of the first few rounds. These last few, he is in his flu game status. What a shot. He's got 16, Bobby.
He must have eaten something else for breakfast today, because he does not hit these shots when I'm playing with him.
Yeah,
Lil B
right?
looking for the entry onto space, sees his former teammate right there, shuts him down, and into overtime we go. Little B untouchable here now with 17 kills on the board and trying to lead his squad to a 2-0 victory.
Oh my God, his backpack is extra large right now. He's going on a 10-mile hike. He's gone the distance. This one's going the distance too. As we opening up here in the first round of the overtime, you got to win by 2. That's back-to-back rounds if you're keeping track at home. First blood's not coming through as of yet. Ryder looking to take him down, and Little B finally going to be accounted for, and that is a big opener for Team Space.
Wow. Not a lot of kills for Ryder so far in this one, but that is a crucial one. Ending that momentum and giving his team the man advantage to open things up right here. Call now up to 15. Looking for the frag onto Jokos, and I feel like Jokos had to have seen him on the backside, but that should be a freebie for Shakal, and that is a flawless 5-0 round for Team Space right here. Opportunity to close things out despite kind of throwing away that lead. You got to think eyes on Little B once again to try to find some of these openers for his squad.
Yep, reality check coming in, settling in. Reality is, man, Team Space team is cracked. Shakal leading the back for 16 on his side. See if Little B can figure something out here in this round. This could be their last head to control. If not, we'll be doubling back and doing it again. 7 going to be able to open up the first. Shakal going to be able to get the trade. Envy's going to be traded on through. 7 getting a bit aggressive. And he double dinks that. Let me just go ahead and fall back. I can't be a victim right now as he's walking right into the snake stand. He's got 2 in front of him. Turney's looking to play his life as well. They're getting the hell out of dodge. 7 going to be able to escape for his life. Is Joko's going to be able to even it up? We got a 3v3. Make it a 3v2. Make it a 2v2, Bobby. Things are going quick.
Bomb acquired.
Tyrese running a attack laser on his sniper. Just a really ballsy move. Same for Jokos. They're going all in on ADS speed. Not something I expected to see in the search and destroy for sure, but regardless, they've got the positioning. Seems like Space has some type of idea what Jokos is working with right there and hits him. It looked like through the barrel of the tank. So now all on to Tyrese, and once again, that laser can be crucial information. I don't know that Ryder saw him on that entry, but if he did, that puts a lot of pressure onto Tyrese. 40 seconds to work with. Bomb down really far away. He is playing this incredibly slow given the position he's in right now.
Oh, yeah, you're absolutely right. He's got to rock and roll, though. 30 seconds. Bomb's not in his hand. He's going to have to make him a move. Team Space playing it as elegantly as possible. There is no room for error when you've got both players covering all points of entry into Little Blue. Bomb's going to be collected. That's going to be the hit mark. They're going to go ahead and go on a hunt. They're going to be expecting him to plant at some point. B's being checked. The bomb's going down. 45 seconds. 1v2 up for grabs. Tyrese looking to get his kill, but his Ryder anticipates. The shot lands. We're going to control, baby.
Woo! Jump shot right there. I assume that was, I don't know if that was a wall bang or a jump shot over top tank, but either way, big time kill for Ryder. And that's going to be the win, as you said. Now getting ready to head into the control. Big time 8-6 win. Woo! This matchup has certainly not disappointed so far. And especially for Ryder to be able to get some confidence builders right there. Definitely a good sign for him. 5 kills to his name. Maybe not the strongest performance, but clutched up when it mattered most. A lot of big time late kills for him.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Man, I just feel like everything is delivered so far. I mean, we started off on a high note and we really haven't fell off yet. I don't think we are going to, Bobby. When I was looking at the draft and I was looking at the players and everyone who was participating, like, this is definitely going to be one of those tournaments where, I mean, we can say as much as we want about what's going on, but until we get into the lobby, we have no idea what's going to happen. And so far, the teams that we've expected to play very well in Team Space, I mean, they're holding their end of the bargain, but Little B's even coming through and taking some maps and frying, making things very interesting now as it's coming down to a coin flip on control. Shakal, 18-10 for his squad, 13-9 for EOA. Stepped up in a big time. Some big clutches coming through. Little B, man, I got to hand you your flowers, bro. You absolutely crushed in that one. Unfortunately, couldn't close it out. So 1-1, like I said, I think this is a 50-50 chance. I have no idea what's about to happen in this control.
Yeah, I feel like this could really go any direction. And as we've seen throughout the entirety of these first two games, a lot of it just feels like who gets hot at the right time. Like, we saw Littleby nearly single-handedly bringing his team into OT, but couldn't quite find enough kills toward the backside of that one. But we also saw map 1, Jokos just going on an insane spree, dropping an EMP. We saw Tyrese popping off, Littleby popping off. It can really go any direction at any given point in time, just depending on where the flow state is. So map number 3 should certainly be a banger as well. We are going to be playing Control on Raid, so should be a map that every single one of these players, whether ranked warrior, pro player, or anything in between, should be very, very familiar.
We know we are 100%, aware of Littleby having a big breakfast. I, however, did not have a big breakfast. I don't know about you, Bobby. I don't know if you're a big breakfast guy, but we've got, again, like I said, we got our work cut out for us. This is going to be a long day. We thought, 5 best of 3s, that's going to be nothing. I'm going to go ahead and tell you, 75% of these games going to go to a game 3, and they're going to be neck and neck just like this, just because of the level of talent that we have in here. And this one just being like a bar set so far, and nobody even remotely thought Littleby's team was going to be anywhat of what they had there. I mean, even in Search or Destroy, they've kept it close, taking us to an overtime. Raid Control is definitely what we need for this series. If you're looking at a map that has, just everything you can absolutely need in a control map, long lanes, wall bangable areas, just all out chaos ensues in Raid. And let's go ahead and buckle up and hit the start button, man. Come on, let's get these guys going. Let's get into game number 3.
All right, we'll see what these guys are bringing to the table. Once again, any of the control maps in the current competitive pool are typically going to be dominated by long range weapons anyway. So whether it's Raid, whether it's Takeoff, whether it's Crossfire, a lot of angles to work with. It is a little bit surprising that we haven't seen like a ton of smoke usage or anything. That was something that I expected, especially for like offensive pushes, could provide a lot of opportunities. But these guys really just sitting back and playing true to the way that snipers were meant to be played, and I respect the heck out of it. We'll see if we have a similar game plan right here. Although Raid is especially one where on the offensive side, I feel like smokes could provide a lot of utility.
100%. 100%. Let's see how it's played now. Looks like Team Littleby is going to be the attacking squad off the initial rip, if I'm not mistaken. We're spamming that start button, chat. Trust me, we're not yapping just for our health. This is this is your first tyranny or not. Like, this is just generally how it goes. We wait for the players to ready up. They do it on their time. We try to push as quickly as we can, but ultimately, there's not a button in my room or on my tablet or on my computer that I can hit and just like throw us in the game. It just doesn't work like that. If it did, it'd be great. I'm sure we'd be done in just a few hours. But let's just let the intensity build. Let's just go ahead and give the respects due. This is the first matchup, and we are already an hour and a half into the broadcast. Woo, boy, we're gonna be cooked.
Yep. Between the free for all and this already, like, it's just the competition has been so ridiculous so far. So
I'm gonna need an IV, buddy.
I'm definitely gonna need at least
Jesus.
I'm gonna need at least a round 2 with a coffee.
Yeah, right. Okay. Speaking of rounds, here we go. It's game 3 of the first round. Let's just get going, baby. Let's see the action. This is what you all came here for. No money back. This is all on the line. We need to see who's going to be taken into the upper bracket. The loser will be heading down to the loser side, the lower bracket. Let's see who can take the first series of the night.
All right. Trades off the start. Jamal just going crazy with the movement right there. Not going to really find anything out of it, but kills go the way of Team Littleby. And similar to what we saw, oh my gosh, I thought 7 was going to go on a rampage right there. We saw, especially in regards to the respawns, they have looked like the more dominant team just a lot more confident in the angles that they're pushing. They do get the life lead. They get a tick of progress onto B, and it looks like an opportunity for them to lock in another. Ryder not going to opt to contest right there. Tyrese makes the read, but the shot's not going to connect. Oh, that gives Ryder the opportunity. He has not had a great start so far, but 5 kills to his name. Oh, not going to be able to make it 6.
Ooh, buddy, he was on a little bit of a streak there. Got a collide towards the end. He didn't contest, and nonetheless, Envy going to be able to continue his reign of terror. 5 on board, streaks in his pocket. Paper playing as well as a Preddy. 2 ticks is in the category, but 1 tick on towards that A site as well, so they're doing a little bit of damage on both ends, and doesn't look like anybody's going to be able to shut this push down. As of right now, 3 ticks, or 2 ticks locked in for that A point. 15 to 19 is the life lead too as well. We may not even need that one. May not even need to worry about it. There's a spawn traps being set up, but you got to kill people for this to work, buddies.
Space, I'm pretty sure, has been inside garage for the last minute and a half. I looked at his POV, and he was sitting there with 2 kills, and still sitting there with 2 kills whenever he dies. Maybe not the best use of time right there. Envy's going to be able to earn himself a pred. Once again, just shows you how, regardless of what your main weapon is as a competitive player, if you've got aim and you know how to read positions, you're going to be able to do some damage. He's been able to do that, and Team Little B, as a result, looking strong off the start right here. Tyrese going to be able to find another, and now 11 life separating the two. The objectives captured. Team Little B takes that opening round.
Ooh, aggressive. Took the L in that search and destroy. It came oh so close. Even took us to the overtime. Started slow. They are nothing slow about that start. 14 lives remaining to 0. Well, I don't know if it was 0. Might as well have been, but all the ticks of progress do go in their favor. They play the name of the game, the objective, PTFO, 100% being done. Let's see what Team Space can do now. Is they're going to be full sending it. No fouls or no kills going through in anybody's favors. It's slowly progressing. Little B and EOA going to be able to get involved. Little B finally going to be taken down, but trades galore. Player advantage going to go ahead to the right-hand side of the map, and Little B squad just continuing to ravage Team Space.
7 looking to get up towards spawn. He pops the Annihilator right here. Nobody opting to go mid, so hasn't been afforded much, but finds 1 initially. The pred has been earned. Turney's is shut down, and the operators have had insane value right here as Little B's able to find some as well. Shakal finally takes him down. Envy shut down off of his as well, but that spawn pressure is there. Now 10 lives already separating the two. 7's going to drop the pred. Not going to be able to get any kills, but gets the info. Little B backing up, playing this as patiently as possible, but Space gets that peeker's advantage. Finds another one right there. Doing everything he can to try to find them some breathing room, but a 9 life lead at this point in the round is going to be very tough to crawl out of.
Oh, big kill there for Envy, as he does find himself off the respawn. Shakal trying to get something going. He's in the window. Shut down yet again. 7 to 22, Bobby. This one very lopsided. And you can go ahead and start singing it now. Country roads, take me home. Your bracket is chalked if they can't bounce back.
No, I did not see this at all, and I don't know if it's synergy. I don't know if it's momentum, whatever it is. Chakal's going to be able to find 1 more onto Jokos right there as he's able to earn. Somebody's got to tell Chakal what the comp streaks are, because he's got a stealth chopper and an advanced UAV equipped currently. I don't know what these loadouts are. They are going to be able to stop the clock over here, but with only 2 lives remaining, looks like they're not going to be able to do a whole lot about it. Team Little B just running away with this one. 2-0 lead. And just consistency across the board. Maybe a little bit of a slow game for Jokos and Tyrese, but if anything, just not being able to find the people to kill. Jokos only -2, and Tyrese, despite the low kill count, still +2 as well. 7, a 3 KD in this one. We knew he was going to be a problem for a lot of these players, but man, even with that ping differential, playing all the way from China, still leading his squad.
Jesus. What a man. Jokos able to find 1 with his Annihilator. 7 getting things going. Tyrese and crew, they're looking to put the burners on them. A is being captured. Nobody here to contest. You got EOA who's up top here in the sniper perch. Getting some shots in. Joko's going to be able to go on a little bit of a spree, make it 4 in the feed. And this is the beginning of the day's end for this first series. Everybody chat, get your brooms ready. It is an absolute sweep here in the control. Predator going to come through, able to find one in Ryder. And now only 3 ticks of progress needed to shut this one out.
Man, oh man. Chakal finding a couple picks here and there, but I think that the difference in this matchup really showing to be the competitive experience. Once again, Turney's and Ryder, 2 of the bigger question marks, just not having a great performance. EOA, who's played in a lot of sniper tournaments, not having a ton of success here in the control as well. So 6 lives between the two. Obviously, this one not quite over, but man, with the way the feed keeps going yellow, I don't know there's going to be a ton that they're able to do out of it. And 7 still with the Annihilator in hand, takes down EOA right there. There is nobody remotely close to contesting this operator or this objective, and even if they were, it's 12 lives between the 2 teams. Man, oh man, Team Little B showing out in this one, and you got to think at 7 probably, arguably the MVP for this squad so far in this matchup.
Not just quite done. 4 players left standing to 13. 2 ticks of progress. Little B got to be able to find another EOA. Looking to find something going here. As they are down, twiddling their thumbs. 7 right in front of you. Little B got to be able to take him down. Chakal going to be able to find one. It's down the Ryder, and Chakal make it just Ryder. As it's a 1v10. This could be absolutely epic. Unfortunately, though, he's one shot. Little B puts the dagger at him. That's game number 3. And a clean 3-0, mopping them up. Bobby, we did not anticipate this at all. Little B, we are not worthy.
That was they showed out. I mean, once again, it's the difference of competitive experience between the squads, and once again, like, gives you an idea. Yes, these guys are able to dominate a ranked lobby, but doing that whenever you've got just straight competitive demons on the other side. And it's always got to inform that team space. Doesn't matter how bad you play, you still have to stay in the lobby at the end. We also got to get Chakal to fix his streaks, because those were not comp streaks. 7, 25, and 9. What do they feed this kid? I need to start eating Chinese food before I play COD Mobile.
I mean, it's definitely in the stream. Yeah, absolutely. He's injected it. It just, I mean, taking it all. An absolute freak of nature. Had a bomb of a game in game 2 as well. And I believe, I try not to read chat, but I pop over there just now and then just to make sure everything's, fine and dandy. And someone was like, 7's lagging too, man. Yeah, dude, he's playing all the way across the globe, dude. And when you're putting 25 and 9, I don't want to hear anybody talk about lag being the reason why you're not frying. That man's just proved everybody wrong about any of that situation. Just an absolute freak of a game 3. Of course, Team Space had no chance. You've got that dog over there in 7 as well as Envy who popped off. And Little B, he was consistent, man. Okay, look, we talk a lot of ish about you, buddy. But brother, you absolutely fried, and we appreciate that. We can't wait to see you go up against Team Cisco in your next matchup. It's going to be a banger for sure.
All right, well, I guess we got to take a look back at the bracket to see where that leaves us. We do have that right here. So next up, we are going to have Team Zeke versus Team Enzy. This is the one that we were talking about previously. And I guess my expectations now are kind of out the window, because I thought Team Space was really going to dominate, and that certainly has not been the case. Verdict. Heading into this one, what direction you leaning? You still going Team Zeke?
Oh, 100%. I'm going with my intuition. Like I said, I listed my 4, and Little B was like right on the outskirts of that. Now, I can't tell if Little B being on the outskirts of my projections is wrong still. It may be correct, or maybe we overestimated Team Space. I said they were a bit vibey. That doesn't mean anything. Generally, when players are, when they're communicating that well with each other, that's a great thing. But vibes don't win games. It's all about execution, and Little B's team absolutely executed. We'll see if Team Zeke can do the same thing. Enzy squad is absolutely yoked as well, but I think I got to favor Team Zeke rolling into this one.
Yeah, I would agree with that one as well. I mean, looking at the way the squad's built and everything else, it's it's tough to make predictions at this point. But
Yeah.
we saw the difference that Seven was able to make, even being all the way over in China. So I don't know if there's any way that we don't expect Jabin to do the exact same thing, given the way that he's been performing recently in CDM. Obviously, you got to look at the rest of that squad, but Yato competitive side. Zeke pretty much has like a full comp squad, so this is going to be far from an easy matchup. But Team Enzy's definitely got some shooters, so I'm very interested to see, especially what S8 and Viper can do.
We saw SA pop off in the free for all. Let's see if he can keep that same energy in a team format. I'm assuming he can. But again, when we're looking at this breakdown of the rosters, Team Zeke, literally, if you're looking at the weakest point, and I'm not saying it is Pabzera, but if Pabzera is your weakest point, that is I mean, that's crazy. That is just, I don't know if he's going to be that guy. I'm suspecting Lucky might be. They're kind of weak link, but still, that's a absolutely like yoked squad. I mean, 4 pro players, Zeke, who is an absolute demon as well. Team Enzy's got their work cut out for them. They're going to need Viper to put the team on their back. I don't know how much Narcs is going to be able to contribute in this sense. As a traditional sniper, he hasn't been like sniper 1 in a very long time. A very long time.
Yeah, I think he that as far as this matchup especially, I think he's the one that I kind of have my eyes on, is might have a tough time, like even Lucky, even though he's not necessarily super active, has been in that sniper 1 position before, so it'll be interesting to see for sure. All right, chat, I'm gonna just give you a heads up real quick. I messed up. I'm just gonna let you guys know I completely forgot to add a stream delay before we started this one, but there is a way for me to add stream delay mid-stream. So we're going to have 30 seconds where the stream is just refreshing. I promise it's not tech issues or anything. That is just the stream delay being added in real time. So don't go anywhere. We're going to be refreshing. Verdict, we can still keep talking because it's going to resume where it's coming out at. But just giving you guys a heads up before you all start freaking out that the stream is loading, buffering, whatever it is. That's what's happening right now.
Yeah.
All right.
So I went ahead and posted that in chat, just people who are watching in the background and not necessarily having the volume up. So I mean, probably getting lost in all this. Jesus, there's a lot of S8 fans. S8R. Yeah, I'd love to see it, man. Come and represent for your squad. I even also saw, and I try not to read chat, but someone said Verdict don't know ball, man. He is coping so hard. He has no idea what's going on, man. I feel like everything that I pretty much said today has been spot on. Like Team Space fell. I picked Little B. I mean, I'm 1 for 1 so far. I'm riding that high into this one, and I'm locked and loaded. Stick to my guns. Team Zeke is absolutely taking this match. Don't get me wrong. SAR is a dog, as well as Viper. But when I'm looking at this from a competitive aspect, there's just no way we overlook how good Zeke's team is, okay? I'm not glazing. I'm just stating facts.
All right. I think I had to stop stream and then start stream for the stream delay to get added, but hopefully that fixes things right there.
Did they catch my rant, though?
No, the rant should have happened before.
All right, good.
Okay. All right. Looks like everything's still running fine. Thank you, everybody, for your patience. All right. I think we're good.
Awesome. Let's do it.
All right.
Oh.
I probably have to do that. Yep. I have
persist. And I mean, come on now. We all make mistakes, right? We all make mistakes. We've all been there. We're not mistaken about this one. This is going to be a banger. It's game 1. Put your jackets on. It's going to be an absolutely frosty affair. As we mentioned it earlier, we're going to be up close and personal on the map of Summit, and not necessarily a sniper's paradise, but we are in for point blank shots, maybe a few no scopes, maybe a few black scopes, maybe a few quick ones. We'll see how it rock and rolls now as we're getting geared up for it. Just waiting on one player to lock and load. Bobby, have you made your prediction yet, or are you just going to let this one ride?
I think that I say I do also think ping could be a difference, but at this point, I feel like ping is a very small differentiator between these guys just because of, like, the importance of hitting that first shot. So ping was a big reason that I had said Team Enzy before. I think I'm still going to stick with them just because I believe in the power of S8 and Viper. I think they're going to be able to carry him through.
Thank you, Bobby, for submitting my 2-0 lead over you in predictions. I appreciate your generosity, man. I knew that you had to take one for the team. Somebody's got to do it, man. Somebody's got to be that guy. Who's going to be the guy here in this one, though? Clearly, it was 7 in that last series. Absolute dog. Little B2, very consistent. I'm absolutely looking to see what because one of my favorite players in that arena region, I know they're in China right now, but Javen is an absolute freak, man. He's a walking 10 piece on any search and destroy, and with a sniper in his hand is absolutely lethal. Who is your pop out player going to be for this matchup?
I think it's S8. I think he's going to be... Actually, I might have to go Viper.
Okay.
It's interesting because Viper has not been competitively sniping for Godlike, but you look back at the CDM sniper tournament that they had last year that was 1v1s and free-for-alls, and Viper came in second place in that entire thing. So I think his combination of crack sniping ability and competitive experience is going to show out. I think they moved him off sniper maybe because of confidence issues, but with this being a very different environment, I think he's going to thrive.
Okay, I like it. So we're saying S8R is going to be popping off for chat, and then just between you and I, you think it's going to be Viper?
I think it's going to be Viper. I'm going Viper.
Okay, W, let's go. Speaking of SAR, bro, come on, let's go.
He's the one player we're waiting on. Hopefully nothing bad happening on his end, but we've been, for everybody wondering why we haven't started. Hey, he started. All right,
there we go.
Go.
He had to put his chat on slow mode so that way he can keep up with everything. Dog has got the fans in chat rolling. They were rocking and rolling earlier. Right now we're on a 30-second delay. No harm, no foul. First series we played by the honor system. We respect that these players, need that time to make sure they're making the right moves without having to second guess themselves, if you know what we're saying. We're not second guessing this one. It's Summit. It is the first to 250. It is the second round here in the winners, or actually the second matchup here in the winners, or upper finals, upper series. Jesus Christ, Verdict. I'm just going to shut up.
All right. Well, we're getting aggressive right here on the opening hardpoint. Viper trying to find an angle. Pabzera backside a computer is going to open things up for them. Maybe not the most comfortable time in that free-for-all.
Yato.
But definitely off to a strong start right here, locking in some hardpoint time. Like you said, Yato, 5 kills on the board already. Rocking the DLQ, which we haven't seen a lot of people doing. He's actually going to hit marker right there. He gets taken down by Narcs, and interestingly enough, my prediction as the best player in this matchup, Viper struggling to get going. No kills on the board. We'll see if he can build some momentum right here. He gets shut down by Lucky.
I'll try to give you a cop-out by asking you again. And surely, I like how you stick by your guns, though. We are men of morals, and let me just tell you, buddy, you got to stick to your guns. Yato, absolutely, is a dog right now. 8 kills on the board. An absolute. Doesn't translate to hardpoint time, though, as unfortunately they have not found themselves at all, but 3 seconds here in the first opener. So rotation over to P2. Yato's got a little bit of a score streak going on through. And it is going to be Enzy and Kairu going to be able to find some kills themselves, make it a 2-piece for him.
I mean, Kairu's on a pred right there, does finally get shut down, but he's somebody heading into this event that I think probably not a lot of people had eyes on. Has not been big in the competitive scene up until the last couple of seasons, and EU not necessarily the biggest viewership draw, but 11 kills on the board. Absolute rampage out of him has been a big reason that Team Enzy has been able to build as big of a lead as they have so far, and not feeling too bad about my picks. They have been absolutely running this one.
No, things are looking great for them so far. They've got the top side control. They've got the hill for the time being. They got a 60-point plus lead rolled into it. Break finally going to come through. Last 16 seconds of it is still going to be contested as Kairu absolutely frying Yato. Going to be a part of the rampage as well. Oh, there we go. Just a little collateral damage coming in as well. Lucky, another victim. Zeke, just toss your name into a cap and he will find it. Absolutely not missing right now. 17 kills. Who is this man?
Dude, I didn't see, and once again, understandably so, like, I casted a couple days of SPS. I hadn't heard of him. Apparently, he played last season as well, but oh my gosh. They will remember his name after this one, no question. He is on, what, 19 and 5, nearly a 4 KD so far in this one, going up against some of the best sniper talent in the world. We got 4 operators charged and ready over here for Team Enzy as well. This is Enzy that we're watching, for those of you who are confused why there's a random name that nobody recognizes. He's gonna sit back, wait for the push through the smoke. But S8 already pushed up in the front side. They are up nearly 100 points in this one. And I don't think there's a single player on this squad that's having a bad performance so far.
Oh, no, absolutely not. I have to say, chat, you know it. I do not know Paul. I am unfamiliar with these territories. Obviously, it's still early in this tournament, so, you know, I'll just blame it on that. I won't take responsibility for any of these actions. We'll see how the game plays out, though. 118 and counting to 10. Spawns here for the next. Already set up here by the boys in yellow, and that is not good for Team Zeke. They're getting absolutely straddled right now, Bobby. And it doesn't look like it's going to get any lighter here as we get into this P4 rotation.
Yeah, it's so much presence around the hard point right now for Team Enzy. Looks like they are going to be able to find the break back in, but once again, Enzy finds the break. Kyra's going to lock down spawns. And team chemistry, we knew was going to play a big factor. Like, that was one of the reasons coming into this. I was like, I don't know that I feel too confident in Team Zeke, just because, like, there was nobody talking in their team chat. They didn't have any type of a game plan. It seemed like they were just kind of show up and hope that they could get the win. And that looks like probably a difference in preparation for Team Enzy as well. Once again, 24 for Kyra. Viper, just an absolute, oh my god, beauty of a quick scope right there. S8 gonna find 2 for himself, and now Viper continues to heat up in this one. The KD differential, astronomical right now. Viper finally misses a shot, making another onto Pabzera. But once again, logging the hard point time. This may not even be a 100-point club. This may very well end up being a 50-point club with the way this one's going down.
I should have listened to you when you said there was no comms in the VC, or not the VC, but the team chat. This is tough. This is starting to get, I mean, it's been progressively just getting worse and worse by the second. I was hoping that, hey, maybe they'll step it up towards the end. Maybe this next rotation is where we start to see a little bit of liquid gold. And let me just go ahead and tell you, it ain't happening right now. Finally, a break comes through for them. They're going to be able to occupy it, but Pabzera and crew trying to maintain the objective. They're just getting outnumbered, and well, Narcs is running around rampant with a Annihilator. He ain't missing. 2 kills on deep on through. Only 80 points now separating them here from game 1 victory, and Bobby, it is an absolute blowout.
Yep. Has not been close at all. Pabzera doing his best to contribute right here. 18 kills for him, but just the chemistry seems to be lacking for this squad. And maybe something that changes come the search and destroy, but Hardpoint has looked very, very disjointed, just struggling to get any of those kills. S8 slides the corner, finds one there as well. What, a Pred right here working on an EMP. I'm not sure that he connected. May have actually hit the top of the building. But my, oh my, 200 to 27. You could have predicted that Team Enzy was going to take this one, but I don't think anybody expected it to be this dominant.
No, absolutely. I'm going to blame it on the map. I'm not going to blame the players. This is Verta taking absolutely no accountability for what's going on right now. This is a blunder. 212 and counting. Can't close it out here. Do have a guaranteed P3 rotation, and, well, I mean, you can literally taste success and victory here if you're the boys and gals over at, or let's just say the men of the Team Enzy. They are absolutely dominating as a 3-piece does come through in favor of Yato and Pabzera. The combination, will it be enough to sustain this one? 37 to 226. Chat, light them up. They are absolutely cooked.
Lucky doing his best to earn them any amount of scrap time right here, but even on the rotations, there's just been absolutely no presence for Team Zeke. Narcs looking like he's going to be able to break through the backside. Not able to do it initially, and now Yato pushing through. Annihilator in hand. Gets the read onto one more, but the spawns are still there. Viper's going to be able to shut him down, make it one more. He's now on a 5 spree. And they're trying to put this one away early. Viper, they've just got so many different angles covered. It is going to be nearly impossible without a spawn flip, but we do see the spawn flip. Is what, 10 seconds remaining before we get the win. It seems like we're only prolonging the inevitable, and they may not even be able to do that with the way that S8 has been playing. He's going to be able to lock down that final objective time, and Kairu, 38 kills for his squad.
I'm just gonna hold that L there, Bobby. There ain't no coming back for that one. All right, at least that first matchup was close. This one, not remotely. 50-point club, 44 to 250. Kairu, double positive and some. S8R, 36 and 21. A minute on the clock. 3 minutes for Narks. He ain't been sniper one in a while, but I mean, hell, there is just not much you can do. On the left-hand side of your screen, there's a lot of pain and misery in those eyes. That is a tough way to start this one.
Yeah, no question. And we said part of the drafting strategy could be just trying to draft people that geographically are close to each other. That's part of the reason we thought Team Enzy might have an advantage. Consistency across the board, but you look at the other side, and even if it was pulling EU servers, Lucky goes 16 and 31. Obviously, you partially attribute that to the momentum of the game, but Team Zeke just receiving the work, 11 and 35. Definitely not the performance that he was looking to have. We will see if they can bounce back map 2, but it looks like the gap here is pretty astronomical.
Okay. Well, we ride, chat. We take our L's just like anybody else. That was a BTA, if I've ever seen one. And let me just tell you, belts came out early. And you just all kind of trouble in that first hardpoint. That I thought Yado was going to be like the silver lining in that one. He was like on an age streak early, just an absolute like freak of a start. And it again just didn't translate. So I was like, yeah, maybe in P3 we'll start to see something. Nothing going their way early, nothing going their way late. Let's see if they can bounce back here. That is a big momentum boost if you are Enzy and squad. If you're Team Zeke, you just gotta play this next one like that last game never happened. That was a brutal way to start this one out.
Yeah, no question. You just gotta kind of put that one out of your mind. I mean, they've got the talent, and once again, Search and Destroy is one where even if there's ping differential, you've got an opportunity to equalize just by the way that you play it strategically. But lack of communication, lack of chemistry, and that could also be something like I don't know how much English Yado speaks, how much English Pabzera speaks, how much Jabin speaks some English, but it's not great English. So I don't know if there's a communication issue there as well. Once again, you got to think of a lot of factors when drafting your squad outside of just, is this guy a good sniper? And it definitely seems like Team Enzy just fit together a lot well, and we're getting ready to head into the Tunisia Search and Destroy. We'll see if maybe the slowing of the pace of the game can change things a little bit here for Team Zeke and give them a chance.
Yeah, they got pummeled, dude. There's definitely going to need something to be changed up. And what a better way to do it than roll into a Search and Destroy on Tunisia. This is a sniper's paradise. This is probably one of the best maps to see this one gas up. If we're looking at it from this perspective, we've seen so many clips in this map alone. It is definitely going to be one for the ages. Let's see if they can lock and load here as the first 6 rounds. They're going to be on the attack, so they're going to have to press the issue early and find something to start off this one. Let's see if the comms and comes into effect, and we'll see a little bit more of a balanced gameplay. Looks like a little bit of a quick hit over towards the B side. The 2 players here locked and loaded here to make the play happen, but it's Kairu who's going to be able to piece one in Pabzera. Already tripping here in this first early round. Is Zeke able to find one himself?
He's got the DLQ out. Should see the barrel of the gun a pop for Kairu, so has that information. Patiently waiting for the opportunity, but Kairu's going to be able to find one onto Jamin anyway. It takes down Zeke as well. That one, I think maybe you can attribute to the ping differential, because the way that gunfight played out did not make a whole lot of sense, and I have not changed scenes. I am so sorry.
Oh, chat, we're cooked.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm going to just tell you, you didn't miss much. There was 4 players left standing on the defending side. And let me just go ahead and tell you, it wasn't Team Zeke. First round goes in favor of the defense. Let's see if the offensive strats can come through. Looks like Lucky's going to be able to find the first blood there as S8R falls victim to the shots. A little bit of emotion towards this A side. It's 2 players to deal with on it. It is going to be Enzy himself is going to be down low, and as well, Viper there for support.
Apologies, chat. Stream delay makes it a little bit tougher for me to realize those things. Bobby activities right there. Viper, big shot. We've seen him go crazy on this bottom side of Tunisia Winery a few times before, and it looks like Team Zeke, an opportunity to finally get on the board. Kairu, 3 kills to his name, and it's going to be a hit marker right there. That'll likely mark the end of the round. Kairu looking for a 1v4. He's going to make a lot of good reads, and I don't think that he saw Yato making his way below, so that should be the kill. And Team Zeke bounce back to take a round.
Here we go. They just need you to show the gameplay so they can pop off. 4 players left standing there for Team Zeke and crew. They need a bounce back bigger than this. They need to go ahead and start steamrolling. They don't need to have any more of those first round endeavors moving forward. This is exactly where they need to be at. They need to be in control. They need to stand strong here in this search or destroy. And well, it being tied so far is a good sign for them. We'll see if they can find something going here in this next round. Kairu shuts down Jabin. That is not a great start. Verdict is starting to eat his words yet again. And I'm in pain and misery, Bobby.
Yeah. Lucky doing his best. 3 kills on the board. Once again, only down 1 player. That can be equalized pretty quickly. He's going to be forced to dip out right here. And that strong presence over toward the B side. That's going to be Pabzera getting really aggressive up through mid. Could potentially blow this up, especially if there's no info for Kairu up above. Like he's going to be able to find one right there. And just like that, we're into a 4v4.
Oh, Pabzera. Come on, buddy. Come on. Don't. Oh, what are we doing here? Oh, S8R shutting him down. 2-piece of all. Pab's going to be dealt with. A little bit of a steady, hesitant movement there. And finds himself in the lion's den. Yato now in a very impossible situation. Let's see if he can make it a mission. Take down 4 lives. Take the round for yourself. It's got to start somewhere. Who's it going to be? Rounding the corner through the middle of the map. Still in the enemy's territory. Narc's going to spot him out.
Nice work. Get ready for the next
And that's going to do it there for that next round. What's the irony? 4 players left alive for each round? What are we doing here?
Not entirely sure, but it's been very momentum-based rounds so far, and fortunately for Team Enzy, they have been able to get the bulk of that. So, Kairu looking for info across mid. It looks like probably going to be a heavy hit toward A. Nades over top do not connect right there. And on to Kairu to make this read onto Pabzera. That's going to be found right here. And maybe a little bit of indecision out of Team Zeke. So they're trying to make a look across mid. Not going to be able to connect onto Narcs. That would have been a huge, huge first blood.
Oh, this is a cheeky angle. I don't know if you call it Viper. As the rotation comes through, Lucky catches him, though. Playing that trash bin oh so well. Fortunately for him, he bites the bullet. Done. Dusted. The hit over towards B. As we see the defending sites now trying to reallocate players. 2 players now straddling that B site. We got 1 player in Pabzera who's yet again just left alone to lurk in the middle of the map. Narc's going to be able to find the equalizer. 1 for 1 goes through as 55 seconds left to go. Jabin going to be victim to the wall bang. Where the hell are these shots going? What are we doing? This is tough. Team Zeke.
Oh, Narcs didn't get Pabzera, and he's going to hit marker right there. Just so much time invested in a great wrap, but his teammates die 1v1 on the opposite side of the map, and they're not able to find anything out of it. Once again, maybe one of the biggest surprises, Jabin yet to find a kill. Once again, ping always going to be a factor. The hope is that in a sniper environment, especially if they can find those entries, maybe an opportunity for them to kind of mitigate that, but Jabin's just not really been able to get going. We do see those nades and concusses going over the top, but once again, that Peeker's advantage goes the way of Team Enzy. And there's really not been a whole lot they've been able to do about it. Pabzera's going to be able to find 2 right there, but still some work to do. He's shut down. Now all on to Yato, who can't connect onto Viper.
Nice work. Get ready for the next round.
Great way to start there for Team Enzy. Zeke squad. Scratching their head. as we go 4 rounds to 1. Last round on the attack there for them, so maybe they can slow it down on the defending side. We change things up. Can't afford to lose this one if you're going to have any shot. Lucky going to be able to kill the Wakes back there of Kairu, who's been a demon in this one and the last. That's a great way to open it up now, as they're going to be looking for that A-side push. 2 players to deal with, and Enzy, he's got 1 player here. S8R, he's going to have to go big now as the push is coming through. Enzy finds 2. S8 down, as well as Enzy. Damage is done. Bombs going down? Question mark? No. There we go, finally.
Javen's hitting a wrap, but Narcs has the read on this. The hit marker, no kill to be found, and now all down to Viper. 1v3 opportunity for him, but can't quite connect. Lucky converts on the shot over the top of the bomb heady, and that is a big, much-needed round for Team Zeke. Once again, struggling to get going, and Yato actually making the switch over to the Outlaw, trying to get any type of numbers advantage that he possibly can. Obviously, statistically, very inconsistent one-shot sniper, but if he can get aggressive right here and get some peekers advantage, maybe an opportunity, and there's nobody watching mid. Should be a big wrap. Nobody watching flank either. It's all on the opening kills, but they all go the way of Team Enzy. He's going to be able to find 2 Yato, 1 with the Outlaw, and hits the wrap back toward mid, but once again, already down 2 players. Not a great spot to be.
Yeah, now they're just going to divide and conquer. Let's see what he can do. 2v4 here. Bombs planted. 38 seconds in. It will go boom. They've just got to... They got to make a play. They've got to make it happen. They can't continue to slow this push down. It's got to go. You got 4 players to deal with. You've got to lock and load. Here comes the hit. Enzy got to be able to find the last as Narcs finds the opener. We are 2 rounds away from putting Team Zeke in the lower bracket.
Yeah, it's just... Once again, the shot's not connecting, the chemistry seeming to be lacking, and a goose egg on the board for Jabin is just never going to be a good sign. So we'll see if he can kind of adjust his play style. We've actually seen some people talk about when you're on high ping, actually an opportunity to have an advantage just because of the amount of desync that you get on the opposite side of some of those gunfights. But Jabin has not been able to really convert onto that so far. It is going to be Narcs and Kairu opening things up once again. But Yato takes down S8. That Outlaw finally coming in handy. Got 1 player on the flank right here. We'll see if the laser gives his location away. It does not, but maybe some trigger discipline to let Narcs slip through. No engagement.
Ooh, Narc says, yeah, let me get that. I want all that. Oh, Zeke gonna be able to take down Viper. It's down to 1. Narcs looking to clutch it up. Put his team in match point. Is gonna decide to double back and collect that bomb now. 2 players left on the right-hand side of our screen. Jabin and Zeke. Jabin did find the first kill for himself finally, but we're 8 rounds in, buddy. We're gonna need you to step it up. I talk a big game for you. You just haven't really delivered. Bomb's going to go down over towards the B site nonetheless, and it is a journey. 40 seconds here. Zeke, what are we doing, bud? We got to roll. What are we doing? Bomb's been planted. Hello?
I don't know if Zeke is disconnected or I would assume that's what's happening because I don't know how somebody would get from B site to top winery. It's going to be all on to Jabin to try to clutch right here, and making an audio cue is going to make it that much more difficult. Needs this entry onto Narcs, but he connects. Oh. Jabin finally waking up, and it's going to be a 1v1 clutch essentially right there. He's going to be able to find the kill. It looks like Zeke does reconnect right there. Okay. I was like, what?
But it's not over yet.
He must have some information that I don't have. Jabin goes big to clutch up.
Oh, buddy. Jabin. I talk mad crap about you. I did gas you up at the first, so you like running on E, I see. And boy, did it work out. I was very hopeful for you. And surely enough, he takes the 1v1 and takes the bag. They're slowly starting to cover this gap, Bobby. They can't allow it to get out of hand now. It's Panzero. How the hell did you get in these positions so quickly? Able to take down 1, but it is Enzy who's going to be able to shut him down as he finds his way in top yellow. Yato now trying to fill those shoes as well as he's creeped on through the backside. Enzy, going to be spot. Come on, Yato. We got to hit those, buddy.
He does get one onto S8 right there, but doesn't realize that Enzy's top mid taken down, but Jabin starts to get going as well. He finds kill number 3, and now on to Enzy in a 1v2 right here. Would like to be able to push to match point, but maybe the momentum's swinging a little bit. Is confidence starting to build for our Eastern players in this one? Enzy should have heard that audio cue. Should have had eyes onto a second as well, but just can't find the right angle right here. They've got the information as Jabin's going to be able to close things down. Team Zeke starting to reel this one back in.
Hold the phones. This one ain't over. It's not over till it's over, chat. We've got ourselves a locked and loaded series. Maybe Zeke reconnected in and Jabin's starting to... Maybe, did he just turn his screen on? Did he finally, like, after 6 rounds? You know what? I'll try. Let's see. I could say there's definitely a little bit of a calm situation going on. Pabzera not going to be able to lurk anywhere. Viper's going to be able to sniff him out. Quick hit over towards the B side. Could be fruitful. Jabin now trying to cover his tracks. Damage is done. Bomb's going down. 1:30 going to be reduced to 45. And oh boy, you got a 4v5 retake, and they are all there, Bobby.
Jabin hit markered right there. Enzy trying to hold off the push for as long as possible. 4 players grouped up. This is going to be tough to break on through. Enzy finds one. Lucky trades. But still goes the way, and Viper gets 3!
No,
a Colette on that last kill! And a big round goes through for Team Enzy. My, oh my, I wish I'd seen this POV of that. I might have to go back and watch back the VOD.
Destroy the objective. We got the
What a dog. What a way to shut it down. Momentum halted. 6-4. Match point. It's Team Enzy looking to deliver the upset. Well, upset for me. You saw this one coming. Zeke going to be able to find the opener. Finds a second. Not able to find a third. S8R going to be able to equalize it as he finds 2 himself.
Trying to spectate makes me realize that there's got to be some technology that the China spectators have to, like, switch POVs before somebody gets the kill, because they literally never miss kills, and I can't seem to find one. Enzy, team captain right here with an opportunity to shut it down. The 1v2 is his, and they take the win. 2-0 in the series to advance on to the next round.
Oh boy. All right, I guess we're both 50% blended, Bobby. This one definitely nowhere close as I anticipated Team Zeke to fry. I mean, individually, they're phenomenal snipers. Collective, cohesive unit. I mean, I was Elmer's glue on a hot, sunny day. That was just not sticking, buddy. It's disgusting. Players left lobbies for obvious reason. This one, not close, 7-4. After a beatdown in the Summit Hardpoint, we take a look at the post-action report. 13-6 for Enzy, the captain carrying here, as well as Kairu, who, I mean, for both games, set a precedent. Bar is high for these guys. They perform very well as Viper right there.
Yeah, no question about it. Just more cohesive. And once again, it's probably an element of chemistry as well. Like, you have more people that speak fluent English. You have people that maybe have a more similar play style and have played with or against each other as well. And they really executed right there. So we are going to take a quick break right here. Obviously, we do have maybe our most anticipated matchup coming up next, as we do have Team Dazi going up against, I believe, Team Ganeth. So we'll get ready to prep for that one. I do have a couple clips that we'll play on the in-between. But don't go anywhere. We will be back momentarily. I promise we will make this as quick of a break as possible. So hope you guys enjoy the break, and we will be back in a couple minutes.
Yeah, I'll be back. This might not be good for either player. Let's see if the wall bangs can land. Little B, or Tyrese rather, actually going to be able to put him down. And Space had the lineup, just couldn't pull the trigger.
Seven had the easiest shot of his lifetime on the Ryder, missed it, and Ryder still didn't hear the audio cue. That's going to be the opening kill. Very odd engagement, but into a 3v3 we go. Tyrese not going to have eyes on Eternities, who's definitely starting to get hot right here. 6 kills to his name. Once again, an opportunity for Team Space to get closer and closer to closing this one out. Little B finds one right there. Opportunity at a 1v2, and he shuts down Shakal as well. Much needed win.
Yeah, it was. Shakal stalling out. Little B heating up, baby. On fire. Go ahead and call it. Heat check. He's absolutely lining them up right now. Picked up the slack there for his squad. He's got 7 on board. Nobody in double-digit territory. We got 2 players on the right-hand side very easily over that. They had pretty... Said this was his stomping grounds. Well, top side of that market was absolutely all his. EOA now left all to his own, and well, Seven's done the deed, and he's gone absolutely nowhere in sight. 20 seconds left to go. He's going to be forced to plant this bomb.
All right. Looks like Tyrese and Seven ready for the retake. Nades do go over top. Not going to connect right here. Now EOA going to look to outplay, but staying inside Cubby right here has got to be a risky move. Feeling really confident on the read, and it looks like they're just going to force their way in, clearing all those angles. Box is going to be the last spot, and they do send nades over top, so might give them an indication that he's playing right there, but EOA is actually going to wrap to the back side of Cubby and needs to hit this quick scope. Takes down EOA. Chance for the 1v2 onto 7. Shots don't connect. The battle ensues.
Oh, boy.
Oh, no scope goes. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back with our first, or our third opening round matchup. Good gracious, I can't talk right now. Team Dazi going up. Let me get the bracket up on the screen. Team Dazi going up against Team Ganeth. Dazi, I would say a very strong team right here. I think based on what we've seen in the matches so far, one of the big questions could potentially be ping differential. We've got a team for Dazi that has a lot of players spread out very far from each other. Obviously, you got Dazi and Aerith in North America. We got a Bees and Skull Guy in India. And then the last player in that group is going to be Veer, who's kind of middle ground. So it's going to be interesting to see how that plays out. You kind of have a similar scenario for Team Ganeth, as he has, 2 Brazilians and himself and Whoopi, or himself and Lucas, and he's got Whoopi on the other side of the world. You got Washi, who's in the middle, and then Fates, who's over in EU. So this is going to be very spread out. No clue where servers are going to pull on this one. But looking at the talent between the two, which direction are you leaning?
I mean, I didn't get a chance to check out their group chats. I'd assume that there's a lot of chemistry there for Dazi and Aerith at the very least. So that's where I gotta let my intuition go. Team Dazi have got to have something in that roster with the talent that a Bees and Skull Guy brings. If you're getting lucky, I'm thinking like maybe EU servers are the best bet for this matchup, just because it's kind of in the middle for both teams.
Yeah, I would say so.
That would probably be, you don't want NA, because then your best snipers are I say best snipers. Aerith is definitely correct, as well as Dazi, but you would think that a B is being a pro player and, consistently being up top as one of the better snipers in the world. You'd want him to have somewhat of, a connection there. Everybody's on 100 ping versus you on 40 and everybody else on 150. That's not the way to play.
All right. We'll see how the competitive aspect plays out, as obviously, especially in the first map, that kind of seemed to be the difference. You got 2 players that are very actively competing in Skull Guy and a Bees. That should be a difference in and of itself. And then on top of that, you throw in Aerith, who's got competitive experience. You've got Veer, who's actively competing in EU, and you got Dazi, who, at the bare minimum, is actively playing, maybe not competing outside of his experience on Bobby Bucket's Dino Nuggets. But you know, you can't brush that to the wayside either. They've gone against some of the best ranked teams in North America.
Is that even a saying anymore? Like, the fall off the West has to be studied.
It does.
It has to be documented. We have to hear about it. If Bobby Bucket's Dino Nuggets, and don't get me wrong, those guys have came a long way. Like, I remember when I was on the team, that's
true.
That was pretty bad.
When D Hitman was on the team.
Oh God, that's, you know, if Bobby Bucket's Dino Nuggets is a contending team, there is a problem. All right, chat, there is a problem. So we'll see if the West will rise again. Obviously, the sun rises on the East first, so talent is there. We'll see if they can take advantage of it. Again, ping going to be definitely a huge factor of it, but 150 is definitely unplayable. Best case scenario for Team Dazi is you get that midpoint in EU, and it's just like lovely right there, maybe in their one in Germany. Yeah, a server in Germany. That's like kind of like an anchor point for dead center, correct?
Yeah, I would think so. And really,
Okay.
EU is kind of the center point for like all regions, because even though obviously Brazil, you don't want to go EU servers,
Yeah.
like it's better than pulling like Japan servers or something like that. So
Correct.
it's kind of the middle ground in between everybody. I feel like we have probably, of any region, probably the fewest players from EU, although I think they did end up taking a bunch of the substitute spots. So once again, could be a big reason that Team Enzy had as much success as they did, but there's obviously a lot that happens behind the scenes as well. I know everybody in the comments is going to be saying, start the game, stop talking. We don't even have a single player in here for Team Ganeth, so it might be a minute before that happens, but hopefully we can get the players started to load in soon. We are still waiting on Veer for Team Dazi as well, but they at least have the players loaded into the lobby. We will be playing Hacienda to get things started. Maybe a little bit more comfortable for the snipers than the Summit that we saw in the last matchup.
Absolutely. Lovely map to be played. Just wait for the players to ready up. We're not yapping for our health, chat. We are, we're kind of yapping for our health. If we just stop talking, that would be kind of weird, wouldn't it, Bobby? So if we were just to sit here and be silent, I don't think everybody would appreciate that. It'd be kind of weird. I mean, our cams would be glowing, but let's just be real. Like, we're trying to fill the time, chat. We're trying to get everybody in the lobby. Let's get them locked up and ready to load. This one's going to be a banger. It's going to be our last matchup of our first round. Everything that we see moving forward will be second round. Team Cisco is finally going to make their debut, as they're going to be facing off against Team Space. And then the winner of this one will be moving on not to face Team Zeke. Team Zeke's down in the bottom stream. Didn't have very good luck there in that first match. It's Team Enzy who we're going to be seeing played out in that last matchup of the day. And by the end of it, we're going to only have about 6 teams, or not 6 teams, but like 5 teams left. So this is going to be a very close one. I know this matchup's going to be good. Everything moving forward should be absolute top tier talent. This should actually be maybe some guaranteed controls right around the corner.
Yep. No question about it. Let's see. Skull guy left. Hopefully nothing going wrong on either side, but once again, for people asking about who is Sky, Sky is actually a sub for FDX. He has a flight today, but won the free-for-all. So the guy no doubt has talent. Won the free-for-all, playing from Garena on phone, literally no excuses. Like the guy just put on a freaking masterclass. So since we do have 7 teams, just to clarify some of the bracket, for the obviously opening match, that's the reason Team Cisco got the bye, is because Sky ended up winning the free-for-all. And then moving down to the lower, that obviously means that there's one team that isn't moving into the lower bracket, which means based on whatever the seeding is, whoever is the highest seed in the lower bracket will get a bye as well. I'd have to look back at the free-for-all scores. Not sure who that's going to be, but we do have off-stream matches happening in the lower bracket just to make sure that the tournament is progressing as needed. We will be obviously covering the next matchup, and then also we will have our last 2 upper semis today. And tomorrow covering everything lower semis, lower finals, upper finals, and grand finals. Should be a certified banger. Keep in mind, we'll probably ask for some chat input on it for the tournament MVP as well. But tournament MVP gets an extra $500. So obviously you wanna play as a team, but also if you can pad your stats a little bit, we might see that happening a bit too.
Yeah, there we go. Vote for me, chat. This is sniper MVP. Okay, come on now. I've been 1s and 2s on the scope all day. Just kidding. Your voice matters. We want to hear from y'all as well. I think that's a great addition, Bobby. When we're looking at an extra $500 Smackaroos, if you won MVP, are you splitting it with a team, or are you just taking it for yourself? Because I mean, you kind of earned it if you won it, right?
Oh yeah, no question. But I'm not splitting it. What?
Yeah, right.
we split the prize pool. I'm not
gotta be a
splitting
team
MVP
player.
money.
Now, come on now, team player. Do it
Yeah,
for the
team player is helping the team win. I'm taking my MVP money and running.
W, Bobby. That's what I'm talking about. Ace.
For people asking where Viking is, I believe his team had the bye. I believe he was on Team Cisco. No. Yes. Yeah, he's on Team Cisco. So they had the bye. They'll be playing in the next round once again up against Team Space, who took home the win. And finally getting our players loaded in from Team Ganeth. I think that's actually everybody for them. So now we're actually only waiting on Team Dazi. If you guys want to yell at somebody, go yell at them. We don't have any control over it, unfortunately.
You can just simply do that. You don't even have to go on the stream. You just put hashtag blame Dazi in the chat. We will accept that. That is a form of blaming him. Yeah, we'll totally point that on him. Bobby, this one's going to be pretty exciting. Excited to see how Aerith performs. She is our returning champ. Obviously, her and her team won the last event that we got the cast together the last month or two. What was that? Was that back in March? Or not March, but February?
I believe so.
Oh, that was a crack tournament. We crowned her as queen. It was, no joke. She literally dog walked the last team in the grand finals. But this one's gonna be a little different. We're gonna test her sniping skills as well as her squad skills. This is about as, I mean, you can say that these teams are very equally distributed in talent, but you mentioned a lot of things along the way, and one of them is the team chemistry. What are they saying in the comms? I know that there can't be a language barrier at all for that squad. So Aerith and Dazi both killer comms, a bees. I'm expecting him to fry as well. This has got to be one of the home favorites, not as not just because they are celebrities, COD Mobile celebrities, but they're also really good at the game.
Well, hopefully the display of the empty lobby got people to understand why we haven't started yet. That is a look at the updated bracket. Yes, chat, I was wrong. Team Little B won. My brain's gonna take like a solid business day to actually catch up with what's happening right here. So
plus a 30-second delay.
Exactly. It's Team Space actually getting that bye in the lower bracket. Team Zeke gonna be down there facing the loser of Team Ganeth versus Team Dazi. And we do finally have everybody in here, so admins can probably start spamming, and hopefully that'll allow us to get in the action as soon as possible. Once again, it is going to be Hacienda to get things started. Best of 3 for the opening rounds and a best of 5 in the grand finals. Looks like we are almost ready to go. Perhaps the most anticipated matchup of the day is a lot of people gassing up Team Ganeth. Definitely a lot of talent there. It's almost a little bit of West versus East, I guess you could say. Obviously, we drafted from different player pools as well, but it's definitely a lot of people excited to see what Lucasen and Ganeth can do as 2 of the best Brazilian snipers.
I forget. Chat just pointed out something huge again, man. Chat for the W, bro. That is right. Aerith is playing from Hota. She was she had the honors of getting a media pass to WrestleMania. Imagine to see if she can put the smackdown on these guys. About to be a raw affair, man. I love to see what she can do now. Is that's going to definitely be a disadvantage. I don't know if you ever play from a hotel, Bobby. It's not fun.
Hey, listen, some hotels have good Wi-Fi. There's only like 5 of them, but Maybe she's in one of those 5. Anything is possible.
Hostiles have captured the hard point.
All right, yet to see a first blood right here. Washi's gonna slide on through to find 1 and actually make it 2 right there. Make it 3.
Wow.
Maybe not playing COD Mobile a ton these days, but it looks like it's enough to help him hit some of these shots. So that's gonna be a force free, a streaky sniper, but it looks like he's got the streak going to start.
Oh, yeah, he does. Finally going to be shut down. Not going to be able to earn any streaks, but nonetheless, provides pivotal time for the squad. 20 points and counting now. It's 25 seconds left to go here on this rotation. It's going to be another victim. Boo-hoo. We'll see you next life as Washi finds his 5th. And we see through the smoke now. You mentioned that the strats didn't necessarily come through. Hit marker there for Washi. He's going to be able to find a second there as he follows it up.
Hardpoint contested.
And, well, we're getting saddled up for P2 rotations. That garage is about to be a bloodbath, Bobby.
Yeah, a little bit of a rough go of it off the start right here for Team Dazzy. Nobody above 2 kills right now. Ganeth, Washi, 5 and 7 respectively. They've got the rotational set up, so that's going to get Skull Guy shut down. And Bees finding his 3rd kill, looking to break through mid right there, and not able to connect off the first shot, but the second one goes. Make it a little spree right here, and they do read these driveway spawns. He's going to be able to shut down, I believe, Lucasen again right there. It's Whoopi on the point, just trying to hit him with the movement, but a Bee's starting to get hot, and when he does that, there's not a whole lot that's able to stop him. Earns the pred right there, and he's going to keep on going. It's only a vehicle explosion that's finally able to shut him down.
Air's going to try to fill the role there. Bees fries for his team. Go ahead, pop the Predator. Not going to be able to find anything off of it. Aerith might be in the 5th hotel. Ooh! Finally starting to heat up. 8 on board for herself. Able to get the point blank. Yeah! Oh, hit marker. That's tough. Let's see how this one pans out now. As the last 10 seconds, still very much so being scrapped for.
Good patience from a Bees. Waits for them to slip through. Skull Guy is actually the one that finds the frags. They're able to find the scrap time, and nearly a full 60 right here. They have completely flipped this one on its head. And Lucasen, chat's telling me that we're on NA servers. That has not slowed him down one bit. 12 kills to his name. And that Annie has been earned, so likely see some of that utility investment coming out right here. See Washi pop in his. He's going to be able to find 1. Lucasen going crazy with it as well. Aerith, they're shut down, but not going to be able to find the break on through. A Bee's trying to give them a little bit of breathing room toward that well side. He slips on through. Shot onto Whoopi. Does not connect, and Whoopi makes him pay. Maybe not the best connection experience for Whoopi, but he's doing the dirty work right here. 62 seconds on the hard point.
Yeah, someone's got to get it done. A Bees going to be tagged, bagged. Finally, Washi going to be able to find them on through. Veer going to be able to find a 2-piece. Make it 3. Make it 4. Absolutely cooking. Skull Guy trying to fill the shoes there now as the time's still being collected. 10 seconds, very much so. Again, a very late rotation for both of these teams as we get geared up for Rockside. Fences is done and dusted. 2 seconds going to be collected, but it's at the expense of a late rotation. Nonetheless, spawns might be favoring them as of right now. We'll see how it pans out.
The Bees looking for the rotation kills right there. Through the smoke, connects on Washi as well. And the Annihilator pops, shut down by Whoopi. Still a solid feed right there as we are now tied up here on P4. Both teams trying to battle through the smoke. That's going to be Dazzy connecting. Not his best matchup so far. Only 6 kills to his name. Regardless, his team still very much in this one. Fear's going to find 1 on the outskirts, but gets shut down. And once again, Washi, heck of a performance out of him and Lucasen so far, carrying the bulk of the load for their team. They find themselves up 10.
Skull Guy, good entry. Gonna get some team support there as the break does come through. They're gonna be able to take a little bit of time off the clock. Whoopi on the outskirts finally gonna get involved. Now this for the contest. Gonna get some help from Lucasen at a distance. There it's gonna be shut down. A B is gonna be shut down as well through the door frame. Veer trying to make his all the way through is point blank. Dusted. Whoopi going absolutely bonkers. Eric finally able to find the equalizer for her.
My gosh. And once again, keep in mind, this is NA servers. Whoopi's probably on 100 MS and just absolutely giving them the work right now. He and Lucasen, 37 combined. This lead's starting to build a little bit. Unfortunate hit marker for Skull Guy. And the no-scope's not going to connect either. That was one of the gunfights of all time, absolutely. Wow, she's actually able to get away. He said, I'm just going to go ahead and play the objective right there. Skull Guy still looking to get going. Only 10 kills to his name, and Abiz in the top side is looking to lock down those longer angles.
Last 20 seconds here. Smoke's going to come on through. Here comes the hit. All 4 players pushing on through. Washi getting involved, getting mixy, get dusted, sent back to the spawn. Team Dazzy and crew looking to get in control yet again, as it looks like another lead swap's going to go in their favor. Lucasen trying to find something here with the Annie. Is going to be able to get a hit. There it is. Eric drop. Veer dropped. Another one right there on the outskirts. Is the lead going to be held for a moment as the setup is going to be invested. It's going to be Skull Guy here early, and he's going to get out. Now it's all on Whoopi and crew to get something going as they're looking for these transitional kills. Going to be able to find one, but is instantly shut down himself.
Whoopi shut down off the Annie, but Washi's got his rotated out early, able to find 2, looking for more, but shots don't connect onto Abiz. Takes him a little while to punish him. Abiz still with 21 kills to his name, and Aerith pushing on through with Annihilator for herself. They find some breathing room on the hard point right here, but it doesn't last long. Lucasen slides through it once again. Just one of the best aims in all of Call of Duty.
Yeah.
Absolutely no debating it. 29 kills to his name. Util gonna go out there as well, and now trying to push out those driveway spawns. Shuts down Veer. The bee spawns back in, but Lucasen has the read. Rare miss out of him,
boy.
but lightning doesn't strike twice in the same spot. That's gonna be a pred earned for Lucasen, and some of the momentum building for Team Gannett.
Yeah, it is. They're gouging him here. Break comes through. Last 7 seconds. Desperately needed. It's still a contest. Whoopi doing everything he can through the smoke. He's just occupying time and not allowing the squad of Team Dazzy to do anything about it. Let's see if he can get the kill there on the transition. Veer says, you know what? I'll just take it. That's 25 for the man. Nonetheless, damage done. 131 and counting now as Fences is open up for business. Team Gannett running away with it.
They certainly are. Quite a lead that's been built right here. Contributions across the board. Lucasen with 35 has certainly been the difference in this one. Once again, Dazzy, Skull Guy having a tough time getting going for Dazzy's squad. And Veer just continue to farm those kills, runs out of the Annihilator, and still ends up getting one with the sniper that Hunter Killer should connect, but it actually doesn't. And it looks like the hotel Wi-Fi not hindering Aerith too much. 25 kills to her name as well in a lobby full of demons. They're slowly starting to creep their way back into this one. They've been really strong on the P3 holds. And Veer's going to be able to find one more to make it 2 right there, as once again he gets shut down. Lucasen popping through once again.
That's kind of crazy. Veer is like literally going toe-to-toe with one of the best ever do it. And when Lucasen slide, let me just tell you, there ain't nothing easy about that one. He's got 37 on board. Man, it's frying Gannett trying to utilize everything he can out of that Annihilator. Able to find one before he gets dropped. And now it's on the feints, and Lucasen yet again, they'll say his name. Jesus, feints. Able to find a 2-piece. As he still has his Annie available.
Hit marker for Whoopi. Unfortunate right there. Lucasen slides through it once again. He's nearly on 40. He's just flicking on everybody right now. 40 piece for him. As once again, they're back in the driver's seat. It looked like Team Dazzy was going to find way back into this, but they have not had a response for the dominance that is Lucasen. Now 42. And probably coming into this matchup, I don't think many people would have expected that Veer would be the difference maker for Team Dazzy, but he's certainly been able to pull his weight. Unfortunately, just not really a lot to be found in the midst of these smokes, and maybe a little bit of game plan as far as the tacticals being a difference maker for this squad as well.
Absolutely, indeed. Massive feels. Washi pops his Annie, instantly drops. We'll be able to get it back, though, so I just struck that, didn't take a shot. 193 to 194, or 134, I'm sorry. Jesus, verdicts. Talk. Marshy, or Washi, rather. Going to be able to find one as well as Gannett with a 3-piece. So looking to put the ribbon on this one. Might be done and dusted. Veer through the smoke. Going to be able to get some shots on through. Aerith going to be able to seal the deal. 30 seconds left to go here in P1. But it is Team Gannett still yet again in control of this objective as everyone's coming off the respawn here for Team Dazzy.
Whoopi able to find one. Can't make it 2 right there. Lucasen just continued to lock down the hard point. It's not just the 47 seconds. It's over a minute and a half in the hard point for this guy. He is doing it all for his squad. Skull Guy maybe starting to heat up a little bit. We saw him toward the bottom of the scoreboard for a good while, but a two-piece right there is a good sign for his team. Able to shut down Washi to keep Aerith alive as well, and that gives them the position initially for the rotation right here. Smokes go out, and Whoopi absolutely smokes him off the heady. And once again, even when they're not in that opening position, the shots connecting go big for Team Ganeth. My, oh my, what a performance out of them. Now an 82-point lead.
25 seconds to close it out. 40 seconds remaining on the ejected. Here comes the hit. Smoke on through. It's shut down. Nobody here. Split time as we do see it. Dazi trying to do everything he can to stay alive. He's finally getting the resources to come through as he does go on a little bit of a spree. Looking for those spawns to come in too. He's done massive work, and this one's not over just yet.
Huge break right there. They should have the read on this mid push. Aerith's going to be able to find one. Trying to make it more, but the shot doesn't connect on the second, and Lucasen somehow just slips all the way into the hard point. A two-piece for a Bees, and another kill for Aerith will find them some breathing room. Washi slides on through, and he finds a three-piece, absolutely running it. Unfortunately, not a lot of scrap time to be earned right there. Once again, Lucasen making the reads and hitting the shots. They've got that set up and could very well close it out right here. Lucasen not able to find the kill onto Aerith, but Ganeth does the work. Skull Guy hit markered and shut down off his Annihilator right there. And it's got to be absolute perfection the rest of the way through for Team Dazi.
It is. Aerith's going to lead the pack. Tip of the spear. Able to find two. Looking for the third. Inside the warehouse she goes. Is whiffing. Point blank. Able to get the shot. 2 seconds needed. Finds another. Feint shuts her down. Washitapi on the hill. That's it. Game one. 250 to 159. But we talked about it earlier, Bobby. One thing that I got to point out, when you said NA servers, all I could think was, I mean, I'm not giving them a crutch or an excuse or anything like that, but that's just worst case scenario for them. You've got two of your best snipers over in the East playing on 120 plus ping. You know, there's only so much you could do when you're playing at that kind of disadvantage.
Okay,
but
they're not on 120. They're not on 120.
They're not on 120?
No. India,
Okay.
I played India server. You get like 90 to 100, but you don't get 120. No.
Okay, maybe I'm exaggerating then.
But also, it doesn't help that you've got Dazi, who's on NA servers, who's going 27 to 30.
Yeah,
like I think that's probably one of the biggest difference makers. I think he's got to pick things up a little bit, and unfortunately wasn't able to find any momentum. So I think if he can get back in it, like I think a lot of it for Skull Guy is flow of the game. We've seen that for him playing on Godlike. Like he's a very streaky sniper, and if their team's in the blender, he has a really tough time getting going. But once they start to build that momentum, it can absolutely be a difference maker. And I think especially their strength in search and destroy could be a game changer in that next map. But I mean, Lucas said 55 and 29. He just did it all for his squad.
What a game. The Lucasen slide. That's a dance. I mean, just not the cha-cha slide, but the Lucasen slide. But bro, slid on everything. Stood on it too as well. I mean, started hot, finished hot, put a minute on the hill. There ain't much more you could do. Whoopi, big factor too. It does go negative, but it doesn't matter, man. When you're putting up a minute 42 and you drop 31, I mean, you're bringing a bag to the table, buddy.
Yeah, no question about it. And once again, like Whoopi, probably worst ping in the entire lobby. So it's 100% possible. I'm not gonna say that it's easy by any stretch of the imagination, but Whoopi able to hold his own right there. We'll see if that continues into the search and destroy, as it will be on Coastal. And once again, opportunity for things to get a little bit more strategic. We saw that in their first matchup, Team Space versus Team Little B. Just because your team's not necessarily able to dominate in the respawns, they absolutely still have a chance heading into that map too.
There we go. That's exactly right. We even saw glimpses of hope there for Team Zeke in that last matchup. So, I mean, like I said, glimpses of hope. I didn't say hope. That died after that first game. Good God. This one, very close. Regardless of outcome, very close game going into it. We'll see if Coastal could be a little bit of a swing map here in favor of Dazi. He's going to have to start hot. I know he's he's like a slow starter too, as well as Aerith. Aerith picks up the slack when needed. Definitely going to have them two go big, as well as Veer continuing his dominance as well.
All right. We are ready whenever the players are ready. We'll see what kind of plays we got drawn up right here. You would think that probably Skull Guy or Abiz is going to be the calling the shots. Just based on his vocal nature, I would think probably Abiz is going to be the IGL for the squad, but we'll see what they're bringing to the table. Is they have a must-win game right here. Not necessarily must-win, but obviously you don't want to head down to the lower bracket. Would be going up against Team Zeke, who did not seem to have great chemistry, and I would say overall Team Dazzy put up a much better fight in their matchup, so not the end of the world if you go to the lower bracket, but I would definitely not count them out heading into the search.
No, you're absolutely right. I mean, with that kind of talent, regardless of ping, you got someone who's, as you mentioned, possibly going to be calling the shot. That's definitely who you want to be heading the crew. But will we head to a control is the question. We're about to find out now as Search and Destroy is about to be underway. We're heading over to Coastal, one of the better additions in the Call of Duty map pool here for Search and Destroy. Probably one of the best. I feel like it brings very dynamic elements that we were absolutely lacking into the mix, and we'll see who gets Mixie off the start now. First 6 rounds on the defense. It's going to be Team Ganeth and crew. Let's see if the squad of Team Dazzy could bounce back as they go ahead and quickly hit over towards this A lane.
Moves in, trying to find a jump shot angle, but shot's not connecting right there. Neither team really finding a whole lot of success. Trades go both ways. This is going to be Skull Guy finding one, Abiz with another, and we expected those reps in CDO to pay off. They certainly have so far. The Skull Guy and Abiz find the openers, but Washi finds 2. Skull Guy's there for the trade, and it's going to be Team Dazzy taking the opener.
Typical. Wow, Washi. He really did that. They kind of lined up perfectly. He was in a great position. Unfortunately, still one player left standing, and it's Skull Guy. Able to clutch it up for the squad. No whiffs about it. Great round to open it up here on the attack. Team Dazzy finally starting to show up here early on. See if they can establish and maintain control. It's like, yet again, another hit over towards this A lane. Whoopi's there, though, and he's going to be able to find the first blood.
Abiz going to slip through mid right here. Nobody watching this angle. That's a freebie onto Lucasen, but he's left all alone. It's got to be a 1v5 for him if he's going to be able to make something happen, but I don't know if they're going to have info on this wrap. Shot onto Feints. Can't connect with the no-scope. It didn't even look like he was looking at him. And now both players directly above trying to wallbang through the floor. Abiz. Chance at a 1v5 right here. Spots out Ganeth. Jump shot not going to connect, and Washi makes it pay.
Yeah, Washi ain't missing that. Well played. Well played indeed. That one could have got out of hand, man. Feints got blistered up close and personal. I felt that one. Second-hand smoke, if you catch my drift. Abiz is an absolute demon now as we see squad Team Dazzy buckling up for a little bit of a change up. Last round did not pan out. Whoopi was the biggest reason for that, but Whoopi, or Washi rather, reads it perfectly, able to find one. Whoa, what the?
Whoa.
Okay, hello.
Scope bugging a little bit. He's gonna get shut down, but it's only 1-for-1 trades. Is Dazzy taken out of the equation? Abiz, hittable shot, but he ends up getting taken out right there. Whoopi finds him across mid, and the bomb goes down. It's now on for the retake. Playing the waiting game. Whoopi's shut down. Skull Guy's there for the kill. Right now, pressure onto Skull Guy to, or rather onto Lucasen to open things up, but he does exactly that. I don't know if Aerith saw him cross right there, but she finds him on the opposite side, and now all down to Feints. Aerith with the 2-piece to clean things up and give her squad the lead once again.
Yeah, she came in and chat and announced, "I'm not her. I lost." We all know that's a setup, Aerith. We know how it takes you to get a little while going. Obviously, you're on the hotel Wi-Fi. We're not going to make that excuse. We're going to hold you to that same standard, and you are. Excellent. You're cracked. 2-piece there to end it out. Next round on through. A little bit of deception. There's the nade shot's going to come through onto the B side. Everyone's gathered up on the B line, or the A line, rather, and Aerith is just looking for anybody to pass on through. Is going to be forced to double back now as the hit's made through. A is clear for the time being, and Aerith is able to find that first blood.
Yeah, there's absolutely no defensive presence right here. Skull Guy looked like that was served up on a silver platter, but just not able to connect. Washi slides through, but Skull Guy shuts him down, making the wrap back towards site right here. Gets the read, but doesn't quite take the shot. Sliding out. Lucasen versus Skull Guy. Skull Guy gets the better of him. Big round for him is the Indian showing out right here. Now all down to Whoopi. I don't know how Dazi even had the angle right there, but finds the kill. And his team now takes a 3-1 lead.
Let's go. Let's go.
Okay, what a game we've got here. First 4 rounds on through. Some solid attacking and strats. Very unpredictable. I love to see how it pans out now. Reads on through. A little indecisive. Looks like they're just going to play for picks. 2-1-2 approach there on the attack. They're looking to get the clearance there onto the B line of sight. And surely enough, it is a green light. Go ahead and gas them up. Put it on there. Everybody at home on towards the A site there for the side of Ganeth, as they're going to have to make the transition. And there's still plenty of time for this to go down. Bombs finally made its way over to the site, but lo and behold, Washi's here creeping.
And Skullguy's the playmaker right now. There's absolutely nobody watching flank right here, and Lucas's spotted out, so Skullguy should be able to find that pick. That gives them the info, but more importantly, keeps Team Ganeth guessing right here, and he's just going to be able to rip them apart on the flank. He finds 2, Aerith finds another, and seems like maybe the gunny not enough to be the difference in this one. Is at just about every turn it has been Team Dazi with the outplay, and once again, just if you watch CDM Search and Destroy It All, seeing Skullguy and Abees top fragging on this map is absolutely no surprise. 7 kills apiece for them. And you can see the play calls have been such a difference maker. Unfortunately for them, they will lose Skullguy off that initial engagement. 4 players actually make it 5 all the way through mid. And oh, this is a beauty of a pinch right here. Lucasen should be able to make the play, and he does exactly that.
Oh, Veer gonna get stunned off the bat. Lucasen goes big for 2. Ganeth gonna be able to get involved. Now it's down to Abees. Bombs down all the way over, and all 4 players know it. No reason to go ahead and track on through. They know exactly what has to be done. You just got to play your trades. No way you can butcher this 1v4. Let's see what Abees can slice into first, as he's going to be called out. Whoopi going to be able to hear those slides, and surely enough, falls victim. 4-2 through the first 6 rounds. Both teams putting their names up there. And a great way to bounce back and end it if you are the side of Team Ganeth. Just keep the same momentum if you are them. You can continue to close this gap. Your Team Dazi, you got to go back to the roots and figure it out now as you're on the defending side.
We saw the cross right there. Veer's backed up. Whoopi not able to get Peeker's advantage, but once again, we've seen bomb site left open a lot. For really, both of these teams have seemed very comfortable for the retake, but this time you actually have somebody watching flank and Whoopi. Nobody watching the midpoint of entry, so maybe a lapse in communication. Actually, I think Whoopi's going to make the read right here. Shot on the Skullguy doesn't connect, but the second one goes. Everything going to be chaotic on the bomb site right here is Lucasen looking for that first frag. 4v2. It's going to be a tough retake, and especially with Aerith going down to 1 HP right there. Veer drops all down to Dazi and Aerith, and Lucasen just going to keep on spraying through the smoke. No time for them. Faints is actually going to find the 2-piece right there. And once again, this is the score's starting to get reeled back in a little bit as we see Team Ganeth finding some momentum on the defensive, or rather the offensive side.
You've kept that same energy. That last round was a great way to go out. You were potentially going to be 5-1 if you didn't. Surely enough, now 3-4. Very doable. Another faithful hit over towards this B side. 3 players just absolutely running it through. Veer going to be able to clip 1 before he goes. As we do see Lucasen able to find another. Dazi able to get involved, take down Faints, evens it's up 3v3. As this bomb's made its way over on through. Are we going to see the encounters? Yes, indeed. Lucasen can't miss.
Oh, just a perfect concuss play, too. Aerith had the read, but was not ready for the util. Skullguy's going to be able to find 1. And now he and Abees here in the 1v2 game actually just reconnected it at a perfect time. He's able to find the pick. Abees might be able to slip through. And Ganeth's going to get taken off the bomb right there, but Lucasen there for the trade. 12 kills to his name. He has been that guy in this matchup.
Big dog barking over there. You can hear it, man. Lucasen cracked through 8. He's got 12. Hadn't really let off the gas pedal as he's cooked. Yet again, another B hit over 2. They're smashing it. 4 players deep. 2 going to make the trek on through the mid. It's a false play. Look at this. This is a redirect. Everyone's reallocating over towards that B site in mid lane. They're going to get called out. Bomb's made its way over in the middle of the map, and it's kind of just lingering. A B's going to be singled out. Washi, the aggressor. B's dealt with. Washi for 2. And this could be it. The league going to be going back in favor of the boys and girls over at Team Ganeth.
Oh my God, Lucas and dumpsters Dazzy off the heady right here. The bomb goes down. And he has been an unstoppable force. Aerith going to be able to find one, but she's left all alone in an effective 1v4 right here. Picks up a second sniper and I believe gave away the audio cue as well. It's going to take a miracle for her. Looked like she had a peeker's advantage onto Ganeth and gets it right there. So that's the opening, but can't find the second as Lucas just leaves 0 margin for error for these players and they take the lead.
Let's go.
If it was any other player, maybe. On the reciprocating side, definitely no. Lucas had said, it's me or you, it's always me. I will take it. 14 to his name. We'll be able to find the first blood. And ladies and gentlemen, Team Dazzy looking like they might be on the brink of elimination here on the backs of a great bounce back here for the boys. Oh, big for Aerith, the 2-piece as well as Skull Guy getting involved.
Don't know if she saw Ganeth around the backside of sight. Abi's going to be able to find one right there, and they finally get man advantage. Feints is shut down. And we got ourselves a tie game. These two teams looking like they could be edging their way toward overtime. 5-5 right here. It's definitely been more offensive sided so far in this one, but some great adjustments out of Team Dazzy to even things up right here. Smokes across mid, not trying to risk any unnecessary first bloods, and they're going to get aggressive here toward the B site.
Yeah, they are. Dazzy looking to slow it down. Lucas opens up. Tip of the spear, ladies and gentlemen. He is not missed. As we see, Dazzy's going to be forced on through. They got a little fancy in the last round, played for a mid push, and it did not pan out. Skull Guy right in the middle of the map there himself. As he hears a scatter of footprints, but it's Lucasen. Oh, baby, Lucasen is in there, baby.
I gotta know what his accuracy numbers are after this matchup, because this is just insane. He is putting on a clinic. 17 kills. Whoopi finds another. It's a 1v5 for Dazzy. He's gonna be able to find 2 right there. Just prolonging the inevitable. He gets shut down, and now an opportunity for Team Ganeth to find the bounce back right here. And I believe that'd be, they took the first map. That'd be a 2-0 win, if I'm correct.
Yeah, that would be. They'll be moving on to the upper round 2. They'd rather get ready for a fight here as this gets shut it down now. Another B hit yet again. And this time they're going to go ahead and commit. Lucasen, I mean, how many first bloods, how many multi-kills, how many just devastating things can he do? Whoopi going to be able to find yet again another one. And this could be the end of the line here for the side of Team Dazzy. Aerith's going to be able to find one. Dazzy himself drops. It's down to a B's. It's down to Aerith. They're going to have to make miracles happen. And Washi going to shut down Aerith. It's down to a B's. Miracles don't live here, Bobby. This is it.
And we're just seeing shots that normally you would see a Bees and Skull Guy hit, but they're just not connecting right there. And all momentum lost. It looked like they were going to run things, but moved over to the defensive side, and they just really had a tough time finding picks. That was, once again, the Lucasen show. We saw him drop 53 in the first hardpoint and head into the search, and what, a near 20 bomb? If did he actually hit it? I'm not sure, but he was pretty freaking close.
If it had gone to overtime, absolutely, Bobby. But unfortunately, he's going to be one shy. Nonetheless, 19 kills on board for the man. Can we see more data? Let's take a look. What is that? How do you see? Can you see the accuracy? You can't. That's unfortunate, man. That's a miss. It's a miscue. First kills on board, though. He had 3 first bloods, man. That's crazy. A quarter of the time, he's putting in the first blood. That's absolutely just ridiculous stats.
And he had an ace.
Yeah, and he had an ace. What a dog.
Man, oh man. What a performance out of him. He has absolutely come to play today. They will move on in the upper bracket, which rounds out our first round matchups. Man. All right, yep. No accuracy stats, unfortunately. I was really, really hoping for that. Woo!
Somebody go to his stream and take a look at, because I know he's cooking. I know he took a look at that post-action report. We're gonna need someone to. Does it show your accuracy stats for yourself? No.
If you go into the stats, it does. I actually had his stream
Okay.
pulled up. Let me see if he looked at it.
I need to know, man. Was not missing on a mission. He wants that 10K, baby.
he wants
I don't blame him.
He wants the $500 too.
Yeah, he does. Oh yeah, that's huge. I'm definitely not sharing.
Not messing around at all. He has not clicked all the way through. I'm gonna keep watching his stream on my phone just to see if I can actually get what his numbers were there. But that was a monster performance. 43% accuracy, which especially when you're playing for smoke shots, you're playing for wall bangs, like throwaway shots right there, and still hitting 43%. Just absolutely stupid numbers. Woo! He's gonna be fun to watch in those later ones. And once again, anybody like you want to make ping excuses, you want to make iPad excuses, there's nothing. Like we're playing NA servers and he's on a phone and he's still tearing it up. So I won't be going 11-9 playing NA servers from Garena. Just it's not going to get talked about nearly as much, but also insanely impressive.
Oh yeah, that boy's back, baby. Love to see it. Whoopee. What an absolute dog. I mean, he carried in the hardpoint as well. I mean, consistent performance across. Now, what I will say is Team Canada's is stacked. All right. So with that being said, both games were, I mean, they were pretty close. The hardpoint maybe not so much towards the end. But that search and destroy, I mean, just it could have swayed back and forth in favor. Just you can't account for Lucas and being that damn good, man, just all the time. I don't think you can discount Team Dazi at all. That team played significantly better than we accounted for going up against this squad.
All right. Well, that's going to round out our first round. We got another banger of a matchup. We got two more matchups left today. Next up is going to be Team Cisco versus Team Little B. We've yet to see Team Cisco yet, but as you guys know, they won the free-for-all. I believe it was Sky that took the W for them there and was a bit of an unknown coming into this competition, but with the performance that he hit up, or that he put up, it is definitely going to be a sight to see. Team Cisco, I was looking through all of the team group chats, and they were the team that was like trying to hone in every possible strategy that they could to get the W here. So I'm very excited to watch them. It is going to be Apocalypse Hardpoint to get things started.
Very excited to see them make their debut here, and that is definitely a good point. We'll see if they can live up to the hype. Obviously, they had a substitute come through and just came out of nowhere and had no idea who the hell he was. And surely enough, won the SmackDown earlier on in the free-for-all that included 7 players. I got to say, if you missed that, you got to go back and rewatch it. Like, if we had an aerial view of just like all the kills, it was gross. I mean, you're spawning in and you're literally moving 2 steps and either you're getting a kill or you're getting killed. It was a bloodbath. And a great way to start this event.
Yep. No question about it. Just working on getting those players loaded in. So before you guys yell at us to stop yapping, just giving that context. We will run back through a couple of things. It is going to be $4,000 for first place. Obviously, we're not giving that away today. We won't have our winner until tomorrow. But $4,000 for first, $2,500 for second, $1,000 for third. 4th through 7th is going to take home $500. And once again, MVP of the event is going to take home an extra $500 for themselves as well. So making sure that you're on your A game at every point in the competition. We do have our fully updated bracket as well. We will get that thrown up just for those of you who are wondering about the rest of the matchups. It looks like we have not gotten any of the results. And naturally, we haven't gotten any of the results of the lower bracket because Team Dazi just finished their upper bracket match. So they will be facing off against Team Zeke. I would be shocked if we did not see Team Dazi at least advancing to the lower finals.
Yeah, that's a feel bad for me because I picked Team Zeke as like one of the more powerful teams too. So, oh boy, I'm in shambles with that one. But Team Dazi again, I gotta pay them respects. They They went toe-to-toe with possibly the best team that we've seen so far today. There is not a question about it when Lucasen is on, and he's getting the support that he needs. I mean, it's just unfair. It's just disgusting to watch him put up 3, scopes in one round, obviously back to back to back. And an absolute animal, absolute unit. We're going to see this next matchup as players are finally starting to pour on into the lobby. Team Cisco and Team Little B. See what they're about. Are we overestimating Little B? Their performance, I know it was great earlier. It took us to our only game 3 of the day so far. It was against Team Space. Is the bar set low? And then we've got more talent that they've got to, face up against? Or was it about par? What we expect. We'll have to find out now as we do see them join the lobby.
Yeah, it's gonna be. It should be a good matchup. I personally slept on Team Little B for sure. He outperformed my expectations. Tyrese outperformed my expectations. I didn't think 7 was going to play bad, but I thought that the ping was going to be a hindrance, and it absolutely was not. I think he went 24-9 in the control. And Jokos got on a nice streak in the hard point as well. So this is a very well constructed team, and one that I think definitely has the potential to go all the way. It's just a question mark about the team that they're going up against, because all we've seen out of them is one player's free-for-all performance. So obviously a one-player free-for-all and a 5v5 hardpoint search and destroy control, 2 very, very different stories.
100%. Okay, so we're about halfway through the day. Expectations, I mean, are you satisfied? I thought this was a W event so far.
Yeah.
I felt like it's delivered more than I anticipated. Like Sniper, I felt like it's gonna be a little drawn out on the hard point, but it's been anything but.
Yeah, based on the way the first hard point was going, and I think it was mainly because it was Combine, the score was taking a long time to progress because it's just nonstop contest. But I think once these guys get a little bit better of a feel for how to play it strategically with snipers, I think we'll start to see people figure out how to get those full 60s. Because in the later games, we absolutely did see teams locking in full 60s, like running away with it. And I think especially as you figure out what those strategies are going to look like, it'll give you more and more of an advantage. So thank you, everybody, for your patience. Thanks to everybody watching. Once again, this is only the first day of action. We'll be back tomorrow. Viewership has been crazy as well. We've been well over 2,000 viewers at the end of all the matches so far. So
what?
It's been nutty. And I was impressed with the viewership for the first event that we had. So this is already day 1 has blown that viewership out of the water. So we got at least one more event coming at you guys later this year that I am excited for. We won't reveal the format of that yet, but we got all 5 players loaded in and ready to go. That should mean that once we get a couple spams in from our admins, we should be good to start. It is 7, Little B, Tyrese, Jokos, and Envy going up against Neil. Jockin, who's Jockin?
Jockin Haga. I don't know who that is.
Sounds like an anime. I swear that's an anime, but I'm not. Or a character in anime. I'm not 100% positive. Viking, Sky, Cisco, Jockin. Oh, I think that's Marvel.
Oh, that is Marvel.
Yeah.
Okay.
Marvel and Neil.
If I butchered that name, please roast me in chat. I need it. I just said whatever I saw in my and I'm sure Marvel sent me a message later on like, dude, what the hell is that, bro? Come on, I know you're a boomer, but bro, come on, get your act together. Like, if you're gonna do this, I'm gonna need you to commit, man.
All right. Yes, and we do have the updated graphic for. Oh, we're getting it popping. Love to see
Let's
it.
go.
All right. I think Viking may be a bit of a sleeper pick for this matchup. Obviously, not a pro player and not a huge YouTuber, but very cracked. And then Sky already showed what he was worth in the free for all. So should be an exciting matchup. We'll see if Team Little B has added any additional strats with their first game matchup, and see what they're bringing to the table here.
All right, let's get it going on. First player gonna come through, Marvel. Say his name. Little B gonna be able to find him out though. Viking gonna be able to get involved. It's trades galore. First point's going to go in favor of Team Little B as they're going to be rolling with the good times as they got the top side of the spawns. Don't need to get too aggressive as 7 and Joko's actually going to be able to find some kills on through. And lo and behold, we got one on the back line, but he's going to have to get involved.
Right. There's Joko, 3 kills on the board, working on some streaks. Sky looking to hunt him down below, and it's actually going to be Tyrese picking up the kill. He does go yellow right here as Team Cisco finds some breathing room to make their way onto the point. Spawns still in control for Team Little B, and that is going to be priority number 1, especially with those longer angles that you can hold from the top side. Little B, shots not quite connecting as much, and it looks like Spawns may flip out for right here. Sky finally going to find kill number 1. Marvel doing the bulk of the damage. He and Neil with 5 kills apiece, and kills continue to stack up right here as looks like Neil finds 2 with the Hunter Killer. They are in complete control heading over to P2.
Oh, massive there. Tyrese going to be able to find one, but it's Cisco who's going to be able to add him to the damage pool there as he finds the 2-piece. Little B going to be able to open up the first blood to get on towards the break, but it's Sky, Cisco, and Viking absolutely owning it. They have not let anybody get to the back line. They've not let anybody through the front. This is an absolute easy 60 if you continue this line. As we do see leads just continuing to grow. Jump off, going to be occupied. Cisco shuts it down. He is absolutely cooking. 100% loose, Bobby.
Yup. 7 kills on the board for him. He's got a 5 spree going. Finally gets the pred. Shut down by Tyrese right there, but it's no hard point control for anybody as it is just non-stop trades. Little B got a hit marker. I can't find a single player to watch who's not dying, but Viking goes for 4 right there. He's farming. That's a pred earned for him. We didn't get to see his POV, but he goes crazy on that one. Neil not going to be able to find the kill, but his teammate does the rest of the work as it is going to be Team Cisco taking the lead early in this one, and now the operator is going to start to pop.
Yeah, they are indeed. Predator was out there too as well, getting some transitional kills. 7 and Envy and Little B finally starting to get a little stability as they got the lockdown here on Stilts. 7 gets a streak going. This is absolutely massive. Gets the indicator that is one behind the wall. It is a part of the 5-piece. Neil going to be peeled back. Cisco finally going to be able to deal the damage to take him on through, but the damage is done. The lead still in their hands, but that deficit starting to slowly dwindle, Bobby.
Sky maybe not quite as hot off the start of this one, but fortunately his teammates have been able to pick up the slack. Marvel, not quite where you would expect him to be. I swear he was at 5 kills through the first hard point, and he's still sitting on 5 kills right here. So maybe the old muscle's taking a little while to get warmed up. Little B's going to find 1 on the slide through, but still has not found them any purchase on the hard point here. Envy sliding below and can't quite connect. Quickscope battle goes the way of Team Cisco, and once again, they're in control of that hard point, in control of the spawns. That's priority number 1 as you head on over to P4.
If anybody knows about old muscles starting to get going, it's you and me, Bobby. Let's have no jokes about it. Marvel starting to finally pick up the slack, though. He's found 2 since you've mentioned it, but point's going to be occupied in blue. That's going to be Team Little B and crew. They've got 2 Annies going. Tyrese unable to connect with 1, but Envy going to be able to find 1 as well. Point stairs for the time being, but the shoe is on the other foot. Now it's all up to Marvel to try and get the break with an Annie himself. Point blank able to take down 1. And he is a 1-man wrecking crew right here on this objective as he does peek out and get a little aggressive with it.
1 more player on the inside of that cubby, but 7, what a shot. And once again, leading the way for Team Little B. He has been the pick of the tournament so far. 20 bomb for him, and we have not even hit that rotation back to P1. Tyrese proving to be an underrated pick as well for Team Little B as he's got 15 to his name and just trying to soak up as much of the hardpoint time as he can. Envy getting a little mixed up in the 1v1, but nobody can seem to land a shot. Sky finally slides on through right there. And Team Cisco trying to see if they can make way toward the hardpoint. Not going to have that initial spawn control. Got lots of time to try to flip it out. Sky's going to be able to find 1 onto Tyrese, but immediately shut down by Jokos.
Big. Again, you mentioned back the first time around, it was spawn's going to be in favor of Team Little B. They were not able to capitalize on that transition, though. Right now, they're down by 50. They need all the points and the spawn for new, as we do see a lot of contesting coming on through. Sky starting to finally pick up the pace as well. Viking, where the hell did this guy come from? I mean, this just an absolute monster so far He's sitting on 21. Neil right behind him with 20 and make it 1 as well. No bust needed here for this one. He's got an Annie and a plan, and Buddy finally gets shut down. Sky adds him to the, or Envy rather, adds him to the 2-piece.
Chad, I would like to take partial credit for discovering Viking, because if you search Bobby Plays Spectating Season 1 Legendary, one of my first spectating videos ever, it was about Viking, and now he's getting the opportunity to show out on the main stage and doing it as well. Man, oh man, 22 and 15 for him with 64 seconds in the hard point, and he's going to find another as he shuts down Little B. 7 looking to fight through onto the hard point. He's able to do that. Don't have that spawn control, but the Annihilator could do some damage right here. Viking trying to shut him down. Shots not connecting on his Cisco.
Oh! No! Holy... Yo, my man's, you got taste. That boy can shoot. That boy can shoot.
Seen it. Oh my god.
Oh, man, it was massive, dude. 4-piece, just like back to back to back. It was just clip worthy, beautiful. Nonetheless, it does get to go unnoticed because you missed it, as well as the point is still going to be held in favor of Team Little B. So even being a part of that clip, it is still them holding on by the grit of their teeth.
Woo! Sky's starting to heat up right here. He's going to be able to find 2. Looking to make it a 3rd. He does indeed. No spawns, no problem. Tyrese gets shut down as well. They finally find a way to take him out, but Cisco on rotation right here with Annihilator in hand. Trying to get info through the smoke right here, and they do have that initial control, so they've been able to hold on to this lead for as long as possible, and you can hear the sound of the Locust Electron. It's just Viking every single time. Joko's finally slides on through. They keep the hard point regardless. Actually going to be unoccupied for the time being. Sky's trying to read those spawns. Couple of misses right there, and Little B trades on the opposite side. Annihilator for himself. They look dominant in their first round of hard points, but absolutely dealing with a very different beast right now.
This is about as chaotic of a map that I've ever seen since we've been, casting this event. This is just all-out carnage, dying left and right, sprees left and right. Everyone's going crazy. 30 on board for Jokos, 7 right behind him on the right-hand side. Viking out of nowhere with 36. They got a 70-point lead and counting. Still not done. Little B and crew trying to maintain face as they do. We got to set up for Turtle as rotation's over on through. It is just one simple hard point to get yourself back into it. Right now, Little B and crew, they got to get themselves back into the swing of it, get back onto this objective.
Every time I switch to a Team Little B POV, they're just dying to Viking. Oh my gosh. Joko's not having a bad performance in this one. Definitely stronger than his first time around in the hard point. Tries to get aggressive right here, somehow staying alive, but does finally get taken out actually by a concuss right there. It is once again Team Cisco in the driver's seat. Viking, 40 bomb. 40 and 21 right here. He has completely taken over the map. Finally gets shut down by Sky, or actually, no, Sky's on his team. Somebody else takes him out right there. The kill feed is a little bit difficult to read because there is always somebody dying.
Yeah, all gas, no brakes, Bobby. All gas. Sky, he's heated it up. I know he was one of the players that was struggling earlier on. He is picking up the slack, 33 to his name as well. Trying to wait for the point to come on through. As we got 4 seconds left to go into this, we've got a P1 setup now. Little B and crew yet again going to have the advantage for the top side, but they've got to play this objectively better than they have been playing it, because P1 has not been their strong point, as well as a lackluster P2 rotation.
I just watched Neil crawl through P2 window, which I did not know was possible, but he just snaked on through Joko's, and he's not going to find any value right there. He and 7 had to carry the bulk of the load so far in this one, and once again, you gotta keep in mind, 7's playing from China. Like, anybody playing from China is going to be on worst pay of anybody in the lobby, and he is still putting on a master class. 4 straight right there, and he's gonna pop. Not gonna be able to connect right there. 1v1 versus Sky, who's also got a Annie in hand, but he takes down Neil, saw the slide through. And he may have started a little bit of a ball rolling right here for Team Little B to get back into this one. Really had the read on the wallbang as well, but Marvel finally going to slide through to shut him down. Streaks have been earned. Team Cisco get the scrap time. Don't have spawn control right here, and 7's going to move up to 40. They may have started something right here. We'll see if they can keep control of those spawns.
Oh, they got to take down Viking. Thank God he does. Mance was on a absolute terror. Stayed alive for the longest. Spawn's gonna be locked and loaded. Little B in squad. Need to go ahead and the hell, he's just spawning in and just bodying them. You can't hide. You can't lay on your stomach. You can't go anywhere. What is this man on? Good God, Bobby. I'm just yelling in the mic. Viking, you are him, bro. 49.
Nobody can kill Team Cisco. They're on a rampage. It looked like Team Little B was going to turn it around, but they literally can't die right now. Tyrese gets the first kill in the past 30 seconds. And it looks like they've built the momentum to put this away. Neil going on a rampage of his own. And this one is over. Viking drops the pred. 15 seconds away, 15 and 27. If you didn't know his name before, you certainly do now. He's gonna get shut down and probably a rotation over to P3, but this one is done and dusted. Marvel's gonna earn a pred as well for the cherry on top, and that's gonna be all she wrote as 7 gets shut down right there. He and Joko's 40 apiece, but it was not enough for the Viking show, and Sky with 47 as well.
Wow. And just a reminder, like, he had 5 kills through like the first set of hills. Like through 100 or 240 seconds, bro had 5 kills. What a way to step it up. I mean, that may not be accurate. It sounded accurate to me when I said it and thought it in my head. But man, it was dramatic when I said it too, so it felt good. Viking, though, wow. I brought a gallon of
and he had
water,
a minute 38.
What a dog.
Oof. I think he was a second round pick as well.
Actually, whoever got in on that, that's gold.
I might be wrong. Cisco may have taken anybody in chat that can remember. I can't remember. I think let's see. I think it has the order in which players were picked right here.
That's what I was thinking too. The graphic.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Viking was picked in the last round.
Wow.
That's an insane steal. Oh my gosh. That's crazy.
Brother cooked.
No.
Bro cooked.
Little B had to have been tilted right there because he nearly went double negative 25 and 45. Whew.
I don't know if there's anything to be mad at, dude. Those guys are cracked. Like, Sky popped off. Viking was an absolute demon. Like, when you're playing against guys like this, I mean, there's tilting and there's just like, damn, dude, they're just better.
Yeah, that was a masterclass right there. No question about it. We are ready to hop into map 2, but that was probably the most exciting performance we've seen out of any team so far. That was just, at every turn there were absurd feeds going on. Getting ready to hop into the Kurahana Metropolis. And potentially a little bit of difference in competitive experience with Viking, Cisco, and Sky all not currently active pro players. You got Envy, Joko. That's something we talked about previously. Especially the difference of having an active CDM sniper on your squad. 7 could potentially be the game changer here. We'll see what they're bringing to the table, and no question, Envy, Little B got to certainly pick things up for Team Little B heading into this one.
I know what Little B's bringing to the table. Barbecue chicken, bro. Hey, boy, he's gonna have to step it up, figure something out here. On your own ping, man, that's just downright disrespectful. 7 though, I mean, that's crazy. You're able to put up those kind of numbers. And you're sitting in China right now, man.
Yeah,
it's
once
locked
again
in.
from China. What chat was that? Was that NA servers? I got to go back and look at Little B's stream. If that was NA servers and they were putting on that masterclass, like, okay, no, Little B was on 100 MS. Okay, that makes a little bit more sense. And once again, like, that's part of the mechanics of the event. Like, you draft a team that's going to be close to each other and pray that you get the server pull. So I don't know, Little B on 100 MS, that was probably India servers, which also makes a little bit more sense why Viking was able to pop off. That being said, he was just not missing. Ping would have made a difference on maybe a couple of kills, but he would have still dropped 40 easy through that lobby.
Yeah.
Whew. All right.
Him getting to 50 was like a speed run. Bro was just, hitting it all. I mean, wasn't a false move about it. That's for sure. Let's see if we can follow it up. Let's get a round of applause. Let's get an encore. This is going to be a 2-0 sweep, Bobby. Are we gonna see Little B and crew get just absolutely demolished here? Is this the molly whopping?
Nah, I don't think Seven's gonna let him get. I don't think he'll let him get smoked.
Nice. I like that hope.
I think he'll keep it competitive. We'll see.
Let's do it.
We'll see. All right, we're ready whenever the players are. Whew. It's getting hot here. I gotta drink some cold water.
Yeah, right. Like I said, I got a gallon of water. I might just take a little bath here in a minute if I don't cool down. Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
It's been one of those days. Like I am definitely gonna be like I should probably cut back because I can't control myself, but I know tomorrow I am not gonna be feeling it. But later on in the afternoon, the wife's gonna be like, "What's wrong with you?" I just can't speak. Save my voice.
Gotta get the medicine
like
ball tea. That's the way to go.
Yes, you're right. Good call. Good call.
All right. We get everybody
Let's
ready up. We are good to go for map number 2. Let's get it.
I'm gonna go ahead and say this. Your chat is definitely onto something. Your daily viewers, your regular viewers, your regular audience definitely knows how much of a demon and Viking is. But until you get into a lobby with a bunch of players like this, it's hit or miss, honestly. And he did not miss. So good for him.
All right. We get it popping. The Kurahana Metropolis. See what the offensive strats look like. And this is something that we've seen in CDM. I don't know if this is intentional for this squad, but the play to leave bomb in spawn. It looks like somebody going to wrap back to get it. And no surprise, it is going to be 7 finding first blood right here. Oh, another one right there. And the concuss hits, making a 3-piece. He's farming kills right here. Viking and Cisco left all alone. And it looks like Viking's going to drop. That's going to leave Cisco with an opportunity at a 1v4 with an outlaw. I don't feel too terribly confident.
I don't either, Bobby. You said his name earlier, and surely enough, he absolutely is performing right now. 7 big, 3 kills to start it off. Cisco, they are on his trail. Joko's going to get the credit. That is a very dominant first round opening. And Team Little B starting this one off hot. We might have ourselves a series on our hands. Let's see if they can keep that momentum.
All right. Eyes on 7 once again. We'll see if he can continue to help them convert those rounds. Neil trying to get aggressive right here. No angles to work with. Trophy's going to be gone, so forced back unless he wants to risk a nade to the face. Bomb left in spawn once again. Little B dropped by Cisco with that outlaw in hand. Unusual for sure, but kind of allows you to play things more aggressively, almost like the SMG of snipers, if you want to think about it that way.
Oh, yeah.
Viking.
Yeah.
Finds one onto 7, and just like that, advantage for Team Cisco.
Well, hold the phones. Tyrese getting involved. First blood for himself. If he gets hot, we know how much damage he can do. He is a sleeper pick for a reason. 7's out of the equation here in this one, so we'll say this is about as even of a playing field as it can get, but it is Tyrese who is going to be able to take the advantage. Neil, not safe. Tyrese, absolutely one shot, but the bomb's going to go down none the least. They're going to try and take advantage of this player life lead. As Vikings just waiting for one wrong move right in front of him, but as Jokos is going to be able to take him down. Cisco now on a 1v2.
That ended quickly. Oh my god, I couldn't even keep track of the gunfights. They do go to the side of Team Little B, and the bounce back has already begun. Even being on 100 MS, Envy picking up 3 kills off the start for them, making a contribution. Same for Tyrese. It's really on to Little B. You can blame the ping as much as you want, but your North American counterparts are doing damage, so gotta find a way to have an impact. Seems like they'll be able to carry until he reaches that point, but Marvel across mid, gonna lock down some of those angles. Little B drops once again, and that will be man advantage for Team Cisco as they look to find their first round.
What do you think Little B's saying right now? Like, I just can't do it. I can't do it, man. I don't know. I'm sure he's
Literally
the
dead
ping.
before I see him every time.
Oh, poor Little B. Suck it up, buddy. You got plenty of game left to play. They have been flawless so far in this without his contributions. Right now, they're going to be buckling up for an A-line hit. Marvel is the only player over here And as soon as he gets the calls, I'm sure those rotations are going to be made. There it is. The calls are in. 2 players now making the rotation on through, reallocating what's going to happen. As Marvel's just waiting for this push to come on through. It's going to be 1. Oh, hit. Dusted. Locust. Absolutely electric. Able to get the 3-piece. Not quite. It is. Envy able to take down 1 before he's inevitably met by a Viking on the other side of the screen.
All right. They take the first round right there. Looking to keep things even all the way through, obviously. You'd like to be able to take things in 2-0 fashion, but we have seen some substantial differences in the S&D strength for some of these teams. The main thing is Team Littleby looked like the stronger respawn team, so for them to go down in the hardpoint to get things started, you would think doesn't bode well for them. Sky gonna be able to find 2, not gonna quite be able to find a 3rd. Jokos is there to make him pay, but it's going to be a 1v3 for him to clutch up right here. Spots 1 around the corner. Oh. Viking drops, and he's actually able to make his way down right here. Timing does not go his way, and Marvel should have info on the plant right there, but not going to opt to get aggressive. Jokos looking to clutch up right here, but he can't make it happen.
Nice work.
That would have been nasty. I would have loved to see it. Marvel shuts it down. Ice in his veins, baby. It's flowing like Antarctica. Right now, we've got 2-2 as we are all tied up, rolling into the last 2 rounds of the attacking offense. For the side of Team Littleby, he has yet to find a kill for himself, but his squad has done a marvelous job of maintaining face. Joko's going to be the first victim now as bloods come through. And man, my screamers just absolutely cost Cisco. Is going to be getting credit for the kill. Absolutely dusted him.
Oof. Littleby hit markered right there. I don't know. Maybe not using stopping power. It looked like he had it aimed high enough, but still not going to find his way off the donut. Viking's going to find 1 onto 7 right there. He's going to be able to make it 2. And Neil finds another, and just like that, it's all on to Envy. 5 kills to his name, but a lot of work to do. Viking spots him through mid. And with 2 players right there, I don't think this should be feasible, but somehow he stays alive. Viking finally able to come out on top. I believe that's now 3 rounds in a row going the way of Team Cisco.
Envy could have done some incredible things there for Cisco, as you saw the back lines there for insurance. So 3 rounds in a row. They figured out the secret formula for success here on this one. You've been able to neutralize the 7 and Joko's threat and kept it to a minimum. Littleby going to be able to finally open up with the first blood. It is the last round of your attack in, brother. Finally. As the A hit has been begged for. No trade's going to come on through. 7 going to be able to find another one. And Cisco's drop. Sky going to be able to get involved with an 8 shot for himself. But this A line of sight is compromised. Only down to 1 player. Littleby goes bonkers. As he finds 3 in round 6. It's about damn time, buddy.
Chat, for those of you who were wondering, apparently Team Dazi is currently winning by like 120 in the hardpoint. So as expected, they will likely be in the driver's seat in that matchup, at least to get things started. We're tied up 3-3 right here, so this one is certainly looking like it's going to go down the wire. Trading rounds back and forth brings us into a 3-3 at the flip. I do get Cisco getting first blooded right there. That slows, or rather slows down the offensive push a bit. Heavy stack over to the B side for Team Littleby, and him getting those 3 kills to open things up should start to build momentum. We've seen him be a streaky sniper, but once he gets going, he can absolutely do some damage regardless of what server he's playing on. Nothing across mid right here. Sky trying to find an angle, and Joko's going to be able to find another one onto Neil right there, making it that much more difficult for them to find an opening here on the offensive side. Littleby looking to get aggressive, but Viking shuts him down.
You got to think the call was like, hey, we got 2 down. Let's go ahead and just press the issue. And Littleby's like, I'm feeling it, bud. Let's go. Instant reality check. Now we got Marvel going to be able to find 1 again. And this is starting to become a doable situation. Envy going to be able to get involved. Is he good for another? Vikings on his trail. Can't hit the shot. Envy's still alive, just lurking. And now Sky and crew going to be a part of a... Joko's shutting the round down. And a round going back in favor. That's 2 in a row there for Littleby.
Chat saying Viking dropped 56 map 1? I don't know if I believe that. 50, they said Dazzy went 250 to 85 and he dropped 56. That would be one of the single most impressive performances. And for it to get 56 on a map that quick, that'd be absolutely insane. We might have to go back and watch some of that one, but whew. Little B with an opportunity right here. He gets one before getting shut down. 4v4. The entry opportunity for Envy, and he's able to find it. Now one player remaining. That's going to be all down to Marvel. Effective 1v4, and he's going to get shut down by Tyrese. Puts him out of his misery, and Team Little B only 2 rounds away from forcing things into a map 3.
Let's get it. Little B and crew stepping it up here. Desperate times calls for desperate measures, and right now you've got the artillery to make it happen and take us to that game 3-7 popping. Able to get the hit marker, but it's Marvel able to shut him down. And well, 5-3, making it look like it could be a 5-4 if Marvel continues to heat up. Shots coming on through. Little B, Tyrese, and Envy. Make it just Tyrese and Envy as Little B instantly deleted. And it's all down to Tyrese. Damn, perfect. Flawless round. Wow. Okay.
They cleaned that up quick. Big contributions from Marvel. Confirmation, Bees went 56 and 27 in the slums hardpoint. Oh my gosh. What a performance out of him. Maybe a little bit of a struggle on this side for Neil, who I feel like was strong to open things up, but only 1 kill to his name right here. He can get going. I definitely see a way that Team Cisco find their way back into this one, but Marvel shut down off the opening. Like a wrap back toward the B side, but there's 2 players flanking right here. Cisco needs to find one, and I don't think either of them saw him. Looks like the comms were there. Tyrese does get shut down, and now Joko's being hunted. Little B completely on the other side of the map, but and another player on flank. That's Viking. If he can stay quiet right here, this should be a freebie.
Could be a Little B, going to be absolutely tilted. Nonetheless, Neo going to be able to take him down. In the round now, all down to Joko's in a little bit of a pickle. Cisco soured it 5-5. As we're tied up heading into the next round. Could it be overtime, or will we see somebody take this, pick it up, and run away with it?
Defend the objectives.
Anybody's game now as momentum has been kind of, kept to a minimum on both sides.
All right. 5-5 right here. Joko's can't connect for the opening. Be forced back is Envy maybe looking for an ego shell, but wrapping back as well. Joko just baits him out on the push. Tyrese finds another. Tyrese making 2. Oh. Joko's finds the last one, and they clean things up flawlessly on the flip side. Now an opportunity to force things into a map 3. See if they can make it happen right here. Marvel's been huge, as well as Viking for Team Cisco, but if they can get Neil to get on the board right here, should absolutely have a chance at forcing overtime, and there's Cisco with the first blood.
Big. Joko's still alive, though, so there's still hope here to close it out in regulation. He's sitting on 11. He's looking at the middle of the map, going to go ahead and try and get a little antsy with it. Neil's going to be able to find one as well. Marvel going to be able to shut down Joko's indeed, but it's 2 in favor. Back and forth we go. Viking gets the upper hand, and they maintain it. Bomb's been planted. Envy down to his last. 1v3, able to clips 1, but he's got 30 seconds in a dream to clutch this one up.
Looks like they're looking for the wrap right here. He's making a lot of noise, so it's going to be tough to clutch up. It's really got to be onto them to miss, and they don't. So into overtime we go again. I believe already our second overtime of the day. And Neil killing that last round, definitely a good sign for them. Seems like maybe a little bit of momentum building. Bomb does get picked up right there, and it is a full send on over the A site. See who the tip of the spear is going to be. Looks like Little B going to look to Ego Chow right here, but there's nobody waiting. It should be a wide open site, and Nate's going all across the map right here.
Yeah, they are in 7, just doing his due diligence, making sure he's slide peeking these middle lanes. A's occupied now. Sky, Neo, able to open up a 1. 7 going to be able to shut down the Demon and Viking. We got an even 3v3. with a minute and a half left to play. It looks like they're going to go ahead and double back. Do not like this approach here on the A site. And 7 just going to be waiting for any kind of stragglers just to kind of peek across the middle of the map. He is in a prime time position if anybody makes this transition.
Nothing to work with right here. Seems like they're finally starting to get the read. He could potentially hit a wrap across A right here. Timing's all going to be onto how Sky plays this. I think timing might go his way. 7 peeks across, but Sky can't connect for the shot right here. So now we're into a big 1v1. And Sky's going to be able to win it. Big time plays right there. Now 2 players alone in Little B. Jokos. They're going to hit the wrap through mid right here and try to get this plant down onto B. Opportunity for Cisco to shut it down, and he has eyes on him, but can't find the opening shot.
It's a sticky position here. Bomb's got to go down.
The
Yeah.
bomb has been planted.
Perfect play. Look, serves his purpose. Little B lines him up, knocks him down. 2 left standing here. This is for the first round of overtime. Sky going to be able to find 1. Little B finds 2. Is he in his prime? Will he clutch? 30 seconds. Needs to play his life.
Doesn't take a shot right there. He's going to actually wrap back, but there's no time for him to hit a full wrap right here. Up against Cisco, jump shot, not going to connect. Opportunity to clutch, but he can't find the kill, and I think he needs a reload.
Oh, it's a deep wrap. Oh, walks right into it, brother. Cisco played that perfectly, man. He knows he's not going to deep wrap that. That's, I mean,
yeah, I was confused on that fake because there's no way that you can hit that wrap in time.
No. I mean, if he had stuck it, there might have been a chance.
There, but yeah, it's a different of a couple seconds right there, and I think he realized a bit too late that it just wasn't going to be feasible.
Feels bad. Greatly played, Cisco. I mean, just read it to a T. Played it as perfectly as he can. And the team captains go head-to-head. Cisco comes out on top, and they have the advantage here rolling into this potentially last round of the Search to Destroy overtime, yielding significant numbers. Joko's going to be able to open up with a first, make it 2. Viking going to be able to shut him down. Demon for a demon.
See if they can find anything else here. 4v3, Team Little B. Trying to force some more overtime. Tyrese tucked away in a nice little corner right here, and anybody that wants to find a push through B is going to have to go through him first. The question is if that's his trophy or the opposition, because that could be some crucial information right here. He's going to be able to hit this shot, and it's a big one. That brings it into a 2v4. Puts a lot more pressure onto Viking and Sky. Saw Sky with the big 1v1 engagement. Gets the information onto 7, but really just leaves him guessing. It's 2-1-1 split across the map. They got a lot of work to do, but that's a good start.
That is indeed. Sky going absolutely big when it is needed. And the 2 that you definitely want alive in this situation, they are here, and they are absolutely putting on. Sky going to reel it back in for himself. Viking going to be able to find 7. This is all of a sudden doable, but Tyrese kills the momentum as he finds 2. And ladies and gentlemen, we got another 2 rounds of overtime.
Oh my! It's just going back and forth in this one. You can't even really pinpoint, like, so many strong performances on both squads. Maybe not Neil's best day, but nobody really able to get a foothold. Bomb left in spawn once again is want to kind of play for information before you commit to a play. Nades over top. There are trophies galore. Nothing to be found off the utility there. And interestingly, a smoke goes down from Envy toward the A side. So maybe trying to bait out the information. But Vikings still playing this mid angle. Us doesn't hit, but 7 does. Finds the opening right there. Oh. Finds another one onto Sky.
Oh, the backstab. Perfect read. Where the hell was Neil at there in that instance? I had no idea.
Is that a wall bang?
Oh! He wasn't hot earlier. He's hot now. It's all about timing. Little B and Jokos. Last 2 standing. Bomb is in their possession as they gather themselves up for a little bit of a rotation. 50 seconds left to go. They got to make it roll. They got to make it quick. And the only person over here that's going to add a little bit of resistance is Marvel. And surely enough, he's in a great position, but will he be able to get those shots to land?
Oh.
One's down. Little B! We'll see you next round, buddy. Advantage back in the hands of Team Cisco.
My gosh. So nobody able to find an edge, and once again, great position from Marvel. Good read by Little B too. He hit the shot, but unfortunately hit marker. And if anybody's watching Little B's stream, if he's not running stopping power, somebody tell him to lock in and equip stopping power, because he has a lot of kills that could have gone the other way with what I would presume is a one attachment difference. Maybe just one of those days where you can't seem to stop hit markering, but they do find the advantage right here. 7 equalizes, 3v3. Looking for a second. Not going to be afforded to him. Info on the jump peek and obliterates Neil. Reaction time could not be any better. And now on to Sky and Cisco to clutch. And the bomb's down.
That's Sky's least worry. It's Tyrese yet again. Back-to-back, like, eliminating rounds where Tyrese has found 2 pieces to clutch up for the squad. Obviously, it was just 1 player to deal with, or 2 players to deal with. You have the player advantage. Nonetheless, it is him able to reel it back in. So he was that first-round draft pick. Definitely not a waste. Certainly performing for his squad and keeping it alive. 14 apiece for him, Jokos, and 7. 7 and Little B getting involved. Make it 15 for 7. Making it 16. Oh, Sky dusted. Little B able to get involved, but it's Cisco who's able to get the trade. Bombs down nonetheless. And while Marvel evens it up, could be a recipe for disaster.
Tyrese is below, and I think Cisco saw him, but not able to connect for the shot. 7's now left all alone to clutch up in a 1v2 in the hit
tough.
Marker. Marvel
Wow.
goes big. Dominance on the backside of this one. He's now got 18 kills on the board in Team Cisco with yet another opportunity to close it out.
That feels bad. 7 gets 2 hit markers on both players. I mean, you tag them, you can't bag them, and that is very unfortunate. But that's just the way the game goes. You make that bomb plant, and all of a sudden you're down to a 2v2 when in reality you lost 2 players. I mean, you literally had all the advantages and it just got pissed away just because Marvel's a dog. He's got 18 on board, chat. Absolutely obliterating right now. 8 shots gonna leave 7. 1 shot is gonna be able to recover, but here comes the stun. Where's the hit at? No one's gonna be able to shut him down as Enzy does take down the first blood. And that is 3 in the feed instantaneously. Cisco down to 1.
They just evaporated out of thin air. Cisco's going to be able to hit 1, but too tall of a task with that team on the other side. And we've got more overtime. Round 19. Here we go. My gosh, what a matchup between these 2 teams. Just nobody wants to take an offensive round in this one. They have been defense for defense for defense for defense. Feels like that's likely going to be the difference between the 2, and it's a bloodbath over on the other side. 7's going to get aggressive right here. Not going to be able to connect it. Envy already the last man standing. Offense has just not been able to do a thing, and they get read to perfection.
Round 19 coming up. Will the defense prevail yet again? The closest we've gotten to an offensive victory had to have been that round. God, it's just all starting to clump together. It was where they got a bomb plant down. It was a 4v2. I feel like I just talked about it, but nonetheless, it is a slow push here for the side of Team Cisco. They're looking for any advantages off the rip as Viking does have bomb making its way back over towards the 2 players who are itching for a B push. Tyrese is the only player here to stop it initially. He's got a little support in Little B. We'll see what the read happens or has for us as this one's definitely slow in developing.
Neil's playing it slow on this engagement. He may have gotten eyes onto Jokos, who's actually going to opt for at mid right here. Potentially first point of contact can be Sky. Still no sight angles, but Jokos finds 2. I don't know if that was a quick scope. He gets straight, or I don't know if it was a collab, but he gets traded right there.
Yeah.
That's a huge opening to give the man advantage. See if they can make anything out of it right here. Is once again, the offensive team finds themselves down a man, even if it is on the back of a collat. Envy looking for something right here. It looks like Bomb going to make its way over toward B and 7. First point of contact once again as Info. See what he can do with it, and he reads it perfectly. Bomb carrier drops. Cisco pushes a little too aggressively, and 7 makes him pay. Now down to Sky in a 1v4.
Mission impossible. No Tom Cruise here, chat. This one ain't happening. Ooh, hit. We're going to another set of rounds. And by golly, we'll figure it out at some point today. 9 seconds left to go. This one's done. See if he can take down as many as he can before this round ends. Little B going to be able to finish him off. It's 9 on board for him. So we're 20 rounds deep. All right. How long does this puppy go?
I don't know. This is... That's short of... I mean, short of CDM. And the thing is, for CDM, they're going to 9. So they have a later start to OT. We're... What, 8 rounds of OT in at this point and not showing any sign of slowing down. It really does look to be which team can find an offensive round. It's just constantly trading those defenses. 7 gonna look to get aggressive through mid. And nobody pushed forward right here. 2 players still holding on to B. Utility continues to go over top, and first point of contact should be Sky right here. See if he's afforded any angles, and he is,
Big.
But Little B makes him pay. That's the opening.
Oh. Cisco able to find the equalizer, and Neil now trying to take the advantage. Does it? 7. Or not 7, rather, but Jokos. Envy swallowed whole. In a very just anticlimactic ending right there. It looked like it was going to go back and forth. It seems like Little B and team are taking these overtime attack rounds very quickly and very abruptly. When we get the flip side, it's a little more strategic. Nonetheless, the result's exactly the same.
Yep. Nobody seems to be able to find one. Util across mid. That's Sky finding first blood. Absolutely huge. The start that they're looking for. And this is man advantage here on the defense, or rather on the offensive side. Shoulders being thrown for 7, and he needs to find one right here, and he gets shut down. Sky finds the opening. Joko's running away. He doesn't realize that Sky's made his way through mid, and it's on to Little B for the 1v4, but it's not meant to be. Team Cisco finally take the win, 12-10, and they will advance on to our upper bracket finals.
W.
Woo.
First team. Ooh, that was, yeah, I'm about to say we winded after that one. Good God. Hello. I know this is what the chat came here for. We wanted snipers 24/7, and surely enough, that one absolutely delivered. 22 rounds indeed. I don't know how China does it, man. They start overtime after 20 rounds. That's a lot of search and destroy, my guy. That is a lot of search and destroy.
Whew. That was just a freaking bloodbath. And once again, like, nobody really had a terrible game. Worst players -4, best players +5. Like, it was just round for round, nonstop, and Cisco's team takes the edge, even if it is by a tiny amount right there. Looking at the numbers, I mean, Jokos was farming first bloods. 4 for him, 4 for 7, 3 for Little B, despite maybe a little bit of a slow game for him. But Marvel on the flip side was a bit of an unstoppable force. So that is now the end of our second last game of the day. We're going to finish things out with a certified banger. We got Team Ganeth going up against Team Enzy. For Team Enzy, I don't know that there was necessarily any one player that was really dominating, but there's no question for Team Ganeth it was Lucasen.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And we go back to that question that I asked earlier. Was the level of competition significantly lower than we had expected, in Little B and Space? And then they get into it with Team Cisco, who looked absolutely cracked. So the bar was set pretty high. I think Enzy's crew is the only one that we can really not, determine how good they are just because they went up against Team Zeke, who exited stage left off the rip. I mean, they got bodied in their off-stream matchup. B's dropped 53. So I think the level of competition is starting to dramatically get closer and closer, as you just saw that one go I mean, basically as long as we ever need it for a search and destroy, chat. But this one, I just don't know how I can compare the two. Lucasen is obviously a dog, so you got to go with the team with the advantage, right? And that's the advantage. Lucasen is the advantage in any matchup. Got to be highly favoring Ganathan's squad.
Yep, no question about it. We will probably take like a 2-minute break real quick, just because we gotta get our waters and freshen up and everything else. So we will be back momentarily. Make sure not to go anywhere. We still have some insane Call of Duty Mobile coming up. Should be a blast to watch. We will be back with you guys momentarily. Catch you in a second. An advantage. Feints is shut down. And we got ourselves a tie game. These two teams looking like they could be edging their way toward overtime. 5-5 right here. It's definitely been more offensive sided so far in this one, but some great adjustments out of Team Dazzy to even things up right here. Smokes across mid, not trying to risk any unnecessary first bloods, and they're going to get aggressive here toward the B site.
Yeah, they are. Dazzy looking to slow it down. Lucasen opens up. Tip of the spear, ladies and gentlemen. He is not missed. As we see, Dazzy's going to be forced on through. They got a little fancy in the last round. Played for a mid push, and it did not pan out. Skull Guy right in the middle of the map there himself. As he hears a scatter of footprints, but it's Lucasen. Oh, baby! Lucasen is in there, baby.
I gotta know what his accuracy numbers are after this.
It's going to be Skull Guy here early, and he's going to get out. Now it's all on Whoopi and crew to get something going as they're looking for these transitional kills. Going to be able to find one, but is instantly shut down himself.
Whoopi shut down off the Annie, but Washi's got his rotated out early, able to find two, looking for more, but shots don't connect onto Abiz. Takes him a little while to punish him. Abiz still with 21 kills to his name, and Aerith pushing on through with Annihilator for herself. They find some breathing room on the hard point right here, but it doesn't last long. Lucasen slides through it once again. Just one of the best aims in all of Call of Duty. Absolutely no debating it. 29 kills to his name. Util gonna go out there as well, and now trying to push out those driveway spawns. Shuts down Veer. The Bee spawns back in, but Lucasen has the read. Rare miss out of him, but lightning doesn't strike twice in the same spot. That's gonna be a pred earned for Lucasen, and some of the momentum building for Team Gannett.
Yeah, it is. The Gal Absolutely. And that's a great question. You know, is it going to get answered here momentarily? Absolutely. Are we expecting a close matchup? Absolutely. But when Team Gannon coming into this matchup, did they look dominant against Team Dazi to begin with? And Team Dazi was probably one of our favorites as well. So, yeah, it looks like you were muted there.
Yeah,
maybe
I got it.
Well, at least we look good while we were, making mistakes. It happens, right?
Yeah.
Chat, we're locked in. I promise you, we're not, on the tail end of already what is 4 hours into the broadcast. I mean, come on, yeah, mistakes were made, of course.
We may
Too loud.
We may pull up a little bit of the Dazi Hardpoint to watch back real quick, just because I would like to watch it back. Just the I think the Hardpoint, especially with the Beast putting on the masterclass that he did, will give our players a second to get loaded in and everything else. So we'll throw that up real quick. But for those of you who missed it, yes, we did have... Oh, that's not even what I meant to put up. We did have a lower bracket match that was happening off broadcast, and apparently Abiz put up 56 and 27, something like that, near 2KD.
Too middle.
They were putting on an absolute masterclass. It does look like we're getting our players loaded in for the next one relatively quickly as well, so hopefully not too long to wait.
There we go. W players in chat. Let's go. Round of applause. So far, so good today. A few hiccups. It's bound to happen. We're in it for the long haul, though. It's been an absolute blast to be able to spectate some of these absolutely cracked snipers. And I gotta say, based off of what you're telling me there, Team Zeke getting annihilated. He came in chat. He said, "Bro, you're, absolutely. I got cooked. Anybody want some fries with that, bro? It happens, man. It happens to the best of us. Trust me. I'm not even good, and it happens to me, man. So I mean, at least you're good. You got that going for you, bro. On the other hand, Dazi kind of manhandled you, and with that being said, with the matchup with Ganeth being so close, you'd have to favor Ganeth coming into this one because Enzy's matchup was good against Zeke, but the hardpoint wasn't close, just like we saw and heard from Dazi. The search and destroy also was decent, but it could have been a lot better at Enzy and crew. So yeah,
I would agree with that.
I'm just yapping right now, Bob. You gotta excuse me, bro. Like I said,
we need yapping.
We're chilling. Yeah, we're chilling.
I'm just sitting here watching this back. It was 94-3 at one point in this hard point, so it was just simply not remotely close. And once again, we saw the struggles for Team Zeke just didn't seem prepared. Maybe communication differences, and it looks like we're actually already good to go with our next matchup. So we can go ahead and swap scenes right here. That is not the right scene. That's not the right scene. There we go. All right, we get things switched over. We're good to hop into number one, and it's another Slums hardpoint. So there we go. That much better.
Is this the last matchup of the day, or do we have one more?
It's the last matchup of the day. Hopefully, it does not disappoint.
All right, buckle up, chat. We're about to hit a roller coaster. It's going to be an absolute sweat fest as we're getting geared up for our last match of the day. Winner of this one moves on to face off against Team Cisco in the upper finals starting tomorrow. Loser continues to play it on out off stream. Lucasen able to open up with the first blood, make it 2. And his crew, Team Ganeth, absolutely running the tables on the objective as well as they do find that last player alive contesting. They've got spawns locked down too as well, Bob.
Yep. Very, very strong start. And to be expected with the way that they're performing, Ganeth finds a nice 2-piece right there. Whoopi, king of the hard point right now, getting shots from every angle possible. That Hunter Killer is going to go out, takes out Enzy, and my, oh my, it certainly looks like, based off the start of this one, the matchup that we saw last time around could just be that difference in preparation, because there is nothing going the way of Team Enzy off the start of this one. Narcs and Enzy Both still looking for that first kill.
Hostiles have the hard point.
The good thing that they got going for them right now, they got the time here on this last little bit of scrap. And they do also have spawns for new. All they got to do is take down Whoopi, who's got a Preddy. Viper going to be the first up, and just absolutely sit back to the spawn. Whoopi finally going to be dealt with, so the backline's going to be absolutely all theirs. That is the silver lining for this matchup as of right now, but they don't have the hill time, as we do see Team Ganeth coming through. Whoopi annihilating there with that Predator missile as he does find 2.
Lucas in with 6, looking to make it 7. One trying to hop over the wall, and that should flip out the spawns right there. Once again, disaster strikes for Team Enzy, and they cannot do a thing about it. Viper finally slips through the back lines. Maybe the first glimmer of hope is Enzy still looking to find that first kill. Just no luck for him so far. Lucasen from the front side finding those frags as well, but regardless, Team Enzy finally racking up a little bit of hard point time. S8R, who we saw popping off in that first matchup, maybe a little bit of a slow start, but Kairu finding some momentum. Now 11 kills on the board for him.
There we go, indeed. Big kills coming through for Kairu, who absolutely bodied in his first matchup. Lucasen continuing to body here in his as well in the second. Backline's being set there for Whoopi as he's rounding the backside. I don't know if he just didn't see S8R. It doesn't matter. He just turns and burns right on him. The backlines could have been set down, but Lucasen now trying to solidify this hill time. Able to find one with the Annie. Here comes Kairu with the Predator. No revenge in his part as Lucasen going to continue the free roam. Contest going to come through for Viper as he does gonna have to get aggressive with it. And he just absolutely a part of the 5-piece that is Lucasen.
I mean, Lucasen and Whoopi just taking turns farming kills right there. Finally gets shut down. That is going to be Enzy starting to get going a little bit. Kairu leading the way, absolutely no question, as he's shut down as well. They're finding hardpoint time regardless of it. It seems like at this point, maybe Team Ganeth just playing a little bit of a farming game to see how many kills they can get. Viper is going to be able, or is going to get shut down on that initial push, but still fighting for scraps as Ganeth. He's not going to be able to hit that final shot. And S8 now looking for a feed of his own. That's going to be a clean 3-piece for him. And trying to flip those spawns to the back side. It's Kairu finding the kill. And that could be the opening as he earns a pred.
Oh, big spree there for S8R. Chat, don't be too antsy. This one's just getting heated up. Able to find another one in Grave? Absolutely. Man's on a spree. He had 5 with the Annie, 4 with the Gunny, 1 with the Preddy, an absolute dumpster. Woo!
What? Everybody's got everybody's got an Annie out for Team Enzy right here, and this match has been flipped on its head. Lucasen with 23, but it hasn't been enough to stop the bleeding here. And all of a sudden, it's all Team Enzy. Viper with the 2-piece with the Hunter Killer as well. He's starting to get going. Lucasen trying to find an opportunity to break on in. Dark's maybe not his best match so far, but he's the OBJ guy. 92 seconds for them. Excuse me. Good lord.
Oh my. Might need to bless S8R. He is on an absolute spree. Must have chat pulled up and took it personal. Is absolutely frying. 20 kills on board for the man. Not a lot of time on the hill, but you mean when you're allowing your team to be free of Lucasen and squad for a little bit of time, that is alleviating the pressure. Preddy down for Viper as well. He's picked up the slack as well. Lucasen is got 25, but he has fallen victim back to back to back here in this P1 reset, and all of a sudden things just turning for the worst. Team Ganeth in the blender.
Oh my god, they can't kill Viper. The no-scope hits on the Whoopi as well, and they're in complete control. Like we said, this match flipped on its head. He's gonna get one more for the cherry on top. Washi, Lucasen farming a few more. Viper's gonna drop the pred right there. Lucasen doing everything that he can to stop the bleeding, but it's really him and Ganeth versus the world right now. Washi, Whoopi, Feints just in the blender. Feints only 8 kills on the board, and it looked like they were going to be able to run away with this. It has been the complete opposite.
Oh, yes, indeed. Viper, yet again on the back lines, looking to solidify what we know is one of the biggest money hills on this map. Annie in hand is going to have to make the aggressive push through the middle. Able to find his second with the Annie. Time expiring, able to take out a third. Here comes the gun, he feints. Yes!
My.
5, full wipe. Viper is him. Oh! Frenzy kill.
Looking for an EMP right here. That hunter killer hits for 2 more. Washi doesn't read it. The EMP has been earned. They cannot touch this man right now. The EMP gonna pop. He's on a 6-free with the gun, and it keeps going. Kairu and Narks doing the damage on the 3, looking to push through. And I can't believe that this has flipped the way that it did, given the way that this matchup started.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Lopsided was one of the words we use. Ed is loose as the shoe's on the other foot. We get a Cinderella story here. I don't know, man. This one is maybe a little too gone. You could chain P3 to P4, but you got to find a way to stop Viper, Kairu as well, and S8R, who has absolutely cooked. Rotations now being made. Narc's trying to get some transitional kills. Only 2 on the offense there as feints in single digits still. This is tough.
Washi just can't get a shot to go right now. Nothing going his way. Viper slides through. Shots not to be found, but his teammates clean up the rest regardless. And just like that, 2 more Annihilators popping right here. Enzy, 1. Can he make it 2? Yes, indeed. Cred has been earned. Now up 100 points off of what was a dominant start for Team Ganeth. And it's really just Lucas and Ganeth versus the world. They've got 60 combined. But the rest of the squad, once again, just certifiably in the blender. And the momentum swing has been nothing short of miraculous. They found a little bit of foot room and did not slow down once. Enzy trying to find 1 more to clear out the hard point. Obviously, it's not over, but the way the momentum is swung, especially for Viper hitting the shots that he is, it is tough to imagine a path back for Team Ganeth, at least for map 1.
Yeah, he's put on a montage right now. And it is viral, absolutely. It's spread like wildfire, too. His team absolutely stepping up. Kairu and crew looking to put the finishing touches on this one. Only 32 seconds needed. As we got a firm hold rolling into it, it is broken. 100-point club is going to be indeed across, but what a cost. Ganeth now popping the ante, looking to find some insult to injury. Able to find 2 in it. Backline secure, but the front is where the hit's coming through. And, well, surely enough, it is going to be a little bit of breathing room for them.
Viper waiting for players off rotation right there. Hit marker, but once again, teammates cleaning up the rest of it. Ganeth trying to lock down any amount of hardpoint time, but nothing to be found for him. 230 to 113. Lucas, and I mean, even you can't even blame him for the objective. He's got almost all of their objective time as well. He's literally doing it all, and I guess a lot of that is probably contest time, as we see Ganeth 82 seconds to his name, but trying to play a 2v5 is just too big of a battle at this level of competition. Lucason's gonna find a couple more, and it looks like they're starting to build momentum, but it really does feel like too little too late, especially with a 120-point lead.
Yeah. Lucason's starting to get a little hot there as he does pick up his 48th. He's got a Predator. Will he be able to pop it? He's got to play the objective for the time being. Contest is finally going to come through. They are going to be able to take the advantage onto this objective, but there is no room for mistake. S8R absolutely coming through for a 4-piece in the feed.
God, 45.
Oh, this is just, I mean, gross. On the right-hand side of your screen, they got 150 combined between 3 players. Damn near.
That's just unreal numbers right there. Once again, like, there's only so much that one guy can do, and somehow he has actually managed to allow them to prolong this into a P4, or rather a P2. But if Washi doesn't win that gunfight, which he does not, there's not much hope. They lose the spawns right there, and anything at this point is just semantics.
God!
Kairu finds 1 hunter killer for S8. Kairu make it 2. They got another operator on the table as well, and they're just playing for the kills at this point. He can't miss a bullet. 1 more player slipping through. Can't quite make it 6 for 6, but they get the win regardless.
I'm going to pause for dramatic effect. What the hell did we just watch? What was that, Bobby? Wow. I mean,
That did not.
We go through the first, what was that, 30-point advantage rolling into the first set of hills, and then they score 50 points between 6 hills after that. That's crazy.
That did not seem legal.
Cover your eyes, chat. That was ugly.
Oh my gosh. 54 and 28 for S8. 47 and 31 for Kairu. 44 and 28 for Viper. And Marvel was just, or not Marvel, Narcs was content to just sit there on the hardpoint. He said, you know what? You guys do your thing. I'll take a nap. Nice little 3 minutes in the hardpoint once again.
Giving me those 2022 vibes, or 2023 maybe, where, no, it's 2022, where he just soaked up hill time. Ridiculous. Man, this is 3 minutes over the hill, and then you just let S8 and you just let the dogs out, man. Just let them eat. Let them eat. Monsters. Beast like 44 for Viper as well with 55 seconds on the hill. I mean, there ain't much more we can say about this. Was a ball drop by Team Ganeth. And on the and with that being said, you had Lucas, and again, he's just a walking 50 bomb, regardless of what mode or what the game flow is going to, happen. He's just, it don't matter what the ping is. How does he do it?
No, that's what I was about to say, because like obviously people are going to cry about ping because it's uncontrollable. We don't have any ability to control servers, and even if we do, there's not really any fair middle ground given that players are spread across the world. But you've got a guy that's in Brazil, and he's got just as many kills as the 2 guys that are top fragging on the other team in India. Like there's no explaining around it. When you're that good, there's nothing the servers can do to stop you. It's really just on the rest of the squad. And unfortunately for him, they were not really up to the task in that one. So Feints double negative, Washy double negative, Whoopi double negative. It was an uphill battle from the start, and now they got to find a way to bounce back in the search.
And what a great way to do it too. We're on one of the best maps to end the night on, potentially take us to a game 3. If it doesn't, it's firing range. This is what this is what I've been waiting for. This is what I've been wanting to see all night long, all day long. God, it feels like it's night. We've been here just about. I mean, it's been one of those days, Bobby. And I gotta say, we've kept the excitement all the way through, and we are getting delivered some pretty dang good matches.
Bomb spotted.
All right, we'll see if they can bounce back and force a map 3 right here. Opportunity to reset off the momentum. Put that out of your mind and see if we can finesse some of these wallbang angles. Is nobody going to look to get too aggressive here? And there's Viper striking for the first blood.
Of course, it had to have been the main dog from last game. Viper getting aggressive. Look how far up he is.
What in the world?
Nobody holding his hand. It's all him. Washi. Dumpstered.
Finish the mission.
Nobody.
That's Enzy going to be able to get involved as well. It's an all-out manhunt. Feints has got a 1v5 on his hand. Gets one shot out and he's done.
Enemy has dropped the bomb.
All right.
Nice work.
Flawless round right
Next
there.
round.
No notes. Viper is just being allowed to do whatever the frick he wants. Nobody watching flank. And team... Team Ganeth was a little bit in the blender right there. I'm not gonna lie. That was not a pretty opening round. This time they're gonna get aggressive over toward B, but nades over the top are gonna connect, and Viper finds yet another first blood.
Wait for the hit on to the back line. He's got a little bit of support too. Lucasen looking to straddle the point there. Oh, Lucasen shuts him down, but it's him who is also going to fall. Whoopi trying to pick up the slack, able to find one in the back line. Enzy. What is going on? It's all like chaos. Ganeth's going to be able to find one. Narcs able to get the revenge frag. He's still alive with one slither of health.
Here's the angle, but shot doesn't connect right there. Opportunity to 1v3. Timing onto Ganeth. Not going to be fortunate enough for that either. And now the hit marker, he's forced back. Ganeth pushes on through. So they tie things up 1-1. So despite the slow approach off the start right there, aggressive B hit works out. See what type of adjustments they're able to make. I don't imagine that Team Enzy is going to make that free a second time around.
No, definitely not. I think they're going to slow it down too, as you can see a more traditional setup here on the defense. 2-1-2 split. And it doesn't look like they're going to be pressing the issue, as everyone's starting to bark up that B lane. And it is all just smoke and mirrors as they do double back. No, they're going to commit. I mean, come on now. What are we doing here, buds? We're just going to stall on through. Viper able to continue his force, able to find one. Lucas able to get the trade. Lucas is still alive. Able to make himself. No, but he's going to just rely on the movement to get out of the situation as well as his teammates. And Washi's going to be able to find a two-piece. The player advantage continuously in favor of Team Ganeth. They only got one player to hunt out, and that's going to be S8R. Can he do the unthinkable?
Looks like Feint's going to get the bomb down here, and everybody grouping up on the backside of B. Maybe opportunity for a flank player right there, looking for info, but they're content to stay on site and really force S8 to make the outplay here.
Frag out.
No angles to work with. He's got to get aggressive. Not a whole lot of time left. 25 seconds. Spots out Lucas in. Looked like he had the shot lined up. He doesn't connect. He's going to drop, though, and a couple of misses for the other team.
Oh,
Might
my.
give him the opportunity. 1v3, Washi wrapping to the back of sight, only 12 seconds. All Washi has to do is play time, but he spots him out right there. No time to work with, unfortunately, as Washi sits back. In a big-time clutch round for Team Ganeth as time runs out.
Well played. That is the pro mindset. I thought we were about to watch possibly one of the greatest clips we've seen today. Oh, man. A 1v3 bomb planted. You had just amount of time to kill him and get the defuse as well. Washi plays hide and seek, and ladies and gentlemen, we got ourselves a ball game. Team Ganeth finally getting back on board, getting back on pace as they buckle up for an A hit here in this fourth round. They got handed their butts in that first round, but they are starting to hand the butts now. But as I say that, it is going to be Enzy who is actually frying.
I can't believe you just said hand the butt.
Yeah, well, hand the butt the hand. Somebody had to say it.
Enzy, nade over top, onto Lucas into equalize. Ganeth is there for the response, and now on to S8. At a near 1v3, now a chance at a 1v2.
The bomb has been planted.
Playing the waiting game. Anybody tries to make a trailer play here, can make them pay, but looks like they're both going to wrap back. Not toward bathroom side, though. Kind of staying on site. Not any of the conventional positions. Timing might not go their way, though. Feint spots him out, and he hits the first one. Openings there. Still time to work with. 20 seconds. Feint peeks across mid. S8 can't convert for the first. Feint's quickly wrapping back, but he's getting aggressive on the site and shuts him down.
Lost that round.
Opportunities not converted in back-to-back rounds for S8. Now Team Ganeth taking the 3-1 lead.
Okay. We haven't seen this before, right? Team takes a surmountable lead, and then the other team puts the pedal to the metal and comes back. Maybe it was just last game jitters. This one's completely different, though. We're going to see Team Ganeth absolutely cook for 3 rounds in a row. Need to keep that same momentum. Made their sight on towards that A point. Bombs right on the outskirts of trailer. Looking for the commitment. 2-piece coming in. One from Washi, one from Lucasen. That is the green light. Go ahead and stick it. 3 players left standing. Viper, Caillou, and S8. S8 able to open up the first blood. Bomb's going to be stopped from planting as well, and all of a sudden we've got an even matchup.
Got one player on flank right here. That's going to be Whoopi, finds one, and may have very well blown up this round for the opposition. Gets red, but stays alive. Bomb goes down right here. And it's going to be S8 getting aggressive through trailer. Finds one. And once again, an opportunity for him to clutch up. Obliterates Washi right there. 1v1, and Whoopi's too far away. I don't think there's any way he can stop the defuse. He slides on through, but the movement's
No
there.
way!
S8 with the 1v3.
Next round.
Cojones. That's all I gotta say. Wow. Pros don't fake. I know that's a one of the lingos we use whenever we see situations like this. Just a well executed play. He knew exactly what he was doing. And those shots before, man's is dogging. And what a way to get back into it. Just need a little bit of a switch of the flip of the switch, and certainly I think he was the one that him and Viper really started that comeback in the last game. Certainly could be one of those moments where we go back and say, where did things go wrong? Well, you remember that round, S8 absolutely dogged 2 in a row and then stuck the defuse. That's it. That's the one.
What a play out of him, too. There's got to be communication there to let him know how far Whoopi was away. Dark's going to find first blood here. And Enzy playing real aggressive up toward wood. Risky position. Lucasen shuts down finally the rampage that is S8. Taking him off the table, especially with the damage he's done, and to close out rounds is definitely going to let you breathe a little bit of a sigh of relief. Whoopi finds one. Concussion over top gives the intel on Narcs and maybe a bit of an advantage in the 3v3, but somebody's getting aggressive toward front wood. Whoopi trying to read it. He's going up against Viper and now wrapping toward B, but Kairu's got the read on this as well, and he shuts it down to give the man advantage. On over to Team Enzy once again.
Now we're just stuck in spawn, twiddling our thumbs. We had a little bit of momentum, and it's just kind of slipping away. Perfect read there. The comms got to be absolutely on point. Kairu gets the beautiful shutdown of this rotation, and now the wrap's being right back directed towards this A site, and it's about to be a funnel. Bomb's going to be made over towards. They got 20 seconds to do the D. Lucasen is your point player. Is going to get shut down. Feints all alone. Has no idea where they're at, and Narcs on the back line. Cool. Viper gets the credit for the kill. That is a tough way to go. We are tied up 3-3.
Man, oh man. These guys just love making their way toward overtime, and I'm not mad about it one bit. Just trading rounds, every single search going down the wire, and again, great adjustments. This time it's a flip of the sides, and we see an aggressive hit over toward A. It's going to be Kairu finding the opener. One player watching flank, big engagement on the back side. Washing needs to win this one, and not going to be able to do it. He actually gets shut down. Trades go both ways. 3v3 we go. Gannett finds a big-time kill. Would love to see him get going for his squad. Kairu backed up behind 10, but he's going to be forced all the way back, and into a 2v2 we go. In Feints looking for an opportunity. Bomb not down in a great spot if you're on the offense.
Yeah, and Feints absolutely knows that that bomb's there too. He takes two right through the doorway, that back door of trailer. So comms are absolutely on point. They know what is up for grabs, but it is going to be the deep wrap that is going to be Enzy, who does the deed and gets lost. And all of a sudden, Feints stuck to his on inside the trailer. Kairu is going to shut him down. And what a momentum halt. As we've seen 3 in a row, just a complete drought out of the boys over at Team Gannett. They have been stuck on 3 for what seems like an eternity. And, I mean, everything's starting to click and go in favor of Team Enzy as they just not let off the gas pedal.
Getting aggressive toward the A side once again. There was not really much of a response for Team Gannett. S8 just gonna run into trailer with no gun out and serve that kill up to Whoopi on a platter. Man advantage goes to Team Gannett. Lucasen should have some audio cues to work with right there. Nope, nothing. And once again, bomb down in a terrible spot for the offense. Risky plays, not paying off. Still found ways to clutch up at some point or another, but definitely feels like a must-win round right now for the defensive side in Team Gannett.
Yeah, if it's going to happen here, it's got to be Kairu. He's got to go big. Lucasen spots him out, so what was going to be a sneaky play now going to be dead in the water. It is going to be Enzy. He's going to be able to equalize us 2v2, but he's going to have to get aggressive here for this push, and Washington's going to be able to shut him down, and all of a sudden, 45 seconds left to go. It's down to Kairu, whose last known location was in top 10. Does fire a warning shot off. He's going to have to go on the offense here to collect this bomb, or just take down the 2 players, and that's a lot easier said than done.
Have to cover all these angles. I think his barrel got shown from behind the bomb, but Lucas slides across! Oh! Kairu! The collapse! They line up! What a clutch!
Oh, Bobby.
I can't
Bobby.
that.
Well, Bobby, that one should have been the momentum that, you know, stopped for Team Gannett. And what was it? A clutch on the backs of a collat where Lucasen just literally makes the last. Oh, that is tough.
That's so unfortunate too, because that was that was just like trying to slide across and you come back up right in front of your teammate. Could not have been any more unfortunate. And that could potentially be the dagger right here. You gotta think like the mental's gotta be so chalked that it just feels like the COD gods are not on your side. Again, it's trying to find something right here, but the bomb has gone down. Hope he's gonna find one onto S8. Still 3 more players left to be dealt with. Gannett Can't find that initial shot, and Viper's going to be really tough to take out. Shot's going to miss, though. Back and forth we go, but they go the way of Team Enzy.
Yep.
Ganeth, 1v3. There's no time to work with.
No, yeah, this is one of those instances. I think Ganeth had the lineup for like 3 of those shots in a row, and he just didn't pull the trigger. I don't know if it was a misclick or this is definitely one of those games where you're like, what the hell is going on? COD gods are not in your favor here, and they know it. They're well aware. They're just like, I'm over it, bro. This might be the end. Let's see if they go out in their bag or if they're going to surrender, throw out the white flag. Hopefully we'll see something competitive here in this potential last round. 6-3 match point here for the side of Team Enzy, Ganeth and squad. They've got the hit over towards the B site. Nobody here to reciprocate. Bomb's going to go down. It is on.
See what type of damage they can do. Lucasen, not his usual level of dominance. They've just not really had their momentum in this one after those first couple of rounds, and no way to stop the bleeding, but Whoopi finds one. Ganeth finds another, but the response out of the Europeans. Whoopi's got to go big right here. Another one down. Narcs and Kairu clean up the round, and that is going to be it. Team Ganeth goes down in rough fashion as well. What, up 3-1 off the start of that search, and 6 rounds in a row go the way of Team Enzy. They find their way into the upper finals.
Yeah, we go back to that round where S8R, stuck that bomb plant after he nailed 2 like back-to-back disgusting shots. Like, I don't know if you had his point of view at that particular moment.
Oh, yeah.
But he came out of trailer swinging, bro, and he ain't miss. 6 to bomb plant, or the bomb defuse to go along with it. And then we just watched what was a complete meltdown. I don't know if anybody else has been more checked ever since maybe like that 2023, like Nade. You know what Nade I'm talking about.
Yep.
Yeah, that was one of those moments right there. Probably not as dramatic, but it's up there, dude. 1v3 clutch, and you get a collateral. Like, I don't know how much better it gets for them.
Wow. What a performance. We didn't even talk about Enzy, but he's top frag 13 and 6 right there. It just felt like everybody was making plays for his squad, and yeah, he goes big to help them get the win. I mean, on the flip side, Whoopi, the only player finding anything, and he was probably on the worst ping out of anybody in the lobby. So I think that paints a lot of the story. Once again, usually we see Lucasen do more, but there's only so much that you can ask out of a guy to do in one day, and unfortunately they came up short. Once again, not out of the competition. They will head into the lower bracket. I don't know if our admins have the updated bracket, as I believe. Actually, no, I don't know that we had anything else going on. I don't know if Dazi versus Team Littleby is actively happening right now. I do know that we are going to have Team Ganeth going up against Team Space in a minute. So that will be happening on our streamers' channels, obviously Ganeth's channel and Space's channel. Winner of that is going to face Team Dazi, who took down Team Littleby. So we'll go ahead and get our updated bracket up on the screen real quick. And there she is. So for anybody wondering, we do have one more matchup that is going to be happening in Team Ganeth versus Team Space. And then after that, we're not going to have any more off-broadcast. I guess they're technically not off-broadcast. They're just not main broadcast matches. So if you guys want to check out the rest of the action, Team Ganeth versus Team Space should be happening soon. But verdict, day one, how you feeling?
Tired. I'm exhausted, Bobby. That was draining. Like, it was just nonstop action from the beginning to the end. Like, I did not anticipate that free-for-all to be a firecracker the way it was, and certainly it set the precedent for the day, the tone. Obviously, we were shouting most of the time, and that last matchup, even though it was a 2-0, I mean, there ain't nothing needs to be said about it. That was just pretty much summed up our whole day. Anything that could go right went right, and anything that can go wrong can go wrong. Two polar opposites, and I'm just a roller coaster of emotions right now.
All right, well, that it certainly did not disappoint, and I would imagine for chat it probably didn't disappoint either. Just absolute bangers across the board. and the best is still yet to come. We've got 4 teams remaining in. Well, we will have 4 teams remaining in the competition at that point in time. Cisco versus Enzy in our upper bracket finals. It'll be Team Dazi versus either Team Ganeth or Team Space. That one will be decided soon. And we also have our lower finals and grand finals with a potential bracket reset. So there's still potentially 5 matches left to happen. We'll have to wait and see. But that's going to wrap things up for the stream. I appreciate you guys watching. Appreciate Verdict for casting with me. It has been a blast, and looking forward to tomorrow. We are actually going to raid Space, as he would be the English-speaking streamer that's still going to be playing his game. So we will send you guys on over there. Thank you guys for watching. Hopefully we see you guys tomorrow. Make sure to get your reminder set 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. It's going to be it for the stream. Thank you guys for watching, and we'll catch you guys in the next one. All right, we're good.
W.